Hi, I'm Wendy Gardner. Welcome to Sewing Street. Now I say that, but you'll probably have all been watching this many, many times before, but I'm new. I'm just going to give a few things about me so you know who I am and what I've come from. So I've been in the sewing and craft industry all my working life, which sadly is quite a bit over 30 years. I've been editor of magazines. I've done 4 or 5 different sewing magazines. And I teach crafts and sewing. My passion is dressmaking or sewing by machine. I've written 21 books, including the Great British Sewing Bees from Stitch to Style, which is for the series 4. I just love it. I love anything to do with fabrics. I love anything to do with crafts. I love trying new techniques. So I'm really excited to be here and to be on Sewing Street. I mean, it really is up my street. In fact, I think, don't do it please, but if you cut off my arm, you'd have I love sewing going right down the middle, just like a stick of rock. Anyway, please don't, I'm not asking to have my arms cut off or my legs. So I'm here to have my first day's shows. And I cannot believe the shows I've got to do. This is just so amazing. First one is bag making. What not to like? I love it. I taught a bag making class just 2 weeks ago. So this is really absolutely fantastic. And then my first guest later on is Cara Ackerman. She and I've worked together for over 30 years. I can't believe when she walked in that that's who it was. I knew it was Cara, but I didn't know which Cara. So that's really, really exciting too. So let's get down to business. I want to start with the early bird of the day. Now this is really, really fabulous. This is this piece of wadding, which is the H640. I'm never very good at the numbers. I just like to feel and touch. But this is a really fabulous wadding from Visling. This is a ½ metre pack. It's fusible, which means that you can iron it on to the back of the fabric that you're going to be working with. Makes it lovely and easy to keep in place. It's really soft. It's a nice big part. And if you want to get more than this ½ metre, and you want to maybe get a metre and a half, you just multiply it and it will come in a metre or a metre and a half or 2 metres. You won't get individual ½ metre packs. So if you're working on a big quilt, for instance, you might want to multiply this up. Price. So special price, because it's the early bird offer, is £4.49 for this piece. It should normally be £6, so that's right, a nice little discount. And do remember, if you buy this now, the postage is £3.95, but if you buy anything else throughout the day, it's still that same £3.95. You don't have to keep your basket open. You can buy this, close it, go off, make a cup of tea, come back later, buy something from the bag making, buy something from Cara's workshop. And I can tell you, she's got some beautiful things coming up. Absolutely amazing. So if you decide to do that, it's still only £3.95 for the day for your postage, whatever you buy. And the thing about this piece here, this is ½ metre. Now ½ metre is enough for a bag. It's enough for it's enough for a cushion cover. It's enough for a lot of small projects. If you want something bigger, multiply it. If you haven't worked with this particular weight of interfacing before, and I'm sorry, wadding before, it's a shame I can't actually sort of give it to you to feel, but it's lovely and soft. It's malleable, but also the thing I like, so if you do it with bag making, for instance, it has got body. And because it's got that body, it means that the bag will stand up. It won't be all floppy. So it's really good. It's fusible too. Now I like fusible. I mean, lots of waddings aren't fusible, but this one is. And the reason I like the fusible is that when you stick it to the back of your bag, your main fabric, and it will stay in place. Because sometimes waddings can walk and it makes it a lot easier. Also, although you're getting that body and that lift with the wadding, it's quite fine. So you're getting all the benefits of having wadding without it being really thick and difficult to push through the sewing machine. So this really is a wonderful buy. So early bird buy, don't miss it. A third of the stock has already gone. I mean, that is amazing. How many minutes are we into the show and a third of the stock's already gone? And I know that Cara used this for the bag project that's going to be on the last hour of the day. So get in there quick whilst you can, and don't forget about the postage. We've got a message from Fiona. Oh, thank you very much, Fiona. Fiona has said welcome. Thank you, I do appreciate it. I really do. I've had some messages in advance. I had some messages in advance, which was quite nice actually, just to say that they were going to be watching. So everybody that sent me those messages, thank you. I really do appreciate it. It's quite nerve-wracking when you start a first time with a new place and all I'm looking at is a camera. But let me just reiterate about this in case you've just joined me. Just to say again, if you have just joined me, I'm Wendy Gardner. I won't keep saying that all out the day, just at the beginning here. And our early bird offer is this really fabulous piece of wadding. It's the H640. It's a 1/2 metre piece. So you can see it's fusible. Now when you fuse it onto your fabric, you need to fuse it for 15 seconds. So make sure the fabric's on the top and the wadding's underneath. Don't put the iron onto the wadding for 15 seconds. You might find it scrunches up, but then it will anchor it permanently. You can also do some quilting as well, of course. If you want to actually buy more than one piece, which is 1/2 metre, you can multi-buy, and if you multi-buy, it will come in a bigger piece. So, for instance, if you buy 2, you won't get 2 1/2 metre pieces, you'll get 1 metre piece. Great if you're going to work on bigger projects. This is perfect if you haven't used it before. Try it, you'll love it. If you have, it's perfect for bigger, for small projects like bags, cushion covers, etc. We're virtually selling out, so do think about buying it now if you can. And don't forget the postage. Once you've done your postage for today, just for this one thing, that postage remains. So that if you buy some of the things from later on, and I bet you will because they are fabulous, then you don't have to pay postage again. So everything you buy today will come under that one postage. So let's go to the website. Let's see how to get in contact. So www.sewingstreet.com. You can see the website on the screen. You go to the watch live bit and then you can actually see that you can actually increase that screen then if you want to, so you can see it on whole screen. Useful to do if you're going to watch a demo, of course. You'll get a real good look at the demo. You can message us. So if you want to actually send a message, they will be passed on to me, and I will probably put one of my pairs of glasses on in order to be able to read them, or they'll be in my ear. You can also, of course, see what's coming up. You can see, so you can pre-order. So you can actually pre-order some of the products that we're going to have later on to make sure you don't miss out, particularly if you already know what it is that you want. We have got some fabulous pieces on. We've got fabulous fabrics. We've got some amazing books. We've got lots of the bag making stuff. We've got loads of stuff. So that's really good. We've so much. So do scroll through that. And then don't forget to message. And oh, yes, of course, I've just been told you can email us as well. So the email address is, here we are, studio@sewingstreet.com. So let's have a look now at what is coming up for the rest of the day. So we have got, coming up today, I'm going to take my glasses with me as I move over. So we have got, as I said earlier, bag making supplies. Then we have got Gingermelons embroidered cat and bear with Cara. So this is the one I've just been talking to Cara with, and you wait till you see these little creatures. They're so gorgeous. Then we've got Living in Loveliness. So I haven't seen what's coming up with that one. So that is going to be really good because I'm looking forward to that as well. We've got Kerry coming in from Living in Loveliness. Everybody will have seen her before, amazing woman. Then we're back with Cara for a Starburst Tote bag. Now I'm standing right in front of it. If I move away, that is it. Let me bring it forward. Look, this is absolutely amazing. It's textual and it's already selling really well on the website. This is the last show of the day. This is what we're going to be doing. Cara has made this. This is a technique that looks absolutely incredible, but actually, it's not that difficult to do, and she's going to explain that. I had to ask because I have never done this. Isn't it absolutely gorgeous? And what you get is you get the fabrics in a bundle to do this and to make the bag. And then the project, that how to do it, is in a book, which is a separate purchase. So you can, if you know how to do this kind of technique, you can just buy the bundle of the fabrics. If you don't, you buy the book, you buy the fabrics. And again, of course, you can just buy the book if you've got the fabrics at home. So it's a great option here. This is lovely. Do you think they'll notice if it goes home? Don't you think it goes well as well? It kind of goes well, really, doesn't it? So that's what we've got today. Got a whole load of lovely, exciting shows. And I cannot believe that I'm being joined by Cara and Kerry. So that's really good, because I know sometimes, you know, some of the presenters have done all these shows on their own all the time. That was a bit of a nerve-wracking thing, so I'm really pleased to be joined by them later. But right now, I am doing bag making. Now, bag making, I just couldn't believe this was my first show. As I say, I did a bag making class just 2 weeks ago. I've done many bag making projects, and I've taught all different, some with hardware, some with just fabrics. So this is really good. So on this show, what have I got? Look, I'm surrounded by these lovely things. Let me just pop this one back, because this is for later. So let's start with, we're going to start with this webbing. So I've got different types of webbing here. I'm going to bring them all into shot. So let's start with this first one. Can you see this? So this is, you can see it's quite wide. I would say that's about 1.5 inches wide. I could do with a ruler. It's a metre strip. So it's enough for a nice handle. You can either have 2 handles, or you could have 1 long handle. So that's quite nice. And it really is sturdy. So and the thing is about something like this, it just brings your bag making up that little notch. So the price of this, I'm just squinting a bit, so the price of this is £2.99 for that one piece. That's one colourway. So you've got these lovely sort of ice creamy colours. And then if you prefer, again, we've now got another one, exactly the same. Again, it's a metre. And this is more sort of vintagey colours. This is more muted. Tote bag. So you could do a tote bag with this, and it will just take it up that one notch from just having the handles. And actually, handles can be quite, not difficult to sew, but they can take time because you have to sew them, turn them through and everything. This makes it so much easier. So it's nice and robust and sturdy. Or you might decide that what you want to do is actually go for something that's more leather looking. Now this is a navy, and it's about 1 inch wide, and it's faux leather or pleather. But that means that you don't have to worry about animals being killed to make your bag pieces. You've got this lovely strapping that you can use, and because it's faux leather, you can sew through it. I would probably, because it really does feel like leather, I would probably use a leather needle with this. But if you're sewing it with on a fabric bag, try a very sharp, like a micro sharp needle, but you might want to go for like a 14 because it is nice and thick, it's very sturdy. And again, what you get is a metre. So you're getting a metre there. So that's really good for a couple of straps, or again, you could make a tote out of it. Just lift it. This one is the navy, or I think we'd call it navy. It's quite dark. This is the black. So if I just move, let me just pop those out of the way for a minute. So we've got a black and we've got a navy here. So I don't know if you can see the difference in those colours. You can when you're looking closely at them. That's definitely black. You know how sometimes when you're buying clothes in the shop and then you have to sort of kind of like take it to the light to see, am I buying something that's really dark blue or am I buying something black? But actually, I can see very clearly here, so I can promise you the blue does look very different to the black. But you will know soon that I like colour. So I've got to show you this one. Look at that. So this is, it's got the sort of webbing on one side in these lovely multicolours, and then on the other side it's got the black. So again, we've got the black faux leather or pleather on the back. Again, it's 1 inch wide and you get a metre. Oh, I've got a nice message from Susan. Oh, good. I knew this was going to happen. Hold on. Let's see if I can watch this. There's glasses on. Morning everyone, hi Wendy, great to see you. No, we can see, must be regularly enjoy yourself. Thank you, that's lovely, thank you very much. That's a lovely message. Hopefully I will be here regularly and I will definitely be enjoying myself, I promise you. So let me put these to one side. I'm just going to put those to one side because I've got to go on to the next thing. And also, I have just been told there's loads of messages on Facebook, so please, thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. It is nerve-wracking. It's nerve-wracking being the newbie in something. So it's just interesting to do something different, but I love it, and I just love sharing my passion and anything to do. Haberdashery is like a sweetie shop for me. I just absolutely love it. I can't get enough, and it doesn't matter what craft it is. Recently I've been peg looming and looming hats on a weave. I've got some rug making kits. I mean, I just love everything. And hand stitching, I've just got into it. I mean, I'm a machine stitcher girl. You know, if you can do it by machine, you do it by machine. But I have actually just got into the therapy that is hand embroidery. So I'm really looking forward to Cara's class in a bit. So anyway, let me go back to this bag making. Look at this. So this is, am I allowed to open this? Good, good, because I need to open it to show you. This is faux leather again, and this is a bag base. Now, again, this takes your bag making to another notch. So if I just open this up, you can see. So this is the bag base. So that would be the bag bottom. So along there is the bottom of your bag, and then you sew these corners together once you've sewn it, and you get that sort of box bottom on the bag. It feels lovely. So it's pleather or faux leather. It's got punch holes, and you can machine stitch or you can hand stitch. In fact, the little demo I went and saw online, they did it by hand. They did a back stitch by hand, just using like a crochet cotton or something. But look at this on the back. If I put it up this way, you can see the instructions, and it tells you how to put it together. And it really does take your bag making up to that next level. And if you add that to some of these webbings, then you've got the complete components, and all you need now is fabric and, of course, the H640 from the early bird offer, and you've got the ingredients to make a bag. Talking about the ingredients to make a bag, slip that to one side. Let's look at some of these. Now look at these. Now my first comment today when I was talking to Hannah, the producer, is, so what happens if I want to make a dress out of it? That's my first thought when I see fabric. Can I make a dress? And yes, you can. Because again, although you're actually purchasing a ½ metre piece, now look at this, you're not going to be able to see it all. The camera won't go long enough. This is the most perfect one for me. This is the beautiful colour. Look at that. Wouldn't that look fabulous in a dress? But anyway, it also looked fabulous in a bag. It's 100% cotton. It's 140 centimetres wide. And you get a ½ metre unless you multi-buy. So if I was buying this to make a dress, I would buy 6 times ½ metres, i.e. 3 metres. And I would get it as a 3 metre piece. So it would be perfect for a dress. So this is a lovely wide piece. I mean, you'd get two bags out of this easily. And the feel of it is lovely. It's like a cotton, it's a lightweight canvas. It's like it's a lightweight canvas, but it's a cotton. It's very easy to sew. Would be lovely with the H640 interfacing. Add your bag base as well. Add the handles. I mean, look at that. So yeah, I'm just, Hannah's saying you've got so much colour. Yes, that's me. You might not want to be quite so colourful. You might want to go something a little bit more subtle perhaps. But you know, me, it would be the colour every time. So look at that, isn't that lovely? So that, as I say, is £5.99 for the ½ metre. So, you know, so in other words, it's just under £12 a metre. Good price for this fabric. This is, as I say, it's a really lovely weight. It would make a lovely shift dress. It would make, sorry, I'm going on to dresses. Lovely, it would make a lovely full skirted dress. Or if you're making it in a bag, tote bag, brilliant. A lovely bag, a little clutch bag, anything like that you could make into this. And also cushion covers. That would make a superb cushion cover. But if you're not like me, and you prefer more subtle colours, more autumnal colours. This is Hannah's favourite. So look at this. Same thing, so 140 wide, 50 centimetres piece that you get. It is 100% cotton canvas, so it's a cotton, but it's just got that little extra weight to it. Beautiful print, it really is beautifully printed. And again, it goes so well with the other accessories that we've got. Oh, what about you could, yes, there's also, I mean, Hannah's suggesting we could line a wicker basket with it in the kitchen. You could make oven gloves. Can you imagine really nice, colourful oven gloves here? This would be really good. Get a bit more and you could make curtains. I mean, there's so much you can do with this, obviously depending on how much you buy. You buy it in half metre increments, which means if you want to just start small, do a small project, placemats. These would make lovely placemats and coasters. And here you'd get, I think you'd probably get, oh, I'm just sort of looking at this, how many, if you had different backing, you could probably get eight placemats, 8 small placemats out of this with a different backing. That would be enough. I listened in my, Hannah said she's only got 6 friends. Yeah, but you need something for the centre as well. So when you put your hot dishes, down, you'll need something for the hot dishes as well. Not that we can have friends round at the moment, of course. So at the moment, but you can plan ahead. Now, I want to show this one as well, because again, this is so beautiful. Look at this. Oh, I need to turn it up round so you've got it the right way around. Again, I'm not going to show the whole huge piece, but it is huge again, still 140 wide. Look at this. What are these? I don't know what these birds are. Oh, we think it's a Joe says it's a cockatoo. This is a cockatoo on these. The colours are gorgeous. Now, this is my sister Karen's colours. She's a real gardener too, so she would absolutely love this. So this is something that I could get and make her a nice little bag. She's an artist, so she'd have a bag with all her things, take all her things around in it. This is really beautiful. Again, it's that lovely weight of cotton canvas. Oh, this is super limited. We really have not got that much stock of this one. So if this is your one, if this is the one you fancy, again, cushion covers, bags, this would make anything. You could do all these things in the kitchen. You could make some really nice cushions for if your bedroom, if these are the muted colours, this would be lovely. And don't forget the early bird offer. Am I allowed to still say that? Oh, sorry, early bird sold out, but Hannah, the producer, is trying to get some more for us. Unfortunately, the early bird is sold out, and we will try and get the product back on, but it might not be at the early bird price. So I do apologise, but I'm glad if you've got it, you've got it. That's a really good thing. It's a popular thing. Every day we do this early bird, and I say that as if I've been here before. Every day we do an early bird. I know this because I've been told. But every day we do an early bird offer to get the day going, get everybody started into our crafting. So look, you know I'm going to say this is another one of my favourites because of the colours. Look at this. Look at these butterflies. And the other thing on something like this one in particular is if you like applique, you could actually cut around these and then you can applique that on something else. So you can do all sorts. When you've got sort of a design which is so lovely as this, you can do that. And again, it would just make such a lovely summery bag. It really would. And you can have all sorts of really fun things with this. What about scatter cushions for the conservatory? Or nice, when you go outside and you sit on those hard plastic chairs, what about making some cushion covers to go on the chairs outside? That's what you can do. This is going to be something that's really fabulous to work with. So again, it's a ½ metre, but you can multi-buy it. So if you're thinking about bigger projects, you can buy more at the same time and it will come in that bigger meterage. Or you can come with a small piece like this and get started with a cushion, a bag, something like that. Oh, again, you could, if you've got a nice bright colours, what about something in the kitchen? So lovely. I've got a message. Oh, I've got to put my glasses back on to read a message on the screen. So, welcome, Wendy. I think, can everybody read this? Do I need to read it out? Oh, everybody can see it. So lovely to have you here, and really looking forward to the shows today. Oh, that's from Denise in London. Oh, thank you very much, Denise. I appreciate that. It is really good because it makes me feel like I'm part of this family, which I know is there because I've been watching the Facebook fan page, and it's really interesting to see how engaged people are, and that's good, because right now as crafters, a lot of us in lockdown and tier 2s and tier 3s and goodness knows what, we can't actually get out and see the people that we would normally be with. I mean, I can't teach my local class because obviously I can't go into the venue. The students don't feel comfortable either. So it's really good to have this vehicle that we can actually still talk to each other and converse and share our passion for everything to do with crafting. So now I've got to look at this. I've got 2 books on this particular hour. I want to show you the first one. Now what I like about this book, it's great for beginners. And having seen this lovely bag that's good for beginners, I like the fact that in the back it has got the templates, and they're full-size templates or patterns, whichever way you want to call. So nice and easy to use. You might want to trace them off because they overlap each other. Or, of course, if there's only certain ones you want to make, that's not a problem. But you've got all of the templates for all of the bags in here. This is published by Search Press, and I've written quite a few for Search Press. Great publishers, good books. So let's have a quick flick through. There's every kind of bag here. I'm going to make sure my head's not in the way, because Joe said if I lean forward, all you'll see is the top of my head. And whilst it's lovely, you don't want to see it. This is, just look at this, all these different bags as I'm going through. There's all different types. And Hannah's just told me, actually, when we're allowed to go out and about again, the next exhibition at the V&A is on bags. So that would be really worth going to see. Hey, you could go, having got one of your bags that you've made. Make your own bag and go. But I love this. This has got all of these lovely features, and it's also showing the different bits of hardware you can get. Step-by-step photography, so you can see how to go. It's got everything that you need, tells you the sort of thing you're going to get, and it also tells you here, so I don't know if you can see that, I'll see if I can lay it flat. It's telling you whether or not you need to be a beginner or whether you're confident, etc. So if you're a newbie and you haven't made bags before, you can just look for one that says beginner, and then you can do that really confidently, knowing that you'll be able to do it. So this one here, for instance, so this is, they call this a cylindrical bag. So it's actually really easy to make. And look, that's using webbing. So again, if you're thinking about buying the webbing, for this one you would definitely need more. Let me have a look at what it says you need on here. Did a little button. It doesn't. I can't read that. So that's another pair of glasses for that. But it will tell you in here, if I put the right glasses on, how much webbing you need. So that's the sort of thing you can do. Let me see if I don't know if I can see. Oh, here we are, strapping. 2 times 110. So you would need 4 of this webbing here if you're going to use that. So that's something that you can do. You can decide. You can get the book, and then you can buy the other pieces later. But they all go together so well. And again, we're just looking at all these different things. This one is lovely. Look at this. This is your evening bag. It's evening bag. Yeah, look. Hannah's just said, I love my shoes. Look at this. I do. Handbag and shoes, look. I do love my shoes. I'm known for my shoes, and I wear these ridiculously high heels. But of course, for the last sort of 8 months, I've hardly worn them. So it's sort of getting back into these. I have got a stool to sit on over on the other desk, so I can actually sort of perch if I need to, so I'm not going to be actually on my feet all day. But I love this bag, and this has got this lovely gold pleather here, but actually, thinking about what we've got on the show here, you could use that. It's the same kind of idea. I should turn it over that way because that's the pleather side, the other side was the inside. So that's really good. And don't forget, all of this stuff is also on the website, so you can see this. And again, I just love this one, I really do. And then you've just got so many different bags. This is a really lovely little book. It's a soft back, so it's nice and easy here. And I quite like this as well. You see, I know this is a silly little thing, but you see this flap. So when you've decided which bag you're making, you can then put that like that, and you're on the place you want to be, which is really handy. It's a small thing, but I think it's just, they've just thought about it. They've thought about what they want to do. So yes, a lovely, lovely book, Beginner's Guide to Bag Making. But let me bring in the other book, because this other book, The Bag Boutique. Now this one is is written by Debbie von Grabler-Crozier. I hope that's how we pronounce it. I've known of Debbie for many, many years. I know she writes a lot of projects for some of the leading sewing magazines. She is a woman of repute, so she is a really good person to have. 20 bright, beautiful bags to sew, and again, we have the full side pattern pieces in the back here. So that makes it nice and easy. None of this sort of tracing off, having to grade it up or anything like that. And the bags, let me flick through these. I mean, they're just, I mean, sometimes the fabrics that are used are just so beautiful. But of course, don't forget you're using your own fabrics. Here, look, we've got the webbing again, which would be good. But you can use your quilting fabrics, you can use your dressmaking fabrics. Doesn't matter what fabric you use, the thing to look for is the right wadding. And I hate to say it because we've just sold out of it, but we are going to get it back. But the H640 is a really good wadding. You might find when we can get it back, Hannah's busy beavering away behind the scenes trying to do so. It might come in metre pieces. Hey, but that's fine. You know, you're not going to have too much. You will use it. I mean, and the thing with this wadding, it's not like a fabric, so you don't have to follow the grain line in the way you do with a pattern. So if you follow the grain line on a pattern, on the wadding, you can kind of position pieces in the best way to get the most out of that piece. So look at, oh, this is so beautiful. And again, she's got some amazing features to it. So this is another really, really beautiful bag. And they love the way they've been given names. That does make them special, doesn't it? And some of them are just fun. I mean, look, this has got some applique on it here. And then it's got this little felt tag, which is just really sweet. It's just simple and fun. And they've all got pretty names, and yeah, I just love it. I just love you look at these, and I see Gertrude here. You can see how many different fabrics have been used. Isn't that fabulous to use up your scraps of fabrics? Because the teddies, I wonder if they're all her teddies or if they've found them. I made a Care Bear back in the days when Care Bears were first out. God, how many years ago is that? Because I made it for 5 minutes. So I think I made a Care Bear for my nephew who's about 34. So quite a few years ago. And yes, I remember those well. So again, we've got lots of love. I love a pocket. You've got to have a pocket in a bag. You will find as well, I think each bag here has got the details on how to make it, but you've also got in the front, you'll find there's lots of skills to build up on. So even if you don't want to make that specific bag, you've got all the techniques that you can use to make your own bags. So you can decide how to do anything else as well. Things like applying the piping. So piping just takes anything, whether it's dressmaking, soft furnishings or bags. It does take the project up to another level. And honestly, piping is really easy, because if it's not perfect first time round, you just stitch it again. No ripping out the stitches, you just stitch it again. So look, you've got all these things, straps and tags. So again, you've got the straps, so you've got your webbing here, which is selling, and then you can make your own straps as well. It's lovely, a really good bag to have. And the projects are different. And whilst, this one particularly appeals to me because of all the bright colours, do remember the colours of the fabrics are neither here nor there, because you choose what you want to make it in. So if you are, rather than the brights as I am, if you actually prefer the more muted fabrics, you can use the more muted fabrics to do the projects. You choose, and that's the beauty of working from a book with patterns in a book. It's your choice. Oh, I've got to, hold on a minute, I've got to mention the Starburst Tote again, because this is the bag. This is on the show later, but you can pre-order. There's 2 kits, and you get also, again, I've got the bright bag here. I think Cara and I are the same, we like brights. So this is the one she's made, but there are 2 kits. There's one that's not, there's a blue colourway one, which I believe is the one that Cara's going to be demonstrating later. And there's this one. So what you get is you get the fabric for, so in fact, it's a big piece of fabric, but I don't want to go into too much detail now, otherwise we won't have anything to say later. No, that's not going to happen. So you get the fabric to make the bag. You get the lining, and you get the, do you get the toy, don't need toy stuff, you get the wadding. Do we get, no, I think it's just the fabric. I think the bundle is just the fabric, all the fabric you get. And if you haven't got this pattern already, or haven't done this pattern, it's from a book, and you can buy the book. The book is called 25 Ways to Sew Jelly Rolls, Charm Packs and Layer Cakes. It might not be in that order, but that's what it does. Fabulous book. I love jelly rolls, charm packs, layer cakes. I love cakes as well, but you know, let's not go into cakes. I love all of those fabrics, because if you're a beginner to patchwork, they're fabulous. They're already cut out, and it's a way of using those. So it's a really fabulous book. So on this one here, you get, so it's a book to get on its own anyway, regardless of whether you want this project. It's a really good book. But don't be put off by thinking, my God, I couldn't do that. I'm a beginner. I couldn't. Yes, you can. Honestly, you can. Cara will show you. It is easy. It's a really easy technique. I've never done it, and I've been tempted to. Look, there's even more in there. Look at that. It is so tactile. That is definitely a cushion. I mean, to me, that's a work of art. You could actually frame that and put that on the wall. That is so beautiful. And it's, I don't know if they're called priory points or something, I don't know. But anyway, it's beautiful. It's just a way of folding the fabric and joining it together. She's going to show you. So that's at 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock. So join me then. But you can pre-order now, because there is going to be limited stock. So don't miss out if you're really interested in this, because this is one to have. Let me pop that back on its little hook again. Okay, so let's look at some of these other things. Okay, so we've looked at some of the fabrics. Yeah, is that right? Good. Can you see that? So this is a little pot called Embroidered Coat. Sounds strange, doesn't it? But what it is I can show you, but I don't think it particularly helps to see it at this angle, because it looks like PVA glue. But what you do is you put it onto your fabric. Now you can either do it before you've made your project and put it on all of the fabric pieces. So you cut out your fabric pieces, put it on, and you paint it on. So you can put it on and then sort of spread it with paint. Or one of the tips that they actually say, I'm going to put the lid on so I don't knock it over by mistake. One of the tips that they actually say is to use an old credit card, and then you can spread it. You know, a bit like if back in the day when I used to do things like that, grouting, when you do things like that. So you can spread it with that. So you put it on, and the idea is to waterproof your fabric. So particularly good for bag making, or as I say, if you're making little cushion pads to put on your seats outside in the garden, that's a really good. Or of course, if you want to make a placemat for your pet bowls, if you want to, in fact, if you want to make placemats for home actually, because it makes them more easily wiped off. I know it's difficult for me to say how much you would cover with this little pot, because it would depend on whether you do one coat, how thick you put it on, etc. So that is something that you will try yourself. But it's really useful to have. If you wanted to make like a little phone case for your phone to protect your phone, make it waterproof using that. So best thing would be to put it on before you make the project up, but you can do it afterwards. It's just not as easy. Although I know that I don't know, the elves, do we call them the elves here? They've tested it on a makeup bag, which is already made, and they've put it on afterwards and it worked. Good for the inside, so too, for the lining, because then it makes it wipe clean. So that'd be really handy. So put that in your bag, because even if you don't think you might use it yet, it's one of those products that would be really handy to have at home to decide to use at a later date. it is actually basically making your own oilcloth. That's what you're doing. But you can use any fabric, and that's the brilliant thing. So it's not, you haven't got to go and find an oilcloth that works for you. You can actually create your own on the beautiful prints that you've decided on. It's machine washable when it's properly dried, obviously. So sometimes they're not machine washable, but this one is machine washable. And of course, because you're making like an oilcloth, it becomes white clean. Now, another thing that I don't have myself, but I've always wanted, these are, I mean, obviously I tend to, because dressmaking, I tend to use pins. How many do we get in a pack? 50 in a pack. So this should see you through most projects. Basically, look, they're just little clips. They're just little clips. So you use them rather than pins. So they're good for thicker layers, when you've got thick layers together. But actually, I think also, you know, these would be quite good to use when you're using delicate fabrics that you don't want to put pins through because they can leave pinholes. They would only, I don't want to try and clip my finger, I might then have to go out. But you just clip them on the edge and then they would only be in the seam allowance. And I like the fact you've got a whole load of different colours. So actually, you could get a bit creative with this. So for instance, rather than mark your fabric with different marks for your zip placement, etc., you could put a orange one is for the bottom of the zip, a blue one is for the slit at the bottom of the dress. You know, you can use colours if you want to, or you can just randomly use whatever colour you like. I mean, I could be overcomplicating it. And unlike pins, if you drop them, they're a lot easier to find and pick up. And then the other thing, of course, is these are for the edges of things. You know, if you were pinning out a dart, it would be difficult to use. But you pin them on the edge. Sometimes, I hate to say it, sometimes you could inadvertently turn something through to the right side and have left a pin in it, which you don't ever want to do. And you can't do that with this because you'd know it was there. But also, of course, it could be a bit dangerous, particularly if you're making something for children or pets. If you're making something for your husband, not a problem. Just go for it. No, I don't mean that. Of course I don't mean that. But Hans just said, yeah, put them in the cushion and say, here, sit on this. No. So you can put these in onto anything, but they're really good. They're particularly good for quilting, but actually I've found that they're now good for dressmaking. And I've actually been using, you know, regular bulldog clips to do the same thing, which is why I want these, because regular bulldog clips have metal and the metal rusts. So what you end up with is getting rust marks on the edge of your thing. So this is something to invest in. I shouldn't have said that. I'm not allowed to have said that. I use bulldog clips. Don't use them. It's not a good idea. But look at that. These are perfect. These are just, again, it's another one of these things. As I say, I love haberdashery. I can't get enough of it. I have all sorts for every kind of thing. But this is something that you will find you use. And bag making, like quilting, bag making, sometimes you've got thick layers. You know, if you're using something like Decoville, which is quite a heavy, thick fabric, it's very hard to put pins through, so these would be perfect. Things like the webbing, if you want to attach this, you're attaching this to your bag ready to sew it in place, that'd be quite hard to put a pin through all of that, so you could just clip it on like that, couple of clips, and then you can sew. So it would be, these are really handy for all sorts of things. So don't just think of them as quilting. They're not. They have lots of other uses. As in, you find that with most haberdashery items. They're sort of designed with one kind of craft in mind, but actually they're really good for all sorts of different crafts. So never be put off like this. So let me put this back in here because I like to be neat and tidy. But I want to show you some other things now. Oh, I'm going to recap this first before I move on to something else. So a quarter of the stock has already gone. And this might be exclusive to the show. We might not be able to get any more back in stock. Don't know, I'm not saying it definitely can't. If we do, or if we can, it might be not until the new year. So do consider this. If you're thinking about it, it's $5.99 for this half a metre. Go for it. Put it in your stash because you will use it. This is such a beautiful print for a summery project. It might be a bag, it might be a cushion, it might be things for the kitchen. It's gorgeous, actually. And if you're like me and you think dressmaking, this would make a beautiful dress, wouldn't it? Do the butterflies go? Is this the upside down? So the butterfly should be up the other way, shouldn't it? If I whip that round, I have been known to cut things out the wrong way up. So yeah, you find when you take all the Christmas decks down, and you've had this beautiful bright kitchen or living room, and everything looks lovely with all your decks up, and then you take them down early January and suddenly everything looks a bit dull and you feel it could do with sprucing up. This would be lovely. Nice couple of cushions or new things for the kitchen. You could do new placemats, anything like that. And there's so many colours, it will work with so many different things. So this one is becoming limited availability. So if you're thinking of this one, do go for it. We've only got about 15 metres. Not sure if I'm supposed to tell you, but we've only got about 15 metres. So that is 30 packs. That's all we've got left. And that's if you're only buying a half metre. If you're thinking about making anything bigger and you want to go for a metre or a metre and a half, that would very quickly go. So if you're thinking about it, then, go for it. Don't wait. Don't miss out on that one. Or this one. I had to bring this one back in. I do. I love my bright colours. If the more days I come back here, the more bright colours you'll see me wearing. But this is actually previously sold out. This has already sold out before, but we have got more stock now, and we've got some stock now. But do you love this? The detail, and again, is there an up? Do you know, sometimes when you're making something, you're trying to work out which is the right way up. And I have spent hours going round and round a cloth trying to work it out. I think this one can be any way up, but have a look and decide. It doesn't really matter. You just have to decide what works for you and make sure you mark every piece the same way so that they're all the same way. So if you're making a bag, make sure that they all are the same. So you put a little top or something on it in chalk, and then you'll know that that's that way up for you. In fact, the dress I'm wearing, so I bought this fabric from my local shop. So Creative in Petersfield, thank you. And this fabric is, I don't know what the flower is, and I think it's a echinacea. Hannah's just told me it's an echinacea. Anyway, so I cut it out and I went upstairs to my son and I said, is this the right way up or should it be that way up? And he said, it should be that way up. So I'd cut it out the wrong way up. Thankfully, because I always buy at least 3 metres when I buy fabric and I don't know what I'm going to make, I then was able to cut it out again. So the incorrectly cut out pieces I then used for other projects, and I've made all sorts of things. I made cosmetic bags and all sorts. I was able to use the fabric that I cut out incorrectly, but I don't know whether it would have mattered if I'd had it up the other way. Anyway, Hannah's going to say she thinks it would have mattered and people would have noticed. You see, I wouldn't because I didn't know what flower it was. I'm not, although my name's Gardener, I'm not a gardener. And I've recently moved house and I've got this quite not sizable garden, but it needs a lot of work. And I'm waiting, I don't know if my sister Karen is watching, because if you are, I'm waiting for your designs. So my sister Karen is an amazing gardener, apart from being a fabulous artist. And I'm waiting for her to come up with some design ideas for my garden, which have to be very, very low maintenance. I kill plants. But I'm hoping to get better. So that's another one of those fabrics. I'm just going to very quick, I want to get on to these bag kits, but let's quickly just show you these again, because I just love the feel of these. It's one of these, like that sniff and smell and scratch and sniffs. And I feel like you could almost do this with the fabric. It feels lovely. It's really lovely. It's got body to it, but it's also soft. It's lovely, it really is. So look at this one. So this, if you're not super bright like me and you prefer more autumnal or muted colours, again, this is really lovely. This would be perfect for something in the garden, it really would. It could be your garden placemat. So you could make placemats for when you have al fresco dining. These would be great. So what you would do with those, I'm bringing in my pot. So you would then eau de coat it. So what I would do is I would cut them out and then eau de coat it. because you don't want to eau de coat the whole piece, then cut out and then leave some of this precious eau de coat substance. Is that the eau de coat? Have we got that there? No. Well, I can't remember what the price of that one is, but if you want to put this on the fabric that you're going to use, so I'll cut out the pieces and then put it on. So this is really good. So that's a combination there. Have both of those. But look at this, beautiful fabric. And there's enough here in this one piece, 140 centimetres wide, remember? It's a 50 centimetre piece, which is 140 centimetres wide. So there's a lot of fabric there to make quite a lot of things. You can certainly make a cushion or two. You can certainly make quite a number of placemats. You could make a couple of tote bags. I'm not saying you can make all of these things on one, but I mean, you can make one or other of these things. This is like a magic piece of fabric. So it's really lovely, lovely fabric, fabulous feel to it, nice weight, and definitely worth putting in your basket if you're thinking. And then let's just this last one. Now this one we said was very limited. We've got to flash this very quickly because, oh, again, I've got it upside down. This one, we've only got a couple of pieces left. So if you're into this, now, it really is the time to buy. It is beautiful. It's got these beautiful muted colours. It's got these cockatoos, did we decide? Cockatoos. So look at that. And it's got there's like the hummingbirds here, and there's lovely sort of leaves. I mean, I'm not even going to try and tell you what kind of leaves these are. Karen, you watching? So this is beautiful. Oh, we got a banana plant apparently. So that's why I don't know, because of course we don't have banana plants in the UK, do we? Do we? Oh, yes we do, apparently. Okay, so this is a really lovely piece, but it's a last chance here because we've only got a few pieces left, a couple of pieces left on that one. But let me get onto these bags. I'm going to start one at a time. I've grabbed the first one here because I just love them all. This is the smaller one. I love the way it's sew by number, it says. It's quilt as you go, sew by number. Let me open it because it's probably got a shine on there and you can't see clearly what's in it. So what you get is the wadding. And the wadding is all, it's like a pattern, but it's on the wadding. So you can just cut out the pattern on the wadding. And then what you have, oh, I've just been told don't iron it. Does it take the lines away if you iron it? I don't know. Oh, okay. No, don't worry about that. That's not the problem. So anyway, what you have is here, you have got the pattern on the wadding and you've got the numbers and letters. So this is telling you, tells you how to put it together. So you cut the fabric. So you provide your own fabrics. So you use your own fabric and then you lay them on the wadding as it's told. And I would guess at this is like a stitch and flip project. So you put your strip on, next one right sides together, sew the seam, flip it over, next strip on, right sides together, sew the seam, flip it over. So it's a really good technique. So that's why it's quilt as you go, because it's doing it, you're quilting the fabric to the wadding at the same time as you're sort of compiling the bag. So it's really good. It's got the wadding all nicely marked out, and it's also got some webbing, some thin webbing. So you could use this, of course, or you could keep that to one side because you could actually, yeah, I was going to go for the bright one. You could bring in your bright one. So, you don't have to always use it as it is. This is the beauty of making for yourself. You can choose what fabrics you use. You can choose what the other things. So let me put that one back there, just in case. I'm going to leave that there. I'm just being told I've had some lovely messages. That's really sweet of you all. Thank you. I do appreciate it. Okay, am I allowed to open this one? Because it's not an openy one. I have to rip it open, this one. Let's go for it. She just said do it and then we'll just say it was you. If I had scissors, I could do this neatly. Oh, there's some scissors. Oh, I'm just going to use these ones. Just quickly cut open, and it'll be a bit neater rather than me just ripping into the bag. I've got to do it though because you need to see this to appreciate what you're getting. Yeah, this one is an insulated shopper. Now the reason it's insulated, so again, you've got the lovely clear picture on the front here to show you. And then what you have is, again, the pattern is on the actual wadding, but I don't know if you can see this, but it's insulated. So it's sort of it's got like a silver layer between two fine layers. And this is really good. Don't put it in the microwave because that might be metally in the middle. But I don't think you were going to put it in the microwave, were you? I don't think you were going to put your bag in the microwave, Hannah. But what you've got, again, you've got numbers and things, so you can see how to put it together. And as I say, it's a quilt as you go. So basically, you'd have those two pieces, and you'd have them right sides together, sew that seam, flip, add the next one, sew the seam and flip. So it's really good, really quick and easy way of creating a bag. And look, there's your bag. That's their suggestions. You don't have to do that. You can do it any way you like. And you stitch it all together by numbers. And again, we have got some webbing here that you can use. I'm not quite sure what the elastic bands are for, but it might make sense. Oh, it's something to do with the top. Ah, I see. Look, look. If you can see here, I don't know if you can see. Can you go really, really bit to my left to see? Can you? Yeah, you can just see it. You can just see that little loop. So there's a little loop there. So you put a button on the front and you attach the band to the back, and they've got the same here on the sides. That's a little feature. So you can keep the bag closed when you're using it as an insulating bag. So if you go shopping and you want to put your freezer stuff in here, you've got that. If you're going on a picnic, this is a really good bag to take on the picnic. So again, insulating it would look after it. It's, or of course you could just use it for your lunch. I'm just looking. So Hannah's just said it's very big, but she does eat a lot. So the bag, I'm just trying to see, is there finished bag measurements on here? Yes, 13 by 15 by 10. So that's inches. So 13 inches by 15. So it'd be 13 by 15 by 10. So it is a roomy bag. It is a great bag. So it is the kind of thing you could put in your sandwich box and your drink bottle and your healthy fruit and your packet of crisps. But it is a really good bag to take. I mean, you can take it on a picnic. If you're going out, something we can do, we can go out. So if you're going out and you're going to meet somebody on a park bench, I think we're allowed to do that, then take your bag like this and you can have your snacks and your food, etc., all in your nice insulated bag. So that's really good. So one more, let me just, and so I didn't say, but it's got a bag base. So that helps hold the bag open. Let's pop that in there. Put that in there. Now this one is another one, and again, of course, this one attracts my eye because of the colours. But you don't worry about that because you don't get the fabric, you use your own fabric. So that's, again, you don't have to look at this and think, oh God, I wouldn't like those colours, because of course you use your own. I'm probably using dressmaking shoes when I shouldn't for this, So again, you've got it's the quilt as you go. I love the way it calls it, quilt as you go by number. This has got 3 shopping bags in it. You've got three different designs. So the designs are on the front here, you can see. So you've got that, again, this is sort of the stitch and flip method. So you've got the different designs and they're all pre-printed on the wadding. And it's also got 3 of the bag bases. You don't have to use them this size. You can cut them to the size that you need. And the 3 pound, let me see if I've got a finished bag size on here. No, I can't see the finished bag size on here. But we should probably be able to find that out. But it's got all of the components that you need. So it's got this, you just have to add your fabric, but you've got the wadding, you've got the steps. Oh, it's 13 inch by 15 by, so it's the same as the other one, 13 by 15 by 10. And so that it would be 13 wide, 15 high, 10 deep. So that's really good. Again, you've got your sew as you go, quilt as you go, and it's numbered. So you cut out the pieces using this as a template, and then you sew them together in the numbered order. Couldn't be easier, could it really? That is really easy to do. So that, and don't forget, there's 3 different designs in this pack. So we are going to now have a quick look at what Cara is making in our next show. Isn't that the most cutest thing? I'm not really into little stuffed toys and things, but I have just suddenly become interested. I just love, do you know what I really like about that? I think it's really cute. I would have that in my sewing room and just sat on the shelf. I think it's gorgeous, but it's the embroidery, it's the hand embroidery, which is what I know Cara for. This is her ability. It's fabulous. So do grab yourself a cup of tea. We'll be back in 3 minutes with the next show. And thank you so much for your support and joining me with this one.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hello, I'm Kerry from Living in Loveliness and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
While we're having to spend more time at home again, we're here to keep you busy and entertained. Sewing Street will be live every day from 8 AM, bringing you plenty of demonstrations with our experts in dressmaking, quilting, bag making, toy making, needle felting, embroidery and so much more. Our community of fellow sewists on the Sewing Street fans Facebook group are there to chat to you about whatever you're making, sharing photos and advice. Check out the Sewing Street Facebook and Instagram pages for fun competitions and offers.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye bye.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hello, I'm Kerry from Living in Loveliness and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
While we're having to spend more time at home again, we're here to keep you busy and entertained. Sewing Street will be live every day from 8 a.m, bringing you plenty of demonstrations with our experts in dressmaking, quilting, bag making, toy making, needle felting, embroidery, and so much more. Our community of fellow sewists on the Sewing Street fans Facebook group are there to chat to you about whatever you're making, sharing photos and advice. Check out the Sewing Street Facebook and Instagram pages for fun competitions and offers.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye bye.
Hi, welcome back to Sewing Street and my second session of the day. Just in case you're joining me for the first time, as I'm a newbie, my name is Wendy Gardner and I've been in the sewing industry all my working life, which I hate to say is quite a long time. But I've been really privileged because I have worked with some amazing people. And one of those amazing people that I have known probably for nearly 30 years is somebody called Cara Ackerman, who I met again for the first time in many years here this morning. I was just so delighted. It was amazing because I didn't realise when I knew it was Cara, I didn't realise it was the Cara that I've known. So Cara, welcome.
Welcome to you as well.
I know, because you've been here many times, haven't you?
A few times now, yes, a few times. But it's lovely to see you again. It was so nice.
It was so lovely to catch up.
Yes.
I know Cara as an amazing embroiderer. Is that the right kind of word? So, and I think she's going to show some of that today. But before we get to see Cara's demonstration, let's take a look at what we have on this hour show. First thing is this amazing book. I'm just going to step back slightly because I just noticed that overhead shot that you got some of my front in there. You don't need that. This amazing book. Now, we've sold out of this book in the past. This is Gingermelons Embroidered Animals. And they really are cute. There's something I would have said to you, I can take or leave them. But when you see these, you can't leave them. These are absolutely gorgeous. They would just look lovely. You know, as an adult, I would love them on my shelf in my sewing room. This would be fantastic. But they are really, really beautiful and they're beautifully created. I've held the page open because I want to show you this one in particular, because this little shooting star kitty is one of the bundles we've got today. Now, what you have is you have the book. So you buy the book, which has got all these lovely patterns in and all the details on how to do everything to create the specific little animal, all step by step with beautiful clear illustrations. And then we've got bundles, which include the wadding, the fabrics and the embroidery flosses. So they're two separate things. So this is the book. This is a beautiful book. Look at this. And you have got the patterns here, which you can trace off. You've got the how-tos, which I think is really, really beautiful. These little creatures, these little animals, I mean, I think they are, Cara, are they all right for children? They are okay for children?
They are, as long as you stitch everything on really firmly.
Yeah, so
really
as long
firmly.
as you stitch things really firmly, they're fine for children, because little ones would love, can I pick it? I want to pick them up. Little ones would love to hold this, probably by its leg, but you know. But they would love it. It's absolutely beautiful. But actually, I think they really make lovely presents for adults as well. I just think they're so gorgeous. And I think the particularly lovely thing about them is, shall I show them to the camera? Hello, hello. It's the beautiful, beautiful embroidery. Now, Cara's going to show us this, and this is exquisite. And you can do this because it's all detailed in the book. It tells you exactly how to do it all. But look at these beautiful little clothes as well. Aren't they really lovely? Hello. I really like that. I really think so. You've got different ones. So this is one of the packs, and the other pack is the bear. I'm just going to put her down again. Sit down, Kitty. Don't slip. So this is the lovely book which I've just shown you. Let me go to the kits because I really do want to get on to Cara. But I'm going to go to the kits here. I'm going to just pop the book to one side so I can bring this forward. Let me bring this into shot. I'm trying to do it carefully so I don't wobble. You've got this massive bag of wadding, this toy stuffing. It's lovely and it's beautiful stuff. This is really soft, which is what you want. You also have, now let me just slip that off the top there. So this fabric here comes in, how much have we got here? Let's have a look. 1/2 metre. So this is enough to make 3 or 4 dolls. So although it's one kit to make one of the creatures, which is this one, actually you've got enough here to make 3 or 4. So this is a lovely piece again, so it's nice and wide. So it's a nice big piece here, and again it's lovely and soft. It's, what's this one called? It's called Osnaburg. So it's a little up from calico, so sort of a step up from that. It's lovely and soft. It looks like a vanilla ice cream, you know, like a real proper vanilla ice cream with the little black spots that you get in the vanilla. It looks a bit like that, but it makes lovely bodies. So you can see it makes a really lovely body. It's super to sew because it's lovely and soft, but it's also robust enough to use for a body. So that's what you get, 1/2 metre of that. That's in your pack. I'm going to put the wadding to one side. Oh, sorry, the stuff into one side because it's bouncing around here. This is really soft. Plenty in here. When you're stuffing, I'm sure Cara will tell you this, but when you're stuffing, a little bit at a time. Don't try and shove in too much at once. A little bit at a time goes a long way. Let me bring these in. I'm going to move the threads off so we can look at the fabric. Now these have been especially cut and prepared for the bundle, for the kitty. But as you can see, look at this piece here. So you have a fat quarter, and you look at her and you can see she doesn't take up much because she's a little Slim Jim. So you've got plenty to do other things. This little one here is also in the book, and this was one that was done earlier, and I love this one. But you can do this one from this kit using this fabric to make the little dress. And then you've also got the pink, and the pink here again is enough. So all that's used for, look, it's not used for much at all on here, but you've got this lovely big piece which is a fat quarter. So you could, I mean, if you don't have to do it like this. You could make the little dungarees out of this, and the floral could be the accent. That's up to you. You choose. I mean, this is the whole thing. You're making it yourself. You choose. But you've got these 2 big pieces, so you've got plenty to make 3 or 4 of these lovely little creatures. What we've done is we've actually just put it together as if you're making this one, but you choose. You don't have to. You can use these to make any of them. So as well, I'm trying to fold this neatly because I like to be neat, but I'm going to just give up and put this on side. And now we have the embroidery flosses. I love these embroidered flosses. So this one is, I don't know if you can see this because this was quite unusual. I've not seen this one before. This is a really lovely metallic silver. And as usual, these are made up of 6 strands. So you can use them 6 strands together, and it's quite a thick embroidery. So you'd use a chenille needle or something like that, something nice big eye to put through. Or you can use them 2 strands together, 3 strands together, 4 strands together, or I think Cara's going to show us, you can use them 1 strand, just 1 strand. Is that right, Cara?
Yes.
So that is really delicate work. Makes them go a long way too, because it means you've got a lot of thread there in each one. And we have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different strands here. And it's good quality. These are DMC. So DMC are known for their embroidery flosses. You know, it's a bit like Hoover is a vacuum cleaner. DMC is embroidery flosses. And that's how I know Cara, from way back when she was the person for DMC. And we used to work together on magazines and at shows and all sorts, didn't we?
Goodness,
I know,
yes.
it's frightening, isn't it? We were young once, when we were mere boys. We've not changed a bit. But look at these lovely colours here. So again, you've got all these colours, and if we look actually, so this is the bundle that is to make Little Kitty, but as I say, actually, you can make any of these projects in the book. And you can see how they've been used. So you've got black, we've got the gold, we've got the blue. So we don't use much. This will last for loads of different projects. You'll be able to use this again and again and again. And the little silver, we've got little silver, tiny little silver whiskers. Aren't they sweet? And there's a little star or something here as well. And that's just been sewn with this. This is all done by hand. This is hand sewing. This is what you do when you're sitting and relaxing in the garden in the summer, or if you're like me, in front of the TV. I like to do something with my hands. Otherwise, I have a terrible, terrible habit of playing on my iPad whilst watching television. Don't do it. I have to get myself out of it. So I'm now hand sewing or knitting or things whilst I'm watching television now, because I can't just sit. And I don't sit and eat, Hannah, thank you. No, I don't. She just said that in my thing. No, I don't do, actually I don't snack. I ought to be dead skinny because I don't snack. I don't eat fat foods because I can't eat cream and milk and things like that. I should, but somehow, I think it's lack of exercise. I think that's, I wear a Fitbit and I do maybe 1,000 steps a day. And they're supposed to do 10,000. My target's only 5 because I know I'll never get to 10. So yeah, I'm a little bit sedentary. I think that's my issue. But anyway, back to this. You don't want to know about that. So look at all these lovely colours. So you get all of these colours in this pack. You've got 2 fat quarters with beautiful fabric. You've also got I can't remember the name of this again. This is Osnaburg, thank you, Cara. Osnaburg fabric. So you've got everything you need and a huge big bag here of your stuffing. I think I'm going to let Cara start and then I'll come back and talk about the actual kit she's working on. But this is the kit you're working on, so you can help us with this, can't you?
Yes.
Would you like to tell us?
I would. I'd love to tell you.
So she's going to put some graphics up. So.
I'd love to tell you about the one we're doing today, which is Dapper Bear. And it could be a little girl, a little boy. It's absolutely gorgeous. Very, very sweet. Very simple from the point of view that there's only, once you've learnt how to do the body from the book and the head and everything like that, the only difference between all the characters in the book is that they are dressed differently, but they also have different features on their head, and sometimes different ears, and that's the only difference, which is fantastic. So it means that you can interchange between the different characters and everything. So you can make the clothes so that they can be taken off and put back on again. And for a child, that's really nice. When I was younger.
Basically you can make a little wardrobe of clothes, can't you?
Definitely.
And if you bought both of these kits, and we will look at the kits, this other kit that Cara is going to be demonstrating on. This is a jersey fabric, isn't it? That you're making the little outfit. Because this is for the bear. It's a piece of jersey. Now, this is great. If you've never sewn with jersey before, this is a good try. Just you try it. The good thing about jersey is it doesn't fray. brilliant. So you haven't got to worry too much about neatening surfaces. And because it's only little, you said you've only used a universal needle. You haven't worried about a ballpoint needle or
Not
anything.
at all, not at all.
So
and it's beautiful quality, it really is.
Lovely quality to fill. It also comes with the
Osnaburg.
Osnaburg, I'll know it by the end of the show, Osnaburg fabric. And again, we have some embroidery flosses. Not so many, but we've still got the lovely silver, which I love. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 threads this time. Really, really fabulous. And this comes in this kit. As you said, you can actually, if you bought both kits, you can pretty much make all of these in here.
You can. And that's the beauty about this book. It was lovely doing the bunny last time, but I really like the book. I agree. Know, it's just got so many different. If we look at, it's by Shelly Down. Oh, and if you look at the actual inside cover, I'm not sure whether you've shown this, but you have all the different characters there, and they're just so lovely. So you know, once you have learnt, and I'll go through how to make, you know, the body, the arms, the legs, everything like that, and then we'll go through some of the embroidery. But there's the little bunny that we've already done. We're doing the dapper bear there, and then there's the shooting.
Yeah, we've got a photo from somebody's sent us a photo of what they've made. Are we going to? Look at! Isn't that gorgeous?
Oh, isn't that
beautiful? Don't you love it when you see how people have done that? Which one is so
posh?
Oh, this is this one, isn't
it?
This is this one here.
Yeah.
Isn't that gorgeous? Oh my goodness. That's absolutely brilliant. But look, the fabric isn't the same as you've used here. So this just goes to show
you can use
whatever fabric you like.
You can use
remnants of your fabric. Isn't it lovely?
Definitely.
You've done a little bit of machine embroidery along the bottom here, haven't you?
Yes,
isn't that
just
lovely?
Play around with it.
The only thing I'm a little bit concerned about.
I know. I did it as it said in the book.
I think I'd close that up a bit.
And or
make some knickers.
Also, you know, the Dapper Bear's got a little pair of shorts.
Oh, that's
you could
so
actually
cute.
Maybe make a few of those, and those could be the undergarments.
You could.
Maybe with a little bit of elastic.
Even if you're only making one, you can make some of these different garments that they've got. And then you've got that little wardrobe, haven't you? You've got a little wardrobe of clothes.
Yeah.
And they take such a tiny amount of fabric, you can really actually just use remnants that you've got at home. If you don't want to use what you've got here, you can use remnants. I love it, and I think they're all so gorgeous. You could make the whole family, make the family.
I love the way that the book's presented. It's by David and Charles. You know, they do beautiful photography and everything. And they take you through all the different essential items that you'll need, useful hints and tips, and then they'll go through the basic dolls. So what I thought today was, although I've done this before on the previous show, it is quite important to sort of just recap how to make the doll itself.
Absolutely, because obviously there might be people that haven't seen it before. So this is this lovely book we're talking about, which is Gingermelons Embroidered Animals, and this is what Cara's going to be working from today. She's done this before, she said, but this is a fabulous book. It sold out last time. It's selling well now. It's going very well now. So, you know, if you're thinking about something like this, and remember, you're going to hand embroider all these beautiful facial expressions. But let me get back to Cara because I want you to start doing this. I just love it. I'm interested.
What I'm going to do is go through different ways that you can actually transfer the features onto your fabric. So the basic doll has the pattern pieces. Just show you those here. And these are what you're going to use for all the actual characters inside. As I say, the only difference is the detail on the head and different ears and then the clothes that they wear. But for the basic doll, this is the pattern that you will need. I actually transferred mine onto card because I thought I'm going to make more than one of these. So I actually just transferred the different shapes onto card. And if you label the different pieces, you can see where to mark openings, and if you're doing a left and a right leg, you need to make sure that you do a mirror image. Same with the arms, because the arms are slightly different shape, and then there's two pieces of the body and the head. So to transfer, I think there's two ways that I would suggest for transferring the actual head onto the fabric. And one is using a light box.
That's really handy, isn't it? Really useful. But If you don't have one, you can use the window.
You can use the window, but I'm also going to show you how you can do it without either.
Yeah.
You know, especially at this time of the year.
Those light boxes are amazing, aren't they?
Yes, they really are. And, you know, you would just transfer this onto the actual fabric. What you can use is a friction pen. If you use a friction pen, only use the friction pen for the items that you want to disappear. If you want to mark the actual shape of the head itself, then I'd use something like the Sewline pen and just mark the circle there. Because once you iron this, it will disappear.
Yeah, so the friction pen or heat away pens, basically, the whole point of them is that you can mark it and then use an iron to iron it off. Whereas the other, it's a chalk marker. Doesn't matter whether you use a Sewline pen or you've got a chalk marker or a wash away one or a fade away one. Just be aware that fade away ones can fade away before you actually get back to the project, can't they?
And you just have to be sure that you're using the right pen at the right time.
Yeah, so have a few.
Yeah.
In your arsenal, yeah.
Yeah. So as I say, a light box is a really good way of doing it, but I'll show you how you can actually do it without a light box. And if we look on here, you'll notice some lines.
Yeah, I think that's really nice with the pattern. So you've got lots of detail on there that you need to transfer across. So that helps you, doesn't it, decide where everything's got to go.
So when I was younger and was learning to draw, we used to do sort of like a grid, and then you copy a certain shape within that grid. And this is a similar sort of way of doing it. So you would actually take your fabric and you'd place your head on the fabric, not your head, but the animal's head, and then just mark round the edge for the vertical and the horizontal lines. So
this is not only is this a sewing class, this is a drawing class too. This is how to draw. What always amazes me is how low on the head the eyes are.
I know, they
It's
are.
sort of like halfway down, aren't they?
Yeah.
Because we think of them as being sort of, you know, top third of the head, but they're not. They're actually halfway down if you go from the top of your head.
So we just, with the fade away or the friction pen, you just draw the lines onto the Osnaburg. I love Osnaburg for embroidering. It's sort of like a heavier quality calico because it's got the slubs in it, and
but it's got that nice
really,
soft feel
really,
as well, because obviously there are different weights of calico, and I know we sell one. I think we have one later in the show, but calico can be quite crisp, can't it?
Yes.
Depending on which weight you get. So this Osnaburg fabric is lovely. I think it's a lovely soft fabric, which is really nice. I'd be tempted to use that on quilts and things as well, I think. Rather than calico. I think it's a really lovely fabric. But as Cara's doing that, I just wanted to say, so on the pattern here, which you'll see if you get this book, it does actually have on here where to leave it open. Do I need to lean back because I'm leaning all over it? Where to leave an opening. So when you've sewn it together, you then leave an opening, obviously to turn it through because you sew it right sides together. So again, really well marked, and it's got directional arrows here. So this is for your grain line. And this one, looking at that, I'm guessing that means cut on the fold, does it? Or that's just the grain line again.
Just the grain line.
Just the grain line again. So that, you know, I mean, it's only little tiny pieces, but it's a good thing to get into, that you get into following grain lines, because if you do go into bigger projects, bag making, quilt making, particularly dressmaking, it's really important that arrow, that grain line arrow, is parallel to the selvage of the fabric, so that it's on the straight of grain and it doesn't overstretch. How far have we got? Oh, you've got your lines
so
on.
I've put all the lines in, and then what you'll do is from your actual pattern, you'll now draw, and don't worry if you're a bit nervous about drawing it. There's so much Osnaburg there that if you make a mistake or anything, take it to the ironing board, iron it and start again.
Yeah, that's the brilliance of using the, I mean, you've called them friction.
Yeah.
And they're not from, do we sell friction pens? I don't know. But
yes.
Oh, we do. Brilliant. I was going to say,
Yeah.
otherwise you would get them from a stationer's, not a haberdasher's necessarily.
Yeah.
But that's good if we sell them on the sewing street.
So
they are brilliant, aren't they?
So all I'm doing is I'm matching the actual shape. I've done this very thick onto this paper pattern so you can see it. And then all I'm doing is just tracing the design onto the fabric. And this is just the eye. And this gives you a line to actually stitch along. And what she suggests in the book, and I was a bit sort of apprehensive about it because although I love embroidery, she suggests working with just a single strand of stranded cotton. And I thought, oh gosh, you know, I hope I'm going to be neat enough with this. But do you know what? It was really, really nice to work.
Was it?
And again, it's just practice.
Yes.
And it is just sitting down and practicing. Sit in good light, and if you don't have good light or you're a bit apprehensive about it, then I'm going to show you on the magnifier as well what you can do.
Which is good, because unfortunately I have found as I've got older that lights aren't as light as they were and needle eyes aren't as big as they were. Do you find that too?
Yeah, frequently.
So
all I'm doing here is just
transferring that
transferring
design.
the design on. She's got little eyebrows.
Sorry, can I just interrupt?
Yeah.
Because I have to say, half the stock of the book has already gone. So this is a beautiful book. If it's something, this would make a good gift actually. So even if you're not thinking of making this yourself, this could be a good gift for a crafty friend.
Definitely.
Because it's a really beautiful book, isn't it? So do consider this. Half the stock has gone. So it's something, and look at all the lovely designs, all the little garments. They're so cute. Sorry, I interrupted you,
No,
Cara.
that's okay. And then you would I'd take a little bit longer transferring the bee onto this. But again, it's exactly the same technique. But I have got one that I've done earlier, so I will show you that.
Are we
Pop
allowed
that
to
to
say
one
Blue
side.
Peter fashion?
Yes.
Here's one I did earlier.
I love these frames as well. I have one at home that I use constantly. And this is a clamp frame. Just going to...
That clamps onto a table,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
it's got, I don't know if you can see, it's got the space there that should go over most thicknesses of
so you
tables.
you open up the clamp or close it depending on how thick.
As far as you can.
We do have those in stock, but we've only got a limited stock of them. There's there's a seat clamp. We've got a seat clamp box in front there. So do I have to call it what you said? No, I won't then. No. I'm going to call it what it says on the box. That is a seat clamp, and basically you sit on that. Let me grab that while Cara's putting hers on. I've just reached over to grab that, so we keep our distance there. Do I lay it flat? Is it better if I lay it flat? Let me lay that flat. So this is another way. So if you don't have a table in front of you, if you're sitting, as I sometimes do, watch television while I'm sewing, this is really good. So you can basically have that between your legs and you're sitting on it, and then it's in front of you, and you can angle the hoop. Most often people tend to have it like sort of horizontal flat, but you can angle it down if you prefer. So you can actually use this in conjunction with one of the lovely lights that Cara's got there. So this is another product that we have got, that we sell. It's got a bit of a glare on there, so I don't know if you can see. Is that better? Can you see that? That's the hoop, and you sit on this bit. You have that sort of between your legs. Really good. Keeps your hands free so you can work very nicely. So that is, I'm going to just pop that back down again because we're going to go back to Cara. Oh, we're just going to, just back. So that, while Cara's getting ready there, I just want to talk about the bundle so that you know what it is you're getting. So this is the one we're working with, and this is Dapper Bear. So I'm just going to put this out of the way immediately, but this is the wadding, this big bag of wadding. Plenty for 4 or 5 dolls at least. Pop that to one side. You also get the 1/2 metre of the Osnabrück fabric. Did I get it right this time? Osnabrück, nearly getting there. Osnabrück fabric. So I'm one of these people, I have to see it written down before I can get it in my head. Osnabrück fabric, really it's got a lovely feel to it. 1/2 metre of that. And then we have this lovely large piece of jersey. This is really lovely jersey. It's got a lovely feel to it. Now, because it's jersey, It means that it stretches, it won't fray, so you don't have to worry too much about neatening edges. And this is to make the little bear's shorts, I believe he wears, doesn't it? Because we haven't seen him yet, because that's what you're doing. And so you've got plenty. You've got masses to make all sorts. So you could actually start making a lot of these other garments that's in the book, if you buy the book as well, to create a little wardrobe. Lovely piece of fabric, and it feels really nice. It's got a lovely feel to it. And you also get the embroidery flosses. So we've got 6 embroidery flosses here, and they've got 6 strands for each. So if you look at that, there's 6 strands. So you've got masses, particularly if you are sewing with 1 strand. So back to you, Cara. You're ready to sew.
That's okay. We've just had fun trying to sort it out for you so that you can actually see. So I've actually got my clamped embroidery hoop. I've got one of these, which I love, absolutely love, especially in the winter time, is one of the magnifiers that has a light on it. I'm going to put the light on just to show you, but I'm not actually going to stitch with it. But you can see how bright that light is, which is really good. But the magnifier itself on its own is really good. So I'm just going to switch that back. Sorry, Jo.
That magnifier is really good, isn't it?
Oh my goodness. Right, I'm going to just go like that, and that's how it is. So if you know you're quite comfortable and happy stitching like that, or if you want a hand with your stitching,
just bring the
magnifier over.
And as you say, and you can add the light as well if you need.
You can. So I'm just going to pop that there, and as I say, we've got 1 strand of stranded cotton. So you take 1 strand off the stranded cotton at a time and thread your needle. I don't tend to tie a knot, although you can if you want to. And then you're going to start about an inch away from where you want to start stitching. So I'm hoping that you can see that okay. And leave the end on the right side. And then for all of the features, we're actually going to be using stem stitch to do the outline. So stem stitch is a stitch in front, and then your needle goes back a stitch, and then this just adds the outline. And as I say, you can see that it's only a single strand of stranded cotton.
So can you thread that, Cara, with just by eye, or do you need a needle threader to thread it?
With good lighting, and if you've got good glasses, if you wear glasses, you can just do it on its own. Use quite a fine embroidery needle as well. So I know that there are embroidery needles on the website, and then we just...
So embroidery needles tend to have a finer point, don't they?
A finer point and a very fine eye as well. Although it's a long eye, it's not a bulky one, because you don't want to have big stitches, big holes in your fabric when you're stitching.
No.
So you
it's
can
all quite
see we're
delicate.
just doing the, I'm just going to move that slightly. To get this in the right position, I'm afraid I am leaning on the hoop rather than clamping it. So I'm sorry if it moves around a bit, but just to get it in the right position.
Yes, obviously if you were doing this at home, you wouldn't be trying to show it to a camera, would you? So that makes it a lot easier.
Move that slightly. So I'm just doing the outline here, and you'll do the outline of the eyes. And if she's got, on one of them, she had, I think the kitty one, she actually had eyelashes as well, so you can add eyelashes in exactly the same way. So either doing little straight stitches or the stem stitch like this.
I'm just flicking through the book as you're talking there. I just love the clear instructions of all this.
So she's got included in the book all the instructions about doing all the stitches as well.
Yeah, that's really handy, because I know you've just said about doing stem stitch. You know, not everybody would know what stem stitch is, so it's quite handy to know that actually in the book you've got all the stitches, and I'm just finding them in the back here. You've got a stitch this is quite hard to say, stitch guide here. If I bring it forward, it's probably a little bit better. And you know, you've got the sort of lazy daisy straight stitch. You've got all these different stitches. It tells you how to do them. So these are the stitches you need. So this is all in the book. Satin stitch, stem stitch. So stem stitch is a little bit like a running stitch, but it's similar, but it's kind of like overlapped.
It's like on the back, it looks like back stitch.
Yes,
it's just,
yes, that's right.
It's
yeah.
just a fantastic stitch.
It's
for
very pretty.
Overlapping. I'm going to actually just move that slightly so I can whiz round so we can get onto the satin stitch.
I like, and I noticed on the one that you did the other day, I think this is the woven wheel stitch, which
for
is
the
on
flower.
the little bunny.
Yes.
Making that flower.
Yes.
I saw that for the first time the other day on a Zoom class, and it's just fascinating. It's really
wonderful.
Beautiful.
Yeah, really, really nice.
I think the best thing about this, all these stitches, I mean, they look absolutely amazing when they're together and when they're used, as you've got for facial features, but they're all actually quite easy to do.
Yes.
When you know how.
Yes.
It's always the say, isn't it? When you know how. And this book has got all of that detail in here. So it's not just for these dolls. You could find that you find a lot of this information in here would be useful for other projects that you're doing. I recently made a cushion cover with machine stitching, lots of decorative machine stitching, which I'd done to demonstrate a machine. And then in between the rows of machine stitching, I hand stitched lots of different stitches. And I used things like the satin stitch, the stem stitch. I used lots of French knots, like French knots. And it just sort of filled it in. So the whole surface is now completely covered with stitch, hand and machine. It is, I'm really pleased with it actually. And it was just to keep my hands busy. That's what I was doing it for.
Right, I'm going to do it without the magnifier. So I've actually outlined there around the eye, and then what you'll do is you'll do your satin stitch. So you've still got just one strand of the stranded cotton, and you start at the end and you do from the outline just parallel stitches. And you'll bring your needle up as close as you can to the stitch previously, and they'll lie parallel. And this is just so therapeutic when you're sitting doing it.
I was thinking, you know, this was really mindfulness stitching, isn't
Definitely.
it? Definitely. They've got the new buzzword of being mindful and mindfulness. We've all been doing this for years. This is exactly what sewing and crafting is about. It's about relaxing and enjoying and being in the moment with what you're doing. I mean, no matter how stressed I get, if I do some sewing and now knitting, because I've been doing knitting as well, I just find it so relaxing. I really do. So it is mindful. We're already there. We've already done it.
So that's satin stitch. So you'll actually just build your stitch up a stitch at a time. And this is for the eye. And I have, rather than you sit and, although much as I'd love to sit and stitch just for the whole time, I know we're going to start running out of time. So I just wanted to show you having a hoop is really good. Having a magnifier is really good. And then I'll just bring this one over, and this is one I've made earlier.
Oh, look at that. Look at that lovely thing. That is really gorgeous. Let me just put that to one side, because we just have to relook at the book again. Isn't that lovely? I just absolutely love that. So let's just go through this book again. This book has all of this information in that Cara's been talking about, and how to do all of the beautiful designs. And each of these little animals has got a different face. So the main part, you know, the eyes and the nose is pretty much the same, but you've got lots of different decorative detail, which just makes them unique and special. So they do really become like heirloom pieces, don't they?
They are. They
Dare
really
I say
are.
they're wasted on a child? No, of course not. You've got lovely little children. But they'd be fabulous presents for all sorts of people, I think. They're just something that you could sit on your dressing table, as I say, or in my sewing room. I'd have it in the living room as well. I'd have one just sat in the corner, little friend. I think these are really, really cute. And not only do you get the beautiful embroidery stitches, you've got all the patterns for everything as well, all the different clothes. But the thing I think, what I like as well, I'm new to this, and what I like of the fact is the kit that we have. So this is the kit we've got for this one. This is our little bear. There's so much in here. There's so much in this kit. You don't have to make one. You can make quite a few. You can make at least 3 or 4. The piece of fabric, this lovely jersey, And you know, look at this piece. It's a lovely big piece. I'm not even sure what size you'd say that is. Is that 1/2 metre by, I don't know, big, twice as much big. But there's plenty there. I mean, you're just making a little pair of shorts for Bear, but you could use this to make a dress. You could use it to make the whole little jumpsuit here. There's plenty to do all sorts with. So this is in the kit. So you get this is in the Bertie Bear kit. Is it Bertie Bear? What's his name?
Dapper Bear.
Dapper Bear. Of course, it's Dapper. It's going to be Dapper. So that's what you get in the kit there, and you get the Osnaburg fabric, 1/2 metre of that, and you get 6 skeins of beautiful DMC embroidery floss, including this really beautiful silver one, which gives you some little accents, which is really lovely. And of course, don't forget, the kit also includes the big bag of stuffing, toy stuffing, 100% high loft polyester. It's super soft, it's lovely. You can use it for cushions or toys, so it's really good stuff. So back to Cara. Where are we now?
Okay, so I think we need to look at the limbs. If anybody's actually done any Tilda dolls, this is a very similar method for the limbs, and they're lovely and long limbs. And you'll take the pattern pieces, you'll draw round the pattern pieces onto a piece of Osnaburg that's been folded in half, and you'll have your left leg and your right leg, your left arm and your right arm. And what you'll do is you'll actually machine all the way round. On the pattern piece, there is a space for turning, so you'll need to leave a space for turning, and then you'll machine all the way round. What I had done at home was actually use a finer stitch. So I took the stitch length down to about a 2, because they are quite fine. When you turn them through, you don't want the stitches to show. So actually, if you reduce the stitch length, that's really good. So you'll do that for all of your pieces. Then you'll turn them through. And this is what they look like when they're turned through. And I've got one there.
It can be fiddly to turn through,
They can be fiddly. I mean, I've got
quite handy.
Yeah, I did bring a chopstick, but it's in the room. But these are lovely as well. I know we've had these on before. I don't think they've got them on the website, but these are lovely needle grippers, and they're really good for actually turning things through. So if you have got one of those, they're really handy.
Yeah,
really handy. And when you turn them through, you want to have an extra piece of fabric there, because that gets tucked in, and then you'll use a ladder stitch to close once you've stuffed.
The thing with these, as you said, like the Tilda doll ones as well, which I've made, you don't cut the pattern out and then sew it. You sew it and then cut it out, don't you? So you need to leave a seam allowance.
Yes, you leave a seam allowance. Well, when you're cutting it out, you'll cut to the outside line, and I actually cut out with pinking shears around the end, and then you'll allow an extra tab where the opening is.
So you sew on the lines?
So on the lines, and then you cut out
close to
a little bit of a seam allowance. So when you're stuffing, you want to stuff with a little bit of stuffing right to the end of the actual limb, and you want the limb to be quite firm here, but not so firm at the top, because you're going to attach that to the actual doll. And the same with the arms. You don't want to attach it too stiffly.
Don't overstuff.
No, don't overstuff. And then you have your legs here, and you'll see, well, you won't be able to see, but that's very, very firm. And then coming up to the top, which is where you're going to attach it to the body, is not so firm, and that just allows the character to sit.
Yes, because that's what you want to be able to do. You can't see the legs unless I undress her. But actually, I will. I'm going to undress this one because it'll probably be easier. I know she's going to get naked. I just want to show you the limbs done whilst Cara gets her machine sorted. I just love the fact she's got a little shrug. Look at that little shrug. Because I have lots of little shrugs. Isn't that gorgeous? And it's lined. It's a lined little shrug. This is so beautifully stitched. It really is. Anyway, let's undress her, because I want to show the limbs stitched on here. Isn't that lovely? She's got a lockdown tummy. No, it's really beautiful. So you can see what Cara's saying, that if you have it too stuffed up the top, you wouldn't be able to pose her, and she would look beautiful, wouldn't she? Sat on the, with clothes on, I have to say. Sat on the shelf somewhere. That would really look lovely. But that's how you've got them, and then you're going to show us how to attach the limbs, aren't you?
Yes.
These limbs.
Well, I hope so. You may need to pass one of those ones over.
Right, let me pass. Well, I'll pass one of the ones that we've got the bundle for. Shall I take his little dungarees off?
No, that's fine.
Leave
I
it
can
on.
do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we just pass that over?
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's okay. Thank you.
I don't want to actually throw. I can't throw because that's a creature. But so we're trying to keep our distance carefully.
So the body is in 2 parts, and all I've done is I've just machined there, left the gap for turning, machined at the bottom, and then this is the part of the tummy, and then you'll put the right sides together and machine all the way around. I don't think we're going to have time to machine all the way around. If we have, I will do. I can't believe where the time goes. I'm sort of thinking, oh, I've got time to do that, I've got time to do that. So I'm just going to pop a couple of pins in there and match the seams at the top and the bottom.
Yeah, so match top and bottom, and then fiddle to match the middle.
And then go round, and you'll actually machine about between about 1/8 of an inch around the edge. So you'll machine all the way round there and all the way round. And then, as I say, you've got the gap there for turning. When you've done that, you'll actually put some stuffing in the body, and then I'll show you about attaching the head.
So we've got about 5 minutes left only, I'm afraid.
I know, that's okay. I'll show you this.
And then, of course, we'll do a roundup of all the bundles and everything before we move on. But a limited time. I know, it's just so fascinating. I could sit and watch this all day. It's so lovely.
So you'll have your features embroidered on there. I've already pressed this, and when you're pressing, I've just bought it's a clean one, a flannel, a towel of some sort, and you'll press it on the back. Because of the texture of the actual stitching, you don't want to flatten the embroidery, especially on the one with the lovely flower design there.
Oh, definitely.
So you'll press that on the back, and it will get rid of all the friction lines, but leave you with the line for the outside of the head. You'll take another piece of Osnaburg, and you'll put right sides together, try and match the circle there, and you're going to leave a gap at the top and machine all the way around again. Put some stuffing in, and you can manipulate, sort of make the shape of the animal.
So again, just to reiterate, do you stitch that before cutting it out?
Yes, you
so
stitch
it's only the
that.
Body that you cut out before,
Yeah.
because of the shaping.
Yeah, so you stitch that all the way around, leaving the gap, pinking shear it again because it's a curve, and you've got lots of fabric there, and it makes that a lot smoother. So then you'll stuff that and close the top opening, and that's closed with ladder stitch again, as with the other arms and everything. And then you'll have your ears that you'll hand stitch onto the top of your character, and then you'll place the head onto the top of the body, and again you'll ladder stitch round here. So if this is going to be for a child, I would do these stitches and these stitches a lot to make sure that they're nice and
round
firm.
And round, maybe not just the once.
Yeah, so do it a few times. Then you'll cut out your little outfit. So for the little Dapper Bear, you've got pattern pieces for the actual shorts there, and there's all instructions in there how to actually assemble that. So I really just wanted to cover attaching the arms and the legs. So the legs you've shown over there on the character there. For the arms, you actually place the arm at the side of the body and make sure that you've got the shape. So you've not got the arm going backwards like that. It's actually that sort of shape. And then you'll pass a needle through the whole body, and that, if you actually manage to do your stitching in a similar place, it's like having a jointed
character, I noticed that,
which is really nice.
It is lovely because then they can wave.
And then the other thing I just wanted to mention was on this particular one, you've got the cheeks there, and the lips there, and I just used a watercolour pencil. If you haven't got a watercolour pencil, then maybe, you know, something from your makeup bag, you know, some powder or something.
But just the tiniest amount?
Tiny amount on there, and that will actually just give a bit more features and everything. And then the I've put a button on the back here so that these can be taken off and everything. On the Dapper Bear, if you wanted to be able to remove the shorts and dress the dolls and everything, then you could add elastic around the waist as well.
I think, yeah, which would be nice. I mean, even if you are making them as an heirloom piece as opposed to for a child, I still think it's quite nice to have a change of clothes. We all like to change our clothes, so you can change them for spring, summer, autumn, winter. You can change them for Christmas. So you can sort of dress your bear or your Ted, can't you? You can just have... We never grow out of these things. Boys don't grow out of their toys. Why should we grow out of ours? So we can still use them.
The other thing that you can use as well on the Dapper Bear is some felt, and I know we do felt on the website. So for the straps, for the actual shorts and the scarf, if you didn't want to knit or crochet a scarf, you can actually use felt as well. So you can use that to make your scarf.
That's quite a good idea.
Yeah.
Well, you can finger knit. You could finger knit a scarf. I quite like the idea of doing that. Thank you, Cara, for that. That's
I'm
amazing.
sorry I wasn't able to get through everything that I had planned.
You can't do that in an
hopefully
hour.
with the previous show and this show, it will help explain how to actually make the dolls and how beautiful they are.
I think they are, and I think just do remember that if you look at the book again, you will see those stitches that Cara was doing, and all the other stitches that you might need are all in the back, clearly illustrated. And described as well, so it's sort of pictorial with all the descriptions, so they are there. So don't worry if you haven't seen them all, but I mean what Cara has shown us is amazing, and it was, you know, quite quick to get that eye done, but it is just so therapeutic, isn't it? Just to sew and enjoy sewing. So the book, but shall we have a quick recap of the two bundles as well? So we've got this lovely book, which is one product of its own, so that's really lovely, and then we've got the two bundles. I'm going to start with the one I have in front of me, just bring it in to take it back out again. Big bag of high loft polyester stuffing, which is great for cushions or for soft toys, and there's plenty in there. I'd say 3 or 4, but probably a lot more actually. You've got plenty in there to do all sorts. Then we have the Osnaburg fabric. This is a 1/2 metre. So this is a really beautiful fabric. It's got a lovely soft feel, but it's still quite a dense cloth. So it's really good for making bodies and things for toys. But I just love the way it's got that slight slub in it. Looks very like vanilla. Lovely. So that comes in the pack for, in fact, both bundles you get a piece of that. And then in Dapper Bear, we also have this nice large piece of jersey. So this is a jersey fabric, so it's stretchy. As well as making the little shorts for Dapper Bear, you can also, of course, use it to make the dungarees. Gone over there now. The little kitty's got on. You can use it to make a dress. You can make a dress out of jersey. So you can actually use some of this to make all sorts. I'm guessing, is this Dapper Bear on the front here? Because we didn't see him finished.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is a Dapper Bear. You see his little shorts. And as Cara said, he's got a little scarf, little knitted scarf, but you could use the felt as she suggested, some tiny little buttons. So you get the 2 pieces of fabric, and you also get the 6 skeins of yarn. And this one here I've got in the middle. This has got this lovely silver. So this is a lovely accent piece, and just give that little sparkle to things. So 6 skeins of DMC embroidery floss, really brilliant. Quickly on to the other bundle. This is the last one that I can show for this show. This is the last bundle on the show. So again, here we have the whole lot. So I'm going to move the wadding out of the way. So a big bag of wadding. And then again, you have the Osnaburg fabric. But this time, I have 2 fat quarters. A nice patterned one, which Cara has used to make the dungarees or the jumpsuit. And then a plain one. And there's so much here. I mean, this is a fat quarter to make those tiny little clothes. Plenty to make all sorts of other clothes. And then the embroidery flosses. And this time I have 3, 6, 8. And my little favourite silver is in there as well. And again, DMC, really beautiful. So you could get one or both, or all 3 bundles here. So you get the book and the 2 fabric bundles. I mean, really lovely. If you want to make any of these for yourself, that's for me, or for friends, family, or children. It really is lovely. So thank you again, Cara, for coming.
Right.
I think we're right out of time now, and we're ready to go on to our next session in just a few minutes. And that is with Kerry, and that's Living Loveliness. Never seen it before. I'm so excited. So we will see you in a couple of minutes.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw from Sewing Street, and these are my 5 top tips for successful sewing. So, number 1, always use a good quality thread. A good quality thread will keep your seams stronger and also help to prevent lint building up inside your sewing machine. Tip number 2, if your project isn't going quite according to plan, put it down, walk away from it, come back again the next day and you'll probably find that things don't seem half as bad as they did. My tip number 3, never throw away your sewing machine manual, always keep it to hand because you're going to find hints and tips, techniques and troubleshooting in that manual. You'll miss it if you lose it. My tip number 4 is to read your pattern instructions before you even cut out your fabric. Different manufacturers of patterns will give you different instructions, different ways of constructing your garments and different seam allowances. So to have a successful garment, you need to follow the instructions precisely. And then tip number 5 is don't give up. Every professional sewer sewed their first seam. Every professional quilter quilted their first quilt. Every professional quilter sewed their first line of wonky stitches and had to get out the quick unpick. That's no different to you. So I hope you find these useful. We'll see you soon.
While we're having to spend more time at home again, we're here to keep you busy and entertained. Sewing Street will be live every day from 8 a.m, bringing you plenty of demonstrations with our experts in dressmaking, quilting, bag making, toy making, needle felting, embroidery, and so much more. Our community of fellow sewists on the Sewing Street fans Facebook group are there to chat to you about whatever you're making, sharing photos and advice. Check out the Sewing Street Facebook and Instagram pages for fun competitions and offers. Have you heard about Yarn Lane, a TV show dedicated to knitting, crochet and all things yarn, bringing you demonstrations from our expert guests as well as the latest tools. And find out what's coming up on the show by following us on Facebook and Instagram. Subscribe to our email newsletter or visit the programme guide on our website at www.yarnlane.com.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw from Sewing Street, and these are my 5 top tips for successful sewing. So, number 1, always use a good quality thread. A good quality thread will keep your seams stronger and also help to prevent lint building up inside your sewing machine. Tip number 2, if your project isn't going quite according to plan, put it down, walk away from it, come back again the next day and you'll probably find that things don't seem half as bad as they did. My tip number 3, never throw away your sewing machine manual, always keep it to hand because you're going to find hints and tips, techniques and troubleshooting in that manual. You'll miss it if you lose it. My tip number 4 is to read your pattern instructions before you even cut out your fabric. Different manufacturers of patterns will give you different instructions, different ways of constructing your garments and different seam allowances. So to have a successful garment, you need to follow the instructions precisely. And then tip number 5 is don't give up. Every professional sewer sewed their first seam. Every professional quilter quilted their first quilt. Every professional quilter sewed their first line of wonky stitches and had to get out the quick unpick. That's no different to you. So I hope you find these useful. We'll see you soon.
While we're having to spend more time at home again, We're here to keep you busy and entertained. Sewing Street will be live every day from 8 a.m, bringing you plenty of demonstrations with our experts in dressmaking, quilting, bag making, toy making, needle felting, embroidery, and so much more. Our community of fellow sewists on the Sewing Street fans Facebook group are there to chat to you about whatever you're making, sharing photos and advice. Check out the Sewing Street Facebook and Instagram pages for fun competitions and offers. Have you heard about Yarn Lane, a TV show dedicated to knitting, crochet and all things yarn, bringing you demonstrations from our expert guests as well as the latest tools. And find out what's coming up on the show by following us on Facebook and Instagram. Subscribe to our email newsletter or visit the programme guide on our website at www.yarnlane.com.
Hello, I'm Kerry from Living in Loveliness and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw from Sewing Street and these are my 5 top tips for successful sewing. So, number 1, always use a good quality thread. A good quality thread will keep your seams stronger and also help to prevent lint building up inside your sewing machine. Tip number 2, if your project isn't going quite according to plan, put it down, walk away from it, come back again the next day and you'll probably find that things don't seem half as bad as they did. My tip number 3, never throw away your sewing machine manual, always keep it to hand because you're going to find hints and tips, techniques and troubleshooting in that manual. You'll miss it if you lose it. My tip number 4 is to read your pattern instructions before you even cut out your fabric. Different manufacturers of patterns will give you different instructions, different ways of constructing your garments and different seam allowances. So to have a successful garment, you need to follow the instructions precisely. And then tip number 5 is don't give up. Every professional sewer sewed their first seam. Every professional quilter quilted their first quilt. Every professional quilter sewed their first line of wonky stitches and had to get out the quick unpick. That's no different to you. So I hope you find these useful. We'll see you soon.
Hi, welcome back. I'm Wendy Gardner, for those that may be joining us for the first time. Well, not your first time, my first time. I'm sure you've been here before. And we have got the lovely Kerry from Living Loveliness?
Living in Loveliness.
Living in Loveliness. So it's really good to see Kerry here. And I have got so much. We're going to have to kind of like almost rush through this because we have got so much to show you. Before we start though, I must say that all of the kits, so we're going to go through kit by kit. So I'm going to show you it, then Kerry's going to demo it. But everything is available on pre-order on the website now. So you don't have to wait to see it because some are very, very popular and some might sell out before we actually get to demonstrate it. So do be prepared for that. We've even got Christmas baubles and things like that, which she's going to show us later on. But let's crack on with what I've got. Look, I've got some presents in front of me. How's that? So I have got, so this is like code that ends in 142. So this is the first pack that I've got here. This is how it comes. Look at it, it's beautiful, isn't it? But I have managed to open it up. So this is sewing with scraps and it's using Liberty fabrics. Look at this, open up my parcel. And what I've got in here is I have the instructions. Now these instructions are to make They're supposed to say 3 things, but I've got loads of things here. I've got this lovely scissor or rotary cutter keep. This is really good. If you go on any sewing classes or retreats or anything like that, it's really handy to have your scissors safely tucked away. But look at this, I've got three little bags here. These are really cute, aren't they? So little pin cushions or weights. If you're cutting out, you could use these as weights. If you put in, what have you put in these, Kerry?
There's rice in there.
There's rice in them. So rice is great, and it helps with the needles as well, keep them from blunting. But also it gives it weight, which means you can use them as weights. Aren't they lovely? And then this is another little pin cushion. Now these are all quite simple to make. And yes, it's a wrist one. Hold on. Hannah's just told me in my ear. The producers, we are. So you've got a wrist. So you can. No, I've got no pins. Or I've got one. I've got one very bent pin to play with. Actually, this. So you make the elastic to fit you to your size. I've got quite skinny wrists, so it's. I've just been told not to show off because wibbly wobbly wrists. But yeah, obviously you can make that to fit you. That's the beauty, isn't it? You're making your own. So you've got all of this in here, look, and these instructions on how to make are all very clear, colour photography. Just put my head back a bit so you can see without seeing the top of my head. So you can see the instructions to make everything, even attaching the button, everything. And these are in Liberty fabric. So let me move that away. If you look at this piece. And, you know, I mean, we all know Liberty fabrics, don't we? This is really beautiful, such a soft feel, beautiful colours, a really traditional kind of print that you expect to get from Liberties. This is the sort of thing that if you went into the shops and bought something that's been made in a Liberty print, you'd be spending a fortune on it. You can create all of these from this particular bundle, which is $15.99. So that's a real, I mean, that's three. You'd probably pay that just for the one piece, wouldn't you, if you went into a shop selling Liberty. So that's really good. So that's your bundle. This is the first bundle we're talking about. So you've got 2 pieces of lovely fabric here. Are they fat quarters?
They're fat
quarters,
yeah.
Aren't they? So you know what a fat quarter is, just in case anybody doesn't out there. Basically, a metre of fabric is cut into 4. If you cut it straight from selvage to selvage, there'd be strips. If you cut it like a window pane, they're fat. So it's still a 1/4 metre of fabric, basically. And in the pack here, you've got enough fabric to make all of these products.
And you could probably make a few of those extra pattern weights.
You could even make some, so you can use these as pattern weights and you can make extras of these. So you can just use these instead of pins when you're cutting out patterns, so that's lovely. You have got the pattern as well, which I always love. I love the fact that this pattern is full-size pattern.
Yes. Yeah.
So you can cut it out knowing you haven't got to grade it up or anything like that, and every piece is there. It tells you what bit to cut out of what fabric. So you've got, you know, you can cut it out of your fabric and your batting or wadding. So all the pieces are here and it's all clear and easy to follow. I'm going to have to put this away in a minute, realise that. Now I've got it all out to show you. So it's everything you could want to have in the pack to make all of these pieces. So really lovely, fabulous fabrics. So let's, without more ado, sorry. Yes, I have to mention, I've just been told, I forgot to mention, because this is the first time we've done this, isn't it?
These are the first times
this
that
is
we've
the first time. So you can buy the kit like this, and we also have the same kit but in a different colourway, which I am going to show you, but also the pattern can be bought on its own. So if you've already got your fabrics, you can buy just the pattern. Let's do this. So I'm going to open it up again. I just love this. I feel like I've got a little surprise here. I just love the way it's so beautifully packaged as well. This is really lovely. So opening, this is the other colourway we've got. So you've got these lovely sort of springy colours. And also you've got 2 fat quarters. I'm just going to lay them out like that. Again, you've got the actual pattern and you've got the instructions. So in the bundle, which is $15.99, and this is the one which ends in, it was on the tissue and I've lost it, 108. It's the one that ends 108. You've got these sort of lovely, more muted colours. And again, the prints are, they're just Liberty. They just say Liberty, don't they? You don't need to be told, they are. which is really lovely. And you are being told, there it is on the edge of the fabric, on the selvage there. So you get the two pieces of fabric, 2 fat quarters, and the pattern, the full-size pattern in that bundle, which is really lovely. And then just going back again, so I'm taking that out of the way. I've made a right mess of my table here, haven't I?
I'll tidy it up for you.
I'll tidy it up when you start sewing. You can buy just the pattern. So you can buy just the pattern, which, and this is for all of the patterns as well, isn't
They're
it?
all available.
All of the ones
today
we've
as
got here
patterns,
are
yeah.
available. But if you look inside, you can see they've got, not only have you got the pattern pieces, you've got step-by-step instructions with clear colour photographs to help you make it all, which is really brilliant. We are going to demo. So this is all 3 of these kits sewn with scraps.
These are all so the collections that we've got today. We've been concentrating on Fabulously Fast Fat Quarter Fun, which we've got in the next hour, and then this morning we've got sewn with scraps. So this really is a way to use up the remnants maybe that you've got from your fat quarters or in your collections, or if like me you love those beautiful Liberty fabrics. It's a nice way to build your Liberty stash as well.
So it's a good excuse. Even if you've got remnants, as we all do. This is actually a good excuse to buy some Liberty, but it's only a little bit, isn't it?
Yes.
So it's not going to be too expensive, because Liberty prints are beautiful, but they are known for being
and
quite expensive.
And a lot of my kits come with the 4 patterns, but particularly the sewn with scraps. We have had sewn with scraps issue 1 on, which has been really popular over, certainly on the lead up to Christmas, but we thought we'd show you some of the other projects that we've got.
Yeah.
And one of my favourite projects here, I think it's really important that we look after those scissors in our rotary cutter.
Absolutely.
So from this issue, we've got that scissor sleeve there, which is actually big enough to pop your scissors and your rotary cutter, or maybe you want to make 2 and have one for your rotary cutter and your scissors. And as you said, you know, from just these 2 fat quarters, you will need to add extra things like your buttons and elastic, but from these 2 fabrics you will be able to make that scissor sleeve, some beautiful pattern weights, and your pin cushion on your wrist as well. Now that wrist pin cushion was for my wrist, so clearly
Do you need
you can keep.
Unfortunately, this is the problem. You don't need to know my problem, but my problem is I have thin wrists and thin legs, but I have a big tummy. And why can't the weight be
You're
distributed?
not being very kind to yourself, but you have a beautiful dress. We were saying when we were watching in the green room, you have a very beautiful dress.
So don't forget, we've got these kits, and we've got all of the other kits, and you can pre-order the other kits as well. So do have a look on the website. But whilst I tidy up my messy desk, I'm going to go over to Kerry so she can actually show you how to make the scissor keep from this first kit.
There we go. So using those, we've got the one made up there with the first option of the kit, and for the second option, I think this burgundy here is absolutely beautiful. Now you can, of course, and if you have a look in the pattern, use different fabrics for each piece. Because your kit comes with a 2 Liberty, what I've done here is I've just made sure that when we're doing the binding on here, as you know, I quite like binding onto the projects, I'm just going to use a little of that blue on the binding for the pocket and also the exterior binding as well. So nice and easy. If you've got 505 in your collections, then I'd definitely recommend using this, or even a fusible fleece if you wanted to. But with the wrong side of your first piece facing up towards you, and you can't get this wrong because of the shape, we're simply going to place that batting on top, just aligning those raw edges. Easily on top, we'll then pop the second piece on and align those raw edges again. So we're now showcasing on both the back and the front those lovely fabrics. Of course, if you're just going for the pattern, then you could show all those lovely fabrics that perhaps you've got in your remnants and you haven't been too sure what to make with them. So we'll pop that to one side for now, and then we'll start creating the pocket. Again, I've chosen to work with the 2 fabrics here. Again, with that wrong side of the fabric facing up towards you, placing the panel on top. Again, if you've got 505 or using a fusible fleece, I definitely recommend fusing at this stage, because we're going to do some really simple quilting on here, really just to give it that plush feeling. We really want to protect those lovely scissors. And then the second thing we're going to do is to place that next piece. Again, you can't get this wrong because of the shape. I was trying to think of the right word then, because of the shape of the panel. Now, as I'm not using a fusible fleece here, or I'm not using the 505, I'm simply just going to sew around the raw edge there to secure those pieces together. very quickly.
I noticed that, Kerry, you're using the little clips that we had in the first show, and I actually admitted that I don't have them, and I have in the past used bulldog clips, which are not recommended. But they are fantastic, aren't they?
Oh, I
really
just
good
think
when you've got layers.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that it's like many of the collections that we work with, we think we don't need it, but when we have them, we find lots of reasons.
Yes, absolutely. And I was saying earlier that even if you don't think that, you're not into quilting, you don't think you'll use them, actually they're not just for quilting.
No.
I mean, I now would use them for dressmaking as well.
Yes.
Bag making.
Yes, absolutely.
When you're attaching thicker things.
I really like putting binding onto most of my projects, and I find, especially when you're popping your binding onto there, or when you're making your bags and you want to secure those two layers together, they're just so much easier, not just for when you're actually attaching them, but also when you're removing them as you're sewing around your project.
Absolutely. And if you, as we all do, drop it on the floor.
Yes.
Don't we? We always drop How many pins have I dropped on the floor over
Now my question
time?
to you is, do you pick them all up if you drop them on the floor?
Well, I hope to, but sometimes I do find them. I have in the past been told off by my ex-husband now.
Because of the pins.
Yeah, I've been told off when I've dropped a pin on the floor and I haven't seen it. Actually, which is why if I do use pins, I use glass-headed ones.
Yeah.
Because you can find them more easily.
I tend to just follow around on the floor with a little magnetic dish and hope that I pick them all up.
Magnetic pincushion. It's got many uses.
It certainly has.
So whilst Kerry's busy sewing that, let me just quickly show you this pattern again. So I've got it out in front of me. It comes beautifully, beautifully packed. I'm just going to show you. That's how you get it. I mean, isn't that gorgeous? And then you have when you open it up and you see the kit, you don't obviously get the finished product. What you get is the fabric to create your own. 2 pieces, 2 fat quarters. So I've got to say, this is the most popular one of the 2 at the moment. It would be mine because it's the colours. I just love these bright colours.
I absolutely adore lemon.
I really do. So could you choose? You could decide, couldn't you? You've shown it here on this one.
Yeah.
And you've got the pattern fabric as your main. And then you've got the yellow as the binding, but you could actually do it the other way around.
Absolutely.
Nothing stopping you, is there?
And also, I think if you have a little look, I think on the front of the book, I'm hoping that I'm right. I did actually use some remnants, some of my favourite remnants, and as I said, you could use lots of different pieces of fabric in there. I'm saying that, and I can see that I've used the same fabric. I've obviously intended on doing that.
This one does look different. This looks different, yeah. So I think absolutely. I mean, we're selling this as a bundle, as a kit. So that you can use these particular fabrics because they're Liberty. I mean, they are. Everybody's got to have Liberty in their kit, haven't they? But you can, but you could say it again. Yeah. You can buy the pattern on its own, or if you buy this bundle and then you want to resell it, you've made them, you love them, your friends love them, they've seen what you've made and say, oh, I really like that. You can make it again because you've still got the pattern. Yeah. So it's really good. So you've got the beautiful fabrics for your personal one, and then you can make it again in your remnants.
For you.
So where are we at to now, Kerry? What bit now?
So what we've done here is I've just secured those fabrics into place to prevent the movement on there. And all we're going to do, and again, this is personal preference. I really like adding just a little bit of quilting to each of the projects. You could leave it at this stage and keep it really simple and attach your binding on the pocket and around the outer edge. But just to show you very quickly on mine, and this is detailed in the pattern, we're simply going to do some really nice, easy straight line quilting. So to keep this easy, all we're going to do is to place the ruler, so align that 1 inch mark on the raw edge at the top of your pocket. Just using a marking tool. Just make sure that you can see your pen mark on there, or certainly your chalk mark. I'm working just here with a white pencil. And I'm simply now just moving the ruler along the panel and just drawing a line every inch across there, just to give me a guideline. Each time aligning that inch mark on that last line that I've created. And really, for speed and ease for today's tutorial, I'm only going to quilt the front part of the pocket.
Sorry, Kerry, have you ever used a quilter's guide?
Me?
Yeah.
I haven't on this particular project, no.
Okay. Can I just suggest something?
Yes, please do.
Most machines come with a quilter's guide, which is a metal rod with like a sort of bend in it.
On this, does it come on
I
this
don't
machine?
know.
Oh, okay.
But if not, you probably get it with a walking foot. But if you have one with your machine, great. If not, you can get them. But you put them into the back of the foot holder. There's a little hole. We put it into the back, and you use that guide to do your perfectly parallel rows.
There you go.
You don't have to draw them on the fabric at all. And I'll say most machines will have it, and people look at it and think, don't know what to do with this, and
I'm
leave
going to have
it.
to have a little
So it's a
look now.
quilter's guide. If you don't have it in your machine and you buy a walking foot, you should get one with a walking foot. So make sure
There's definitely
you do.
one on your walking foot, isn't there? If you've got the walking
not
foot.
always. Some walking feet will just be sold as the walking foot. So do make sure you get one that's got the quilter's guide. It's so useful to do parallel rows really quickly.
Really?
You just follow the guide, so you sort of move, the guide goes in and out. You can move it so that it's the distance you want your rows to be apart, and that's what you watch.
Well,
So
we've
it's
got
really
some
fabulous.
nice easy quilting in the next hour. We'll have a little look, see if we can find
See if
it
we
and
can
show
find
it.
one, yeah. But what you're doing there, I don't know if we can see this one, Jo. So
So
what
all I'm
Kerry's
doing-
doing is she's doing this beautiful stitching of quilting, but you don't have to, as you say.
I think
do
I've
you?
done red on there.
You've
so
done red on
yeah,
here,
and on this
yes.
one I'm using a cream. So all I'm doing each time, you should be able to see those. Yeah.
Can you see these lines here? It just gives it, I think it just gives it a bit more of a professional looking
Absolutely.
finish, doesn't it?
So all I'm doing on here is just aligning the centre of the machine foot, and you can use your walking foot on here as well if you want to, and just aligning that pen mark that I've created, or that fabric mark that I've created, and sewing across each time. Now, to stop me from moving the fabric and cutting away each of the ends of the thread, when I arrive at the raw edge, I'm simply raising that presser foot, teasing a little thread out, and then coming across to the next section on there, and then sewing across.
So that's actually conserving thread and a bit of time, isn't it, really?
Yeah, it keeps this a nice, easy, speedy project, but
Yeah.
again, just not wasting any of that thread. And this is a nice opportunity as well to use those beautiful threads that you've got in your collection, or if you wanted to, you could use those lovely decorative stitches on your machine as well. So I've done that there just on the front of the panel, just to give that some really nice quilting. And then the next thing we're going to do is to just bind that raw edge. All I've done here, using that binding strip with the wrong side of the fabric facing up towards me, folding that in half along the longest raw edge, and then I'm simply going to, saw a little bead move in the corner of my eye there. I thought it was something else. Just going to pin that into position while we sew that binding into place.
So this is a really lovely quick make, and is something, as you've said, that you know, if you ever go to class, actually, do you know, to be honest, even if you're just keeping your scissors in your workbox,
If you're
it's a
hiding
good
them from
idea.
people as well.
Oh, definitely.
I've got
Do you know, I've
children who think that it's okay to cut their schoolwork and paper.
I've got a worse story than that. If you're watching, Mel, I mean you. So I've got a very good friend whose daughter wanted to get into sewing, so I bought her a sewing basket, dressmaking shears, and a few bits and bobs to go into it. When I went to see her and we went to do a project together, the scissors were missing. And I said, what's that? She was trying to cut with paper scissors, fab. And I said, where were those lovely dressmaking shears? Oh, Mum used them to cut the bacon. And she dropped them down the side
My
of the
husband
cooker.
used them to cut the bacon.
Cut the bacon?
Yeah.
No.
And when we had the conversation, he said, well, you asked for the fat to be cut off. You were supposed to be being healthy. I was like, oh, well.
So have different scissors.
Have different scissors, hide them away so nobody can find them. And then they know not to touch your Liberty. So anything Liberty, they know not to touch.
Yes, exactly.
So we've popped that binding on, nice and easy. You can press this if you want to. Just push that binding away from you as we fold this over onto the back now. Naturally, we're going to distribute that binding equally along the back and the front of the project. Just clip those into place to secure that. And then popping this back on the machine. You can do a stitch in the ditch here, but I quite like doing a little zigzag to make sure that I've caught the binding on both the back and the front of each side.
I agree that doing a decorative stitch makes it much easier because you haven't got to worry. If you do stitch in the ditch, just to explain that for those that maybe don't know, basically you're stitching a straight line in the seam before, catching the underneath at the same time. So it can be a little bit more tricky, and this is a nicer way. You've got a pretty finish, and you've definitely caught the back as well.
You've definitely
so it
caught
makes
the
sense,
back,
doesn't it?
Why I particularly like it So I haven't got to worry about it being absolutely accurate.
Absolutely.
So we can keep that nice and speedy. Now your strip for your binding is oversized, so just align your scissors at the side of that raw edge there to give yourself a nice finish. Now we will put a little button onto here, which I'm sure you can see, that nice bright yellow button on the demo there, and a little elastic to finish this off. But because we've got lots of things to get through, we'll leave that at this stage, so you can see there that this will fit those lovely large scissors inside and cover over with your button to protect those scissors or your rotary cutter in that project as well.
And then you cut the strips to do the binding around the outside on the bias so that they go around
Yes,
the corners.
yes,
well.
and in the pattern they're slightly smaller as well, so if you are using up your remnants in here, then obviously we've got the yellow fabric. But if you're using up your remnants, then you can patch that up as well together.
Lovely, that's really good. But we want to move on to our next bundle. So we've got more sewing with scraps. I'm just going to pop those out of the way, and I'm going to bring these two in. So again, I've got two lovely, beautifully packaged. I just love the way they're beautifully packaged. If I look on the back, this one is, so Sew with Scraps issue 3, and it ends in, I think that says 194. Yes, 194 and 195. So this is 194, ooh, which is exciting because I don't know what's inside this. So we make different things as the other pack, and each time there's always 3 different things that you can make.
There's
with
always
these.
3 different things
Always
in the
3.
Sewn with Scraps.
Oh look, so I've opened it sort of almost upside down, so everything's here. Look at this. So again, Liberty print. Liberty print again. I almost didn't need to look to know that. It's so beautiful. Such a lovely feel to it. Isn't that lovely?
As well,
Look at that, really pretty. I'm not going to try and tell you what flower that is. It's a really pretty little floral design.
It's a yellow and blue one.
Hannah's letting me down. You let me down, Hannah. You should know. And look at this. This is beautiful. So have you chosen the coordinations here? Because this goes so well. Doesn't that look lovely? So this is like an all-over print. But actually, again, with this one, the flowers are sort of different ways. You haven't got to worry too much which way's up and which way's down. But you can see the quality. Joe says he never does worry.
Goes really easy going, isn't it?
If you look at these, so you've got the 2 fat quarters again, 2 Liberty print fat quarters, and you also have the pattern. So this one is called So Handy. And I'm going. Do you want to?
Yeah.
While I get the next pattern out, why don't you have a look through these? I'm just going to try to reach without touching, if you know what I mean.
There we go.
All this social distancing.
So in this particular pattern, these are great little accessories for your handbag. So especially at this time of year and with everything.
Oh, this is such a really good gift. You could put these in the Christmas stocking, or I make my own Christmas crackers. So the little tag one would fit
that's
nicely
a great
into a Christmas
idea.
cracker.
Yeah, that's a lovely idea actually. So you can hide away your tissue. That's super important to us all at the moment, isn't it? So we've got your little tissue holder there.
Yeah, I love that. That's really gorgeous.
And then you've got your little pack of tissues in here. Again, you can see you're just using small pieces of fabrics. They will look great in the Liberty fabrics, but these were made in just some of my favourite remnants. Actually, some of the teals and pinks here. So again, just small pieces of fabric. You've got your tissue holder there. And then I was finding that whenever I go and do the shopping, I'd either forgotten my trolley coin or forgotten a pound coin and was rummaging around at the bottom of the handbag. So this little project here is just your little key fob, and then you've got a tiny little pocket in here using your snap fasteners there, so you can secure that pound or your trolley coin in there. And then you've got your little D-ring on the top there, so you can attach this to either your house keys, your car keys, or even on the inside of your handbag, so you always know where your pound coin is and you're not rummaging at the bottom of your bag. And then the larger project in here, so I tend to, in the Sewn with Scraps, 2 little projects and then one that's got a few extra steps in here. We've got this little Cara case here. So you've got a section in here. Now I always tend to find ways to use it to keep my sewing collections in there. Your pockets are the perfect size to pop your threads in there. So if you like sewing on the go, I do a lot of hand sewing to keep me distracted when I'm a passenger. You've got those 2 lovely pockets on the inside. You can see here from the pattern that I've just used small pieces of fabric from my remnants collection, and then you've got this little pocket here as well. It initially was designed for your lipstick and your mirror.
You could put your lipstick, your mirror and your credit card in there, minimise what you take in a handbag, so you could just have a little clutch bag. Hannah's just said, what about contact lenses?
Yes.
You could put your contact lens. I mean, you can use you could use it for all sorts.
Absolutely. So they were this issue was designed for collections, just to keep at the bottom of your handbag, to secure everything into place, whether it's your contact lenses, your mirror. For me, it'd always be my sewing collection. And then we've just got a little fastening on the front of there to secure everything inside. Excuse me.
So I'm looking at the blue option. So you've made it in your remnants. This is the first one, which, if I remember, it was 194. So this is the 2 fat quarters you get, and the pattern with the full-size pattern pieces here. You obviously need to add any wadding or elastics or buttons and things, but you've got the main components. Let me show you the other colourway. Oh, I've got to get it underneath. Here it is. Lots of rustling. This is so lovely. I just love the way it's so beautiful. I don't want to open it, but I do. Because
Open
it's
it
so
up, let's see what's inside.
beautifully wrapped. I love that idea. Because again, it makes a good gift in itself. So not just
And
making
it's already
them.
wrapped for you.
Yeah, you could actually give this as a gift. Look at this. Oh, I love this one too, which is my favourite. That's hard to say. So again, you've got a really lovely, this is beautiful, really lovely piece. What a print on there.
I thought that particular print would be great on the case because you've got quite a lot of area to cover to really show that fabric.
It would really show it on or the tissue holder as well,
Yes.
because that would be really beautiful, wouldn't it? It looks like tiles.
Yeah.
It's like tiling, isn't it? And then the coordinating fabric here, again, is an all-over print, and it's got that lovely soft feel. And don't forget the kit, or the bundle. Do we call it bundles or kits? It comes with the pattern. So this is a kit with pattern, 2 fat quarters of fabric, and the full size pattern pieces. Really beautiful. And this one is number 195. That nearly confused me because I was looking at the wrong tissue then. So this is 195. So if you prefer this colourway, which is sort of really lovely and muted, then this is 195, and the colourway beneath is 194. But don't forget pattern on its own as well. So you can get the pattern on its own. So if you've already got your fabric, or if you want to just make this and not worry about getting Liberty, then this is what you can also do. And this is quite useful, isn't it? Because sometimes we sell out of the kits, but then the patterns can still be available.
Yes. So on lots of the first time that we've bought the patterns for Sewn with Scraps, we have ended up where all of the kits have sold out. So and also we all have lots of beautiful fabrics in our remnants, and we want ideas and ways to use them.
And as it is Sewing with Scraps, this makes a perfect little project on its own. So you can just get the pattern on its own. So this is the So Handy pack here, so it's really, really lovely. We haven't got a demo for this one because we're just running out of time, and we'll run out of time. So I'm going to move on to the next one. So I'm just going to crackle this all up out of the way, because I love this next one too. I can't say which is my favourite, to be honest with you, because I'm actually loving all of them. But again, I've got 2 brilliant parcels. And I have got the samples as well, so I can show you them. So I have got, let me look at this one first, or are they in number order? Not particularly. 178. So this is issue 4, 178. So again, let me open it up to see what we've got inside. So I've actually opened the bundle for the samples as well, so that
was really well planned.
That was well. Yeah, I'd like to say that, but you know. So again, Liberty print fabrics, fat quarters. So you can see these beautiful designs. Now you've done something sneaky. So you've got 2 really lovely Liberty prints again. You have the pattern again. So this is in the one that was, let me just remind myself, 178, brilliant, that's 178. So you get the 2 fat quarters, and also, of course, you're getting the print. And you can see where you've actually made this in different fabrics, because again, you've used your remnants. Let's see what you can make. Okay, number 1. Isn't this easy? You don't make the mug. Hannah said you don't make the mug. I don't want to sell you something.
We're not that good, we can't make mugs. Well, I can't,
but what you do is you make the mug hug. So you make the mug hug, and it's really simple. It's just strips, it's really simple. But so in the pattern, do you say to finish it off with the decorative
Yes,
stitches, or you've
yeah,
just done that?
yeah.
It just makes it that little bit
I
special.
always finish my stitches
And
with
it's
with a
quite good because
zigzag.
this will fit sort of any size mug, and it's finished with a loop of elastic and a button. So the button, I'm just going to put the button there, and the button goes there. This is one we haven't quite finished. But that's so very easy to make it fit any mug. Love that. That's useful.
Elliot's asked for that. He said he wants a floral mug rug. He said, when we finish the show, can I keep that one?
You have to put the button on
You
it
like
in
that
case, won't
particularly,
you?
You'll have to put the button on, yes.
So this one here, it's like a cereal bowl.
Yeah, so this is your bowl cosy. Great, because obviously we've got those winter months if you have it. We seem to be having lots of soup at the moment.
Oh, definitely. Now, I've heard of a soup maker, which I'd never heard of before, and apparently they're brilliant.
Oh, I bought my husband one and he
I
loves
forgot to
it.
say I wanted one for Christmas.
You
Boys,
forgot.
if you're watching.
So if Santa's watching, you'll get one. Vicky
this
was
is-
saying she
so
got
this is-
oranges for Christmas. Which is not, I don't know whether
Oranges?
that's oranges for Christmas.
Oh, you
yeah.
used to?
Yeah.
Traditionally, I mean, if my boys are watching, they're going to know. They always get an orange for Christmas, that's all I'm going to say.
Soup maker sounds
They
great.
usually give it straight back to me, to be honest. But, they get one. So this is really good. This is just like, it's very simple, isn't it, with little
Yeah.
pleats to make it shape
Nice
around the
and
bowl.
easy. Nice,
So
nice
just
projects.
keep your bowl of soup warm. You can carry it around and put it and sit there and eat really comfortably. So that's really sweet. And then the other thing we have here in this pack is this little placemat. But I'm saying, this is why I said you've been a bit sneaky here. You've put a little bit from one of your other ones, haven't
I
you?
really love the lemon. And
Isn't that sweet? So it's just got like a little contrast, like a little ladder there, which is lovely. Just brings it up. And again, you've got some nice stitching here.
And they
Just
really
to hold it all together.
Just to hold it together and just to keep those nice and decorative as well. If you have a look on the back, there's some of the yellow as well. I really like
Oh,
that.
yes,
Well, it's
look.
that beautiful lemon,
But
isn't it?
because you had so much in that other pack.
Yeah.
This is a good reason to buy both, or three, isn't it? All three. Let's look at the other colourway. Let's get excited. So that's that colourway, remember. This one is 192. So this is issue 4, 192. And if I open that up, no, this is mine.
That's your favourite.
This is mine. So again, we have the pattern with the full-size pattern pieces, but look at these fabrics.
So these are Riley Blake.
Ah, now these are Riley Blake fabrics, I guess. So Riley Blake is another really good fabric brand. In fact, they were coming to the Festival of Quilts this year for the first time, and then
really?
obviously couldn't.
Oh, I really love Riley
But they
Blake.
are really beautiful. Again, it's just that lovely soft cotton.
Yeah.
It's
And these
really
are great,
lovely.
really. I mean, we've done
Look at
lots
these
and lots
prints.
of Christmas projects. So if we're starting to think about, new collections for our home come January, and we're getting ready for those now, this is just so vibrant.
Yes,
and fun.
it is. It's really beautiful. As we were saying earlier, actually, when you take the Christmas decks down and everything suddenly seems very dull and boring.
You seem to have lots of space.
Yes.
You feel like you need to buy a new unit
Yeah, but it's certainly the
to
time
hide your stash of fabric in.
It's certainly time to refresh your living quarters with some new cushion covers
Yes,
and
definitely.
things like that. But these are really lovely.
Your
Little,
living
nice little
quarters.
pieces. You can make so many projects. So the code of this one, make sure I'm getting the right code because I've got all these tissue pieces in front of me. I think it was 192. Yes, it is. It's 192 from issue 4. So this is 192. To remember which one this is, definitely. I love this. And again, looking at the print on here, I always look at how you can use it as well. And you can actually use these as applique.
Yes.
Because they've got such bold designs. You could easily
They
cut
would
them out
look
in
great
applique.
appliqued onto the bottom, or even on the side of your
Yeah.
bowl cosy.
Yeah,
on
exactly.
the side of
Or-
Elliot's mug, maybe.
If we're mixing up the other pieces, I'm just going to move this one so we don't confuse the issue. Let me just pop that one over there. Whoop. And I want to bring this is the one, isn't it? So this is the projects that we're doing. But I'll keep those to one side. But this is the second bundle. This is the fabric you get. Now we don't have an image on the website showing this. But just remember, this is 192 if you want these Riley Blake, not very good at ours, Riley Blake fabrics, which again are like Liberty's, beautiful, beautiful fabrics with these incredibly bold designs. And you get the pattern, which has got the full-size pattern pieces. And then, of course, pop that to one side and you can get the pattern on its own. But you do have a very quick demo for this one,
Just for
don't you?
the,
Shall we
just
have a
for the
quick
bowl
look?
cozy, nice fast demo to show you here. So all I've done, your templates in your pattern, your batting or your fusible wadding, whichever you prefer to work with, is a little smaller just to reduce the bulk on the corners there. And then it doesn't really matter because you're showcasing both of the fabrics in this particular project, but I always tend to work with my favourite of the collection on the outer part of the project. So nice and easy, all we're going to do, again, a great opportunity to use those. If you had those floral stitches on your machine, this would be a great way to use those. And we're simply going to put an X across the points on both of those squares. So just resting this onto the sewing machine. You can, of course, if you want to, use a fabric marker to mark up that, but it's nice and easy, this particular project. So we're still on that zigzag stitch. Again, you could use a nice contrasting thread so you can make this stitching stand out. And certainly if you're going to use a nice floral stitch, I would always say use a nice bold thread. I've got a zigzag on.
Oh, you got a
this one,
zigzag?
yeah.
Because if you were top stitching with a straight stitch, I would actually increase the stitch length to
Yeah.
about a 3 when you're working on a wadding.
Yeah,
It just makes it sit on the top better.
I tend to increase it to a 5. 1, because it travels faster, but 2, it just gives it that extra plush
Yeah.
feeling.
And it looks like you're using sort of embroidery thread as well.
Yeah.
Get a little bit of a gloss to the top.
To be honest, I would normally use the darker threads to make this stand proud. But yeah, this is a nice, this is a cream thread that I'm using on here. So we're going to lose the stitches in this project actually.
So that, I mean, I think that's another thing though. If you're confident with sewing your straight rows and everything, then yes, use a contrast thread.
Yeah.
Use something that's going to stand out and add to the design. But if you're a little bit more wary about it, worried you won't get straight lines, then use a thread that does blend. So it's doing
Yeah.
the job of quilting the layers, but you don't have to worry about it being too visual.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we've all got lots of lovely threads in our collections, and certainly with the machines now, there's lots of lovely stitches. It's just a nice way to use those.
Absolutely. So many times people sort of say to me, but when will I ever use those stitches? Oh, please do. Do use them. I mean, you can make such lovely, lovely things
I
just
haven't
by
really
using all the
progressed from a
stitches.
zigzag still.
Oh, no, I use, there's one on most machines which I really love, and I call it the flower stitch.
Yeah.
And that's really good. Herringbone stitch, shell stitch, these are all
Yeah.
beautiful stitches. And particularly, as you say, if you've got some of these lovely decorative threads, they've just enhanced a project.
I think as well, if you're doing something like this, if you really wanted to play and become confident with your machine, you could alternate your stitches as you travel across there and put lots of different threads on there. couldn't you, and play
I
with those.
would suggest that you test out your stitches on a scrap before you go straight into
Yeah.
doing it on your project, particularly if you're halfway through a project, just in case you don't like it
Yeah.
after all.
And there are some like that, aren't there? There are some that we either don't like or...
Yeah, you look at it and you think, actually, that's a bit fussy. It's not,
Yeah.
it doesn't work
Or
with the
takes too
fabric,
long.
or it takes too long. Yes, that's the downside of using decorative stitches. The thing is to guide the fabric gently, because if you push and pull it, you can
yeah.
distort it easily. And obviously, a lot of decorative stitches go sideways, back and front, and
Yeah.
so yes, they do take longer, but they're worth it.
That's why I tend to stick with a zigzag. It moves quite quickly. But if I'm making a gift for somebody, then, you know, I try and feature a stitch on there that either complements the project or even their personality as well. We did some little while ago with little bicycles on there, which was very cute. So to create the sides of these, what we're going to do is to just fold this in half, and we're mirroring this on both pieces of fabric, just using your ruler and a marking tool again. And then we're going to measure. Let's just bring this here. In fact, I can use the map rather than the ruler. So from the folded edge, we're simply marking 1 inch in, and from the top raw edge, we're going to mark 1 inch down. Again, just using that ruler to just draw that guideline on there. Just having a little look. I can see my fabric pen under here. That's not.
That's probably
see that
not.
one
You
so
can't
much.
see that at all on that one. I mean,
Not on
is-
this
we were
particular
saying, I was saying,
fabric.
Cara and I were saying earlier, it's a good idea to have a choice of fabric pens to mark with, because you'll find that one pen won't suit all fabrics.
I tend to work with a lot of blue fabrics as well, so
Do
it
you?
is, yeah, it is worth having the options on there. So again, just 2 inches, and we'll repeat that on each side. I'm not going to draw the marks, and I'm just simply going to sew across point to point. You can draw them if you want to. And just return your stitch back to a straight stitch for this part, and start with and make sure you start and finish with that reverse stitch.
Yeah, just to anchor it all in.
That's it. And then on the opposite side as well. And the projects from Sewn with Scraps are really nice, easy scrapbuster projects, but fast projects as well.
Yeah, I think that's important, particularly if you, I mean, you could, if you're, in a sewing group or something like that, you could make for charities as a group.
Yeah.
Or, if you want to give Christmas gifts to your sewing pals, you could make a load. And it's good if they're quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because obviously, time is precious at this time of year. Although we have more time on our hands than usual. But
I don't know whether that's happened to me. I'm waiting for that to kick in, to be honest. I've never been so busy, but it's all good because it's all sewing and wrapping. It's all very good. So just on these corners, what we're going to do is to just trim. So to the side closest to your folded edge, just trim at the side.
just leaving a quarter inch seam?
Just leave a quarter of an inch on each side. That's it. And then as we open this up, you can see that bowl shape.
You can see how the shape's coming, yes.
I mean, these
That's
would be
this one.
great in these particular fabrics. They don't have to be for your soups and your cereal. These would just look nice, with your collections in. Chuck your keys in, maybe.
Yeah.
A nice little key bowl.
If you choose, they absolutely would make a nice key bowl. And you can choose a sort of wadding that's got a little bit more body to it if you
Yes.
wanted to make that as a bowl in itself. So definitely, that's really lovely. I like the idea of it being a key bowl or something, actually. I think that would be nice.
Nice
yeah.
little key bowl.
Yes, and of course you could actually, if you wanted to, make it slightly smaller or slightly bigger.
Yeah, absolutely. They're
You've got
just
the pattern, you've got the idea.
and all you're doing, as long as they're squares, is reducing or increasing that size. And it's a nice little project to make. And also, if you're encouraging children to make these are nice projects, I think.
It's nice things for them to make, yes.
Yeah, nice, easy projects.
This is lovely. So you can get this as a kit on its own. You can get it as a kit with the fabrics. Notice I've got all 3 of my pieces here in front of me. Or you can buy just the pattern. So this is the one we're working on now, and now I've messed my tissues up. I'm not sure which one I've got here, but we've got this. So we've got the 3 things you can make here. We've got the little placemat, we've got the bowl cozy, which is the one that Kerry's doing at the moment, and we've got the mug hug. It's really lovely. The fabric that you get for this particular pack is just the 2 pieces. So this yellow, because you get plenty to do all of these projects, in fact, you can actually use some of your other fabrics. So on this instance, you've added a bit of yellow. This is another bit of Liberty into both this and into the placemat. Or you can get just the pattern. Is this a time to bring in this one? Can I bring in this one? Because I'm not allowed to yet. Hold on, I'm not allowed to bring that in yet. But I will in a bit. Now,
You're getting excited.
You've got to stay and watch, because what am I talking about? Let me show you my favourite fabric way. Although I love Liberty, I just love bold colours. So this is still this same project that we're working on now, but this is your second fabric choice. So this is the fabric that you get with the pattern in your kit. And do I need to know the number? I don't need to know the number, but just remember, this one isn't shown on the website, but it is available in this beautiful fabric. So do remember this one. You can see that. So those are the 2 fabrics that you get into this bundle with the pattern, with the full-size pattern sheet. So this is the Riley Blake one. It's beautiful. It's a very similar quality fabric, isn't it? It's got that same softness, but body to it, which is really nice.
I really like the Riley Blake because, as you say, they are bold. They're larger prints of flowers, aren't they? And they're bold colours as well. So I can never decide. So we always have both options.
Yes, I think that's always a good idea because everybody's different. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm always bold colours. My sister Cam would be always muted.
Be muted, yeah.
So,
My sister's called Karen as well.
oh, is she?
And she'd always go for just black. She just likes black and grey, so she's
Oh,
really
yes.
easy to make.
Well,
for.
I have two sisters. One's like me, bold. The other one's muted.
So all I'm doing here on this bowl cosy is I've just placed both fabrics pattern facing, aligning those seam edges that we made a little earlier when popping those corners into place, and sewing around each of those raw edges there. Making sure we leave a nice, I've left a 2.5 inch turning gap. And I'll show you in just a moment, but I'd always recommend leaving the turning gap away from that seam, so we're not putting any pressure onto those seams there. So I've pinned these together, and just on each of those corners to get a nice point. And what I've seen people do with these, which I think is great, is use pom-pom trims on here or bells on here.
Oh, yes.
I think bells is a really nice idea, especially if you're making these in Christmas fabrics.
Oh, goodness, yes. Wouldn't that be lovely?
Yeah, with some little bells on there.
Again, a great gift.
You'll know then if the children are eating from the sweetie basket, won't you? There's a great giveaway there when you hear the bells ringing. That's what I use mine for. And then when I ask who's eating them, nobody ever has.
So, obviously, it's all washable.
All washable, yeah. So
If you're going to use this for bowls, you might get spillage, so you need to be able to wash
definitely
it.
get spillage, definitely. So just popping that through that little turning gap there, and teasing your fabrics through that hole. I think I've definitely left that a little shorter than 2.5 inches.
I had this the other day. I was making round baubles, and you had to do 3, and my turning gap got smaller and smaller each time because it's the hand stitching after, isn't it?
Yeah, there's always that thing, isn't there? Do I make it smaller so I don't have to do much hand stitching?
But I think what time you might save in hand stitching, you've lost in the turning
I've lost in
through.
turning this out. I normally leave my turning gap quite big. I've got distracted by the pretty fabrics.
I know, and you just sort of.
There we go, we're through.
Yeah. And
Little
that's
hand
always so
stitching to do
exciting
on
when
this
when it's
particular
gone
project.
through, isn't it?
Oh, it is
And
really
you
pretty.
see it all coming together properly.
And although that we've put that batting into there on one side, of course these are reversible as long as you do that little turning gap and you hand sew this. And all that's left to do to complete this project is to give it a little press and then to top stitch around the edge. But you've got a nice big bowl there ready for your large bowl of soup or sweets. And of course, as Wendy said, you can reduce or increase the sizes of these squares as well. And then you've got that lovely fabric to showcase on the back of there as well.
Well, both fabrics are beautiful, as you say. You can decide which one's inside, which one's outside.
Absolutely.
It's all your choice, isn't it?
There we go. Are you allowed to show now?
I think I'm allowed. I'm allowed to say that. So this is we're showing this because it's pattern only. This one doesn't come with fabric this time because it has been sewn before. This is Sewing with Scraps issue 1. It's been so popular. Can you see these on my side here? Yes. These are the things we have got in this pack. So again, 3 projects. So these are actually quite big projects in comparison, aren't they?
They are.
Any fabric you like. You can see here that Kerry's done these in Christmas fabric, quite subtle Christmas fabric. So honestly, don't they make wonderful gifts? This is the only, or the first time we've sold it just as a pattern on its own. So you can use whatever fabrics you like, whatever Christmas fabrics you like to make this really lovely set, this little trio. So like a little lunch bag, your squash bag.
It's your wine bag. That's actually called Karen. It's called the Karen wine bag.
Is it a Karen wine bag?
Yeah.
Wine or gin.
Wine or
fits.
gin.
And of course, like this, just this little lovely tote. This is really sweet. So I mean, this is just, I mean, I like the idea that you can give a little tote like that with a present inside it as well.
Yeah.
So rather than wrapping it in paper, which you can't put recycled Christmas
Exactly,
paper,
yeah.
so you can actually two presents in one. A nice little tote like that is really sweet. You could fill that with cosmetics and things,
Absolutely.
or sweets, as you say.
And they're great size for little girls as well.
They
aren't
are.
Or little
absolutely.
boys,
Oh
depending
yes,
upon your fabric.
You can
when
make,
you're,
can make
you know,
make it boyish if you wanted to attract as fabric or whatever. But this is the first time.
This is the first time we've had just the pattern.
And the reason is because we keep being asked for it.
Yes.
So this is why. So answering what people ask for, this is what we have got. So it's a really lovely pattern. Let's look again. as we've come to expect, all of the instructions are very clear with photographs showing how it's all done. And what I really like as well is the fact that we have got the full size pattern pieces. That makes it really easy, because although you could just give measurements to cut that, it is really hard to cut straight lines.
When I first started writing patterns, we did just put the measurements on the back of the welcome letter, and the feedback was that people wanted the templates as well.
Absolutely.
So, and I think it does make the world of the difference. Whether you measure those templates, take the measurements and use your mat and your rotary cutter if you're confident enough to do that. But certainly, I mean, all of these projects are great for beginners, or great for those of us that want to have a break from the bigger projects and make little.
I think
projects.
Absolutely right, and it's just a really lovely gift idea. Now, I believe a quarter of the stock of this, I've only just pulled it in front of me. It's already gone straight into basket. It's really popular. It is a fabulous trio of makes. But have you got some other makes to show us?
We have.
I think we have. And while we've got very little time left, let's look at these other makes.
I'll be super speedy, I
one.
promise. So we've bought back. We did say last week. I was on last week, and we did say it was the last time we were having anything to do with Christmas. But because these sell out usually very quickly, then the team asked me if we could make up some more of the bulbul. So this is for your Christmas bulbul. And they're back in stock this week, so we've been busy cutting those away.
So they're on the website, because we haven't got them, we haven't got the kits here, but we've got this all on the website for people to order.
And last week, when I was in last Thursday, I did show how to make this project, and also how to finish that little bow. It comes with everything you need, including your pre-cut kits. You get 4 different complementary fabrics in there. They may differ from these that you see in front of me, and then you get your ribbon, and plenty of pins as well.
Do you get the ball that's inside?
You get the ball as well.
You do get the ball.
That's important to mention, isn't it?
Well, otherwise it'd be quite hard to find a ball to fit, wouldn't it?
You get everything you need for this. Thank you, Ed. So that's for the
I just
bauble.
love that. That is, you should make a new bauble every year.
I think so.
And
do you know, my husband said he wanted, I haven't made 13, I'm not going to lie. He wanted 13 for our Christmas tree. And when you're making them, you start noticing different patterns in making them. So we have got a couple of other little things. Maybe we'll have those in next year, but we've certainly run out of time for our Christmas Christmas makes, haven't we? So that's for the Christmas baubles. And there's still a little time to make up those stockings as well. So we've got the stockings back, and we've got both of those options. We have had both of these on previously. I think we're short of time, so shall I leave opening the kits and just show these, or would you like me to
No,
show
please
the kits?
do.
Yeah?
Show us which kit you've got there. We're all right to just go over a
We're
little
all right?
bit. Yeah, because we want to see them. So.
It's my turn to open them this
It
time.
is, I know. Probably not as exciting for you because you've put
No,
them in
it
there.
is. It's still very exciting with everyone that's wrapped.
Oh, that is gorgeous.
So this is the option here that I'm showing you there, and you've got your lining fabric, and then you've got these 3 beautiful Christmas fabrics. You've got that little gold dot on there. I really like the metallics at Christmas, especially with all the lights on there. They just look so beautiful. This is just absolutely beautiful with those little hearts, and then of course you've got those snowflakes as well. And then my favourite fabric, we've had lots of fabric over the Christmas. We've been looking at Christmas fabrics since July, but this is one of my personal favourites. I think they're just nice and traditional.
Is that the poinsettia?
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely
I do love
beautiful.
poinsettias.
And then of course you get your wadding in there as well. So again, you get your step-by-step instructions, everything you need on the back, your welcome letter just giving you a few hints and tips, your full-size template, and then your colour step-by-step instructions with this stocking. And there are 2 options available. I kind of think when I look at these, his and hers really.
Yeah, I think it's nice to have different ones for each person actually, because it means you don't have to embroider a name on it if you don't want to.
Yeah, there is that.
Or you can if you're Hannah and you do want to.
That's a very good point, actually. You can personalise these if you want,
absolutely.
but if you give them different fabric,
Yeah, each person has a different
save
fabric.
yourself a little time. So then the other option, which is the one here,
See,
with the
nice
navy.
too. I like that too.
It's really lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
The fabrics are lovely, and I think with that, so let's just open the kit. So again, you get everything in here that you need to make that stocking. Of course, you've got the template if you want to use up some of your remnants, but we've got that really beautiful, I really love this one with the navy.
Is that a dark, I was going to say, is that a dark blue?
So this is your dark navy with the
gold.
holly on there as well with the gold. It's just different, isn't it? It's really, really great. So this one's for Mr. P and that other one's for me. I'm hoping mine has more than orange in there this year. I've never had an orange for Christmas. I do feel left out actually.
You have to have an orange and a piece of coal.
I don't want any coal. I think I've been a good girl this year.
and
then
chocolate.
You've got the red.
You have to have
definitely
coins.
chocolate. You
have to have coins, don't you?
Yeah. I'd rather have Ferrero Rocher if I'm honest. So again, you've got
now.
We'll give the children the chocolate coins. So you've got your wadding, you've got your line in there for the inside of your Christmas stocking, just a nice plain red there, and then the 3 complementary fabrics. And even if you're not going to make them this year, you could be super organised and start in January.
Yeah. But they, again, I mean, not only can you make them for yourselves, but they make really great gifts to make for other people.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, going back to what you said a little while ago, we do a lot of charity sewing. You know, again, this is a nice, easy, fast project. You've got all the patterns and templates. So if you want to be super organised next year, then you've got your patterns there as well.
We've got a couple more. We're just extending our time slightly because we've got to see these things that you've got here.
So we'll move the stockings to one side. And this one, I can't remember the date that I was on with this one. Again, this is a Christmas-inspired wall hanging. So this one, let's just have a little look at the front.
Look at those colours again.
There we go. So this was made up, I think when we had this on initially, we'd got the Liberty and the Riley Blake option. And today we've got that beautiful Christmas fabric there for you. I really like using the white on white, so it's not just a plain colour, so it's got that beautiful print. And on this white fabric here, you've just got a really nice ditzy flower on the fabric, so it just breaks up those Christmas fabrics. Then you've got your plain for the back of your project. You've also got your wadding as well to give that nice plush. The only thing you're going to need to create this particular project is your ribbon and your daolin as well. But the reds in here, I just think the reds with the gold is nice and traditional.
And what size is that?
So these pieces, the size of the
finished make,
16 by 20.
Oh, okay, so
it's a nice big wall hanging there. Great, you know, to pop up every Christmas or to be super organised for next year. And again, you've got the pattern. So looking back at decorating our sewing rooms or even your lounge, then you've got that lovely heart.
So you can make non-Christmas fabrics.
Non-Christmas fabrics,
round, doesn't it?
So when these were on originally, we had some lovely Liberty on there, which was very nice. So again, another way to use up your remnants. And if you have a little look at the pattern, you can see just on the side, they really are. I really do like getting the most from my fabrics, certainly from the Christmas and the Liberty, and one of my favourite designers, Riley Blake. Again, these are just using small remnants of fabrics for your heart, but you can incorporate as many different fabrics in there as you want to. And this does come with your pre-cut binding as well to complete that project on there.
Brilliant. Yes, be careful with this one because we do think it will sell out today. So if you're interested in this particular bundle with this lovely wall art, isn't it? Then do go and get it. But before we go, I know we've got one more on here because I can see it. We've got this lovely quilt. Let's have a look at this one.
We've got the quilt, but I think that we've got the patterns as well. Are the patterns for the sacks and the stockings? So
have we got just the patterns for the stockings and the wall art, or is it as a bundle only? We're just checking.
I could just see something else hiding behind the blue tissue paper.
So we've got the stocking and sack pattern bundle. Just the pattern. So you get both patterns or just either?
So you get both patterns. And again, although this is your Christmas applique sack, which we've had on as kits, you could make this, you know, in any of those nice summery fabrics that you've got. Nice linen bag, nice big linen bag this would make. So, but you've got your applique sack there and also the stocking. So if you've got your own fabrics and you want just the patterns, then we have those as a little bundle together as well.
We want to just look at the bundle for the stockings again. Would you mind?
Yeah.
The one with the dark.
The one with the dark blue.
Yes. We can just look at that one again.
There we go.
Oh, look at that. Brilliant.
Just makes you so happy when you see them all.
It's beautiful, and you see it, and that's such a treat to open that, isn't it? To get a little present for yourself.
There we
open
go.
that, and then so that's the bundle. So you get the pattern, and you get all of those 3 contrast fabrics for the front, the lining, and wadding. You get all of that into one bundle, and then we're going to have a very quick look at the quilt.
Very quick look at the quilt.
Very quick look at the quilt. We are running over here.
There we go. So this is a quilt that we did, I think, back in July when we first started Christmas.
Oh my goodness, I know, isn't it an awful thought?
When do you start Christmas?
When I used to edit magazines, you're right, we used to be doing the Christmas issues in July, and my kids were brought up with Christmas in July, and then they got used to having sort of Christmas around July and not having any presents, but then having it again in December.
My children are very much the same, and I love that my youngest is always asking me, when can we start with the Christmas films? It's definitely like
so this is so it's quite a simple
So this is a really nice
technique, but really effective.
Really beautiful. So again, you could use up your remnants in the quilt and certainly in the kits that we had and the demonstration. It was just using 2 different fabrics to really make one of those pop. I would always say this is great for a beginner to to continue to practice that technique. And I think it is. I think for me, the pinwheel looks a little complicated, but it's a nice, easy project, isn't it? And of course, you're going to repeat that, which will help with your confidence on getting those beautiful points there as well.
And what they're getting is not the fabric; it's the pattern.
This is for the pattern.
This is for the pattern, so you can do it in whatever fabrics you like. You don't have to do it in Christmas fabrics, of course. So this can go on forever.
We should do it in Christmas fabrics.
We should now, but if you're going to get it for next year. So I think we do have to leave this one now, but Kerry will be back on at 12. Might be ish at this point, as we're now 10 past 11 now. So we will say goodbye to Kerry for the moment, and we will say hello again in just a little while.
Hello, I'm Kerry from Living in Loveliness, and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton, and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
Have you heard about Yarn Lane, a TV show dedicated to knitting, crochet and all things yarn, bringing you demonstrations from our expert guests as well as the latest tools. And find out what's coming up on the show by following us on Facebook and Instagram. Subscribe to our email newsletter or visit the programme guide on our website at www.yarnlane.com.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance, and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. little bit about me that you might not know and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's Garden Party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there, and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street, and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye-bye.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hello, I'm Kerry from Living in Loveliness, and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton, and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
Welcome back, and for those who don't know me yet, my name is Wendy Gardiner. I'm joining as a newbie to Sewing Street, although I've been sewing all of my life and in sewing industry all my working life. I'm delighted to be back with this amazing make that we've got here with Cara Ackerman, who's going to show us. This is really fabulous. You can see it here on the side. Look at this. This project is absolutely incredible, and it's been selling so well already. We really have sold really well. I've got 2 different colourways of the fabric to look at, and I've got the book. So they all come separately. So you buy the book as one thing, so then you can do whatever you like. And there's lots of projects. There's 25 projects in the book. So let me look at that first. I'm going to move that out of the way. So there's 25 projects in this book, which is ways to sew jelly rolls, layer cakes and charm packs. I just love jelly rolls, layer cakes and charm packs because they make it so easy, even for people who are not that good at quilting. The fabric's already cut for you. And the projects are absolutely gorgeous and beautifully illustrated with step-by-step construction notes and lovely pictures to show you how to do it. So every single project is very clearly illustrated here. It's really lovely. But what we're doing today is having taken one of these projects. I say we, this is the royal we. I'm not doing it. I've done a lot of these bags, yeah. I've made these in my sleep. No, actually I've never ever done this technique. I've always admired it, but I've never done it. So now I'm going to learn how to do it. So if you want to do the bag that Cara is going to show us, you will need to get this book. So this is the book here, and it's full of loads of projects, lots of ideas. It's beautiful. Soft back, so it's nice and easy to handle and open. And it's just got, as it says on the tin, 25 different projects. So that's really lovely. But let's look at the bundles, because these are already selling out. I mean, they are just going, and it's not surprising. I'm going to start with this one because this is the one we have here. If you see this, you think, how can you get all of that out of this? Look at this. Wait, I don't know if you're going to be able to see all of this. I'm going to try and open it all up. It's a big piece. Ooh, can you see that? I'm going to hold it in front of me. It's huge, isn't it? So if you can see, I'll have to pull it towards me. You can see how it keeps going, look. So what you have is you have all of these beautiful colours that are in the bag. You have the strips on this one panel. And then at the top, you have the fabric that you use to make the actual bag itself. So you cut all of the bag pieces out of the one big piece, and then you cut all of the little squares, and Cara's going to show us how this is done, out of the strips. So this is what you get in your pack. So you get this huge piece of fabric as well as your lining. So this is just a really nice soft cotton, and we've just got a plain lining here. And then also we have I think, is this a ½ metre? I'm just going to check, of the Osnaburg fabric. It's a piece. It's a big fat quarter, because a fat quarter is basically a quarter of a metre cut on the sort of square. So depending on how wide the fabric is in the first place as to how wide a piece will be. So that's how come some fat quarters are smaller than others. So if they're cut from a 90 centimetre wide fabric, then the width will only be 45 centimetres. If they're cut from a 60 inch or 150 centimetre wide, they'll therefore be wider. Hence the different size of fat quarters. So this is a lovely big piece here. I'm not sure what we do with this, but I'm sure we're going to be told. So this is the one colourway. So this is the sort of red or pink colourway. I really hate to tell you, we've only got single figures left of this particular colourway. So it is running out. So please, if you are tempted by this beautiful colourway, and you can see, look, this is what you're going to get from this colourway. I'm just going to, I hate doing this, I'm just going to throw it down. I hate doing that for lovely fabric, but I'll pick it up later because I want to show you the other colourway. And then we'll get right into that demo. I think Cara's ready for us, but I want to show you this colourway because, again, this is a lovely, it's huge, and it's quite a crisp cotton, isn't it? It's got some real feel to it, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, we've got it as a bag here, but having mastered this design, that would make a nice wall hanging. That would make a lovely cushion front. There's all sorts for that, isn't there? But look, here's the other piece. This is the other colourway. So again, we have the panel at the front. If I just bring that down like that. So that's the bit you make the bag out of, a nice big piece. So you'll cut all the pieces, and the pattern in the book will tell you that. So you do need to buy the book and the fabric bundle to do this particular project. And then it's in strips. So these are almost like jelly roll strips, aren't they?
They are, yes.
So although they're printed onto one fabric,
yes.
if you had a jelly roll, you could still do the same project. But here it's all printed onto one big fabric piece. Beautiful, isn't it? So again, it comes with a lining, and then this time we have a lovely yellow lining. And then we also have the Osnaburg fabric piece again. So that's what we have here. And I've just been told there's more in baskets than we have available. So if you've got it in your basket and you really want it, check out. Because it's only once it's checked out, it's definitely yours. I remember that from other stations. So I repeat that here. So I'm going to throw that to one side. And I'm not actually, I'm going to leave this one in front of me because I want to go on to you. I want you to start showing us what you're doing, but I'm going to keep that here so I can keep lusting after it in front of me.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, this one's gone. Do I need to get the pink one in front of me instead? So I'm just going to have the book. So if you've got your own fabrics, you can now do this project because we are either sold out or virtually sold out of the fabrics. So please take a look at the book and take a look at what Cara's going to show us, because we're still going to show the demo so you know what you're doing with it.
Yeah, and especially if you've got fabrics at home as well. So if you were unlucky and not been able to get those ones, you can use fabrics at home. But it was just lovely to have everything, you know, on one piece of fabric.
Yes, I think that's what I like about this.
Yeah,
yes.
2.5 inch wide strips, the width of the fabric, and you've got 16 of them, which is fantastic. But I've never done this before, so it was a new thing for me. So if I've been able to do it, then, you know, hopefully lots of other people will be able to do it as well. And it was so nice. There's not a massive amount of stitching. It's mainly the cutting, the pressing, the folding, and then the assembly. So, you know, don't feel that there's a lot of stitching there. There are other ways of doing similar items to this. You know, when I was sort of looking at, you know, other projects and things like that. But what's lovely, if you are using your own fabrics at home, is just bear in mind that every round is the actual, you know, going to show you that star shape, that starburst. So you want to really sort of alternate between colours. You don't want similar colours in the same round. So if I explain that a little bit to you, because obviously with the rainbow one, it was easier because there were a lot of different colours of fabric. But with the blue and yellow one, there were lots of similar
Yeah,
colours.
similar shades.
Yes.
So you want to alternate them to make sure you haven't got yellow, 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 yellow.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, you know, the first thing that you'll do is when you get your panel at home, if you were lucky enough to get your panel today, is cut the strips into 2.5 inch wide and press them. And then you'll cut those, each one of those, into 2.5 inch squares. But it's just so effective.
It
you know,
is.
It really,
it's going
really
to be,
is.
It's very clever, isn't it?
It's
a lot
very
of cutting.
clever.
So I mean, when I'm dressmaking, I would say the same thing. Do your cutting out on one day, put it away, come back and sew the next day.
Well,
because it's tiring.
It's pressing.
Right, yes.
So yeah,
and pressing.
so
Yes.
cut your strips one day, and cut the squares. And then do your pressing maybe another day or when you're watching something on the television, because it's very repetitive. But, you know, you need to sort of concentrate. And the thing that I found that helped me when I was doing this is that although the instructions actually do tell you exactly how many squares of each round, for each round, it tells you how many. I actually ended up doing a little thing on my computer so that I could tick off. So when I've done, you know, I've gone for the blue and the yellow, I did a dark and a light. So it would be the blue, yellow, blue, yellow, blue, yellow, following it all the way through. And then the number of squares that you would need of each colour. And then I was lucky I had some little bags. So I actually put everything in little bags. And it really, really, really helps. You'll see there's actually 253 squares that you're going to be cutting. And
That's a lot.
It's a lot of squares.
And folding. And
and
pressing.
folding and pressing. But it's lovely. It's so, so nice. And as I say, very therapeutic. If you can just stand there and do it, it's just sort of repetitive.
I think it's anything like this. Once it gets repetitive, it does just get therapeutic, doesn't it?
It's
Because you just
lovely.
get to the point you've got a little system going.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So
and look
what
at what the results are.
I know. So I didn't want to sort of spend all my time cutting and pressing. So I've done a lot of prep beforehand. But this really, really helped. So if you are able, or handwrite it, and then you can just tick as you've got them. And just bear in mind, as I say, with the blue and yellow, that you want to go blue one round, yellow another round, blue one round, yellow another round. The only thing that I would say is when you come up to, you'll be able to get 16 out of the width of the actual strip. You won't be able to get 32. So what you'll need to do is choose 2 colours of the fabric that go together, that are very similar. And because you'll be alternating those actually in the star.
So that's when you get to one of the bigger rounds.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So
can
what
see
you'll
that on
be
the bag
doing
here,
is
actually.
you want 2 colours that are very similar, and you'll be alternating those going round. So even from a distance, you can still see the shape of the star and everything. So that's the only thing that I would say to you. The other thing that I would, I just wanted to sort of show you as well, is when you're cutting your strips. So we've cut the strips, just pop that to one side, and just go through some of the fabrics. Some of the fabrics are great because they've got overall pattern. So, you know, it's completely, you know, you can see that it's no directional print. Then you come to something that's got a slight directional print, and what I'm going to do is just cut one of these and show you how, I've got a little ruler here. So we want the 2.5. And with this one, you can either fold it that way, because this is how we're going to do the fold, and then fold it that way. And I will do this a lot more on some of the other pieces, but then you can see that the diagonals are going always in the same direction. If you come to one of the ones where it's got stripes going across, there are 2 ways that you can fold it, and it's your choice. You can just choose. But all I would say to you is if you're going to do it, fold it one way. So I've folded it here with the lines going horizontal, and then when you make the other fold, they become vertical. The only thing that I would say is when you're going to be folding these particular ones, you actually want to make sure that you do it exactly the same. So that one was where the lines are going horizontal, and then when I folded the other two, they appear vertical. The alternative is to fold it that way, where the lines are vertical. Then when you fold it again, they become horizontal. But that's personal choice. But when you are actually doing all your pieces, when there is a little bit of a directional print, just bear that in mind when you're actually doing it.
Just decide which you prefer.
Yes, exactly. The other thing is, when you come to these dotty prints, I thought, oh yeah, that's fine, there's no direction on there. But actually there is. If you have a look at this one, you've got the dots are either going horizontally like that, or they're random and diagonally. So you can either fold it so the dots are horizontal there, and then when you fold it again, they become vertical. Okay, or you do it the other way around. So you've got your dots going vertically, and then when you fold them, they go horizontally. Okay, so that's the only thing that I would say about these particular panels, is that just bear that in mind when you're actually cutting
There's
out.
no right or wrong.
There
but
is
just,
no right and wrong.
It's nice if they're the same.
Yeah.
Whichever way
Yeah.
you decide.
Yeah.
So I have to say, I'm really sorry to say that the fabric bundles have sold out.
Gosh.
We are out. But we do still have some of the book left. And you do need the book to do this specific design. Of course, with those bundles, you could do other things, but for this particular project, we do need the book. And that is still available. But it's not just this one, it has got some other superb projects in here. So if you feel that that's a little bit ambitious to start with, get the book and try one of the simpler projects, which there's plenty of choices. And they've all been shown in such beautiful fabrics in here, but of course you're using your own fabrics, remember. So if you're not a big colourful person and you prefer more muted, that's your choice, you do what you like. I know you used wadding as well, didn't you? In this?
Yes, for the actual bag. When you've finished or you're folding, you'll find that the folded panel is quite thick, which is lovely.
Yeah.
It's got so much structure to it. But then I felt that actually the rest of the bag would be softer.
Yeah.
So I actually used H640.
So we have got some H640. This is in a metre piece. So it's a metre of the H640, for those who aren't into numbers like me, then it's a fusible wadding. It's a really lovely weight of wadding. It's a lovely big piece here. You can feel the difference. This is the fusible side. It's got little bobbles of glue. And this is the lovely size. If you multi-buy it, if you decide actually I want more than a metre would be enough for this bag. Could a metre be enough, or do you need a bit more?
Yes, no. A metre was fine.
So a metre's fine for the bag if you were doing this, but if you wanted more for something bigger or a quilt and you buy it, it will be in metre pieces. So if you buy 3, you'll get 3 pieces, totaling 3 metres, as opposed to one long piece. So just bear that in mind. Fusible, on this one particularly, you can look on the Visaling website for fusing tips, but this one you need to fuse for 15 seconds with a steam iron to get that glue firmly bonded into your fabric. So don't forget, you do need a good wadding.
Yes, definitely.
And over to you again.
That's okay. The other thing is, obviously, if you weren't lucky to get the panels, I think there are some jelly rolls actually on the site. So, don't worry, or you use your Stripology ruler and buy your fabric by the metre, or, there's lots of different ways of getting the fabric. But the book's amazing. As I say, I'm not a quilter or a patchworker, but there are some wonderful projects in there. So, I don't think it'll be just the bag that you'll be interested in. With the book,
I agree.
There'll be lots and lots of things. The other thing is, I wanted to sort of say, I've cut out all my squares, my 253 squares, bagged them, and I had all of this left over. So if you want to do a small project, you can do a small project using the rest of the fabric. So if you want to practice the technique, then there's plenty of fabric left over, so you can actually have a play with that as well.
So what you could actually do is you could try try this in a smaller way, couldn't you?
Yes, definitely.
And then it could be a smaller panel on a cushion,
Yes,
or on
yes.
a smaller bag or whatever, and have
Yes.
borders around it,
Yes.
just as you say, to get the technique.
Yeah.
Or, of course, you can use the strips for another kind of project, which is strip piecing. So
yeah, and
brilliant.
also, you know, you could get some plain fabric as well. So you make your panel go a little bit further.
Yeah.
So you can have sort of some blue and yellow, plain blue and yellow, and actually use that for some of the rounds as well, which is really good.
That's a good idea. As you
Yeah.
say, make your bundle go further.
Yeah.
Now, we have sold out of the bundles, but I've just been told that we might get some back in stock, but won't be today. So I can't give you any date, but if you keep your eyes peeled on the website, you will find out. But if you're definitely keen on getting one of those 2 amazing big pieces of fabric, keep your eye on the website. They will be coming back, but unfortunately I can't say when, and it won't be today, because obviously they've got to be printed, I would imagine. So let's get back. So what are we going to do? You're going to show us how to actually fold these fabrics.
Yes, so I'm going to show you how you fold your fabric. So you've cut your 2.5-inch squares, and the first round you actually need 5, but one of them put to one side and don't fold. Don't do like I did. I folded all of mine, not thinking. So you want 4 that are folded and 4 that aren't, and I'm just going to show you how.
4
sorry,
that aren't,
4,
sorry.
1.
1 that isn't.
Sorry. I'm trying to talk and concentrate at the same time. Right, so I'm going to show you how you fold. So it is very, very straightforward. So we're folding like that, and you're going to press. Okay, I need that over there.
Try not to burn your fingers.
No, I'll try not. That's the other thing. Just be careful. And also, if you wear glasses and use a steam iron, your glasses will steam up. So you maybe have to stand a bit further back when you're doing it, especially if you're doing quite a few at a time.
I mean, you could finger press first to hold it together a little bit before you put the iron on it.
You can, and you can also use, I didn't have any at home, but use some of the Best Press as well, which is really nice. But because the cotton's quite firm, I didn't find that I was, you know, struggling without having something like Best Press. So we're folding it in half and pressing it. And then the next stage is on the folded edge there. You're going to fold that up and fold the other one over. And I'm hoping that you can get in close to see this. Fold the other one over so they meet in the middle. And you want the edges to match as best as possible. If they don't match, don't worry about it. Really don't worry about it, because that part is going to be actually covered when you assemble the panel.
But basically all the raw edges are together.
The raw edges are together, and you want this part here to be as close together as possible. When you first start doing it, you'll find that actually, oh right, okay, I do it like that and I do it like that, and you sometimes will find that you've got a gap in between. It actually looks a lot sharper if you can fold that and you haven't got a gap in between at all, and then press again.
And you're pressing with steam?
I'm pressing with steam. And it is pressing, it's not, because you've got diagonals and things like that, you don't want to sort of pull it out of shape. But you can see there that those folded edges are now meeting in the middle, the raw edges are together at the end, and there's no gap and a lovely sharp point. And then you've got the plain on the back. So we'll do this again. And this is the thing that you do for all the actual fabric that you've cut to make this panel. And then fold that in once, fold it in again. And as I say, this is where you want to just make sure that those folded edges meet, your raw edges are at the bottom. All the instructions are actually included in the book, and it really is very clear and very simple. And then just a final one, so fold in half. So you'll be doing this for all the pieces that you've cut, and then, as I say, I've popped them back into my bags.
So they stay folded if you've given them a good press with steam?
Yeah.
Because that's the last thing you would want to do, isn't it? It's press sort of 200 odd and then finally unfolded.
Yeah.
So did you find that's what you did? You actually prepared them all?
Yes.
And then you start sewing once
yes,
you've done them all?
Yes. I got to the stage, you know, I've cut all my squares out, and I've cut up to one of the 32, or two of the 32 rounds where you're using two colours, because I wanted to try and get to that stage with you today, because you'll start with 4, and then you'll go to 8, and then you'll go to 2 rounds of 16, and then you go on to 3 rounds of 16, then you go on to one of your 32s. So if I move that over, so we're starting off with just 4 triangles, then we have 8 triangles, then alternating, remember blue, yellow, blue, 16, 16, 16, and then a 32. So that's what I wanted to try and do today, was actually get up to that stage. So we've done all our pressing.
So on the other ones, so you've got one on the 4, you've got the 5th one is left unpressed.
Yes.
Do you do that with the other rows, or
no,
the other rows
it's
all?
just
so
the
that's
centre.
just basically that's just to do the centrepiece.
It's just the centre. And if I show you here, so this is all the information about what you're cutting. So it gives it the sizes for the outer fabric and also for the lining. So that's all the information that you'll need there. Then it goes on to preparing the squares, folding the triangles and pressing it, and then you go on to starting to assemble. And what you'll do is you'll take a piece of your plain fabric, and was that Osnaburg that you've got in yours?
So Osnaburg was the smaller piece,
yes.
and then the lining, so this is for the backing of your panel, isn't it?
So I did actually do one in calico and in Osnaburg, so we'll use the Osnaburg one. Wasn't sure what was included in the kit. Okay, so you'll cut a piece of fabric 14 by 14 inches, and then with your chalk pencil, not with a friction pen, because you want these lines to stay in position, you'll draw in the centre of the 14-inch square, you'll draw an 11-inch square. And that is what you're going to be aiming to reach when you've actually finished all the assembly. And then the first thing you'll do, and this is really, really useful, and it's the Soline glue pen.
Oh, yes.
So if you have got one of these or any other glue or anything like that, this really, really helps.
They're really handy, aren't they, those glue pens?
My
and I
gosh.
believe that they came back into stock last week, so you can get that. I just want to reiterate as well that the Osnaburg fabric that you get in your pack, it is this lovely piece here. This is what you've used.
Yes.
And this is a piece, but again, you haven't actually
it's
used
not
all of
going
what
to
you've
show.
got, have you?
It's
not going to show. So you could,
so-
if you could use calico,
Yep.
if you haven't got the fabric
If you
bundle,
weren't able to get
if you
the
didn't get the
bundle,
bundle, you could just use calico, because it isn't going to show. It is just to back this lovely panel,
Yes.
isn't it?
Yeah. So you're going to, as I say, it will give you all the information here, takes you through, all the information here about the assembly. So it's told you to draw your 11-inch square. You find the centre of the fabric, and you want to place your 2.5-inch square right in the centre of the muslin. I actually found it really useful to put in these lines. So you've got horizontal lines,
so you can find the
horizontal
centre.
lines, yeah. And also the diagonals. It helps with the placement of the triangles.
Just quickly, you just mentioned muslin. In America, calico is called muslin.
Yeah.
Just cause. So if you read muslin in the book, we don't mean muslin as we know muslin, we mean calico.
So in my 11-inch square, I did my diagonal lines, and then I found my 2.5 inches marks there, and the square goes into that. Okay,
So
and
you
that
just
glue
use
is
a
just
little
to
bit of glue just to
hold
hold it in place. Yeah.
The next stage is actually the placement of these first 4 triangles, and I'm just going to place them there just to show you how easy that centre is to go in position. Okay, so you meet in the centre those triangles, and you want to try, if you can, to get that seam there going all the way through and all the way through. So you can see how that helps, and the diagonal lines going.
Sorry,
through
is that in the instructions?
Yes.
Is this your tip? That
No,
you
no, no,
said?
no, no.
It does tell you to draw those
absolutely
lines.
in the instructions here.
I like the fact in this book again. I noticed it in one of the books we were looking at earlier. It has this flap. This is like a bookmark, isn't it?
Yes.
So you can just fold it in to where you are in the book.
Yeah.
So that's really handy. It's
Yes.
just a very sort of nifty little trick, I think.
Yeah, I think the other thing that I really liked, because again, I said, you know, I hadn't done this before, is that there's very clear colour photographs as well. So if you're struggling and you're thinking, oh gosh, how does it go? Have a look at the photographs there, and that will help, and all the written instruction. And hopefully, you know, what I'm showing you now will help you as well. So what we'll do is we'll take each of those triangles, and I'm just going to put a little line of glue on each side, just again to hold that in position.
Does it, I mean, at the moment, we just have a little comment in my ear here. The glue you're using is blue. It doesn't really matter, does it?
No.
Because it's not going to show.
No, no, not at all.
Because in fact, I think the one I've got is yellow. It's like a vibrant yellow, but it doesn't show.
So we just position that.
And don't do what Hannah did. Don't use a Pritt stick.
Oh
It's not the same.
no,
Doesn't
no,
work so
no.
well.
No,
There's
definitely not.
fabric glues that you can get all sorts, but these sort of pens are really brilliant because they can just give you just that little dab that you need. I use them as well when I want to stitch down trims and ribbons.
Yes.
Because you can pin it down as much as you like, and then next thing you know, it's kind of gone a bit askew when you come to sew it. So if you actually put a strip of that glue from that pen down, you can get it right in place and then stitch perfectly. Really useful. I think, I'm not sure if we've got, they are on the website. I'm not sure if we've got the number there for you, but you can find them on the website.
Okay, do you remember I said about how important it was making sure that those points were really good where the seams are? You can see the reason why now. You've got all those points meeting in the centre there. Okay, so I've secured those with a bit of glue. I'm now going to machine just around the edge.
Can I just be devil's advocate?
Yep.
Could you put a different square behind that? So if it wasn't perfectly matched, it didn't matter because you'd have this like pretty little stuff.
You
colour
could.
peeking out.
Yeah, you could if you'd like that. I think.
I always like to try something a bit different.
Yeah, no, there's no reason at all. You don't have to follow it exactly. I was just sort of explaining how good it is for keeping the dark and the light shades. But if you wanted to, you could have a different colour underneath. So
what seam allowance are you doing?
It's about eighth of an inch.
Okay.
Just to hold it in position. You don't want any of this stitching. None of this stitching will be showing.
And as we build it up, you're not going through more and more layers, are you? Because you're only ever going through...
You're going to go through a little bit more because when we come up to the 32, you will have, yes, you know, as you're progressing, each row is only going to be, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, I would think maximum of 8 thicknesses when we come up to the other.
So just make sure you've got a nice sharp
Yes.
new needle.
Yeah.
Probably a 14, would you say?
Possibly. The other
so that
thing
you can go
is you
through
can
the
actually lengthen the stitch length
Yeah.
as well. So
Maybe go to a 3 on the stitch length.
yeah. So we've now got our centre there, and the next stage is actually placing. So I'll get rid of my doubles there, and we go to the 8. So we're going to start with 4 of the triangles. Got another spare fabric there, and we're going to actually match on the diagonals. Can you see? There and there. So we're going to actually match these, and she will tell you, or in the instructions, you want those about 1/2 inch away from the centre. And this is approximate. It doesn't have to be, but you want it consistent. So you want it about 1/2 inch from the points of round 1. So you want 1/2 inch from the diagonal. So can you see that? And then again, you want that seam to go on that line there. So we've got 1/2 inch and that seam's going on the diagonal there. Okay, so we're going to pop a little bit of glue again to hold this in position.
That makes such a difference too, doesn't it?
And you want this line to be parallel to that, this line to be parallel to that, and that diagonal to be on the diagonal. So again, you can do it by eye or you can do it by measuring. So you want it about 1/2 inch from the centre point, and again match the diagonal there and keep that line parallel. I'm just going to tilt that slightly, pop a little bit of glue underneath. Then same again, just a 1/2 inch. And parallel, parallel, and on the diagonal line. Pop a little bit of glue underneath. And then we do the final of those 4. So again, about 1/2 inch. And what we're going to do is just leave those for a minute, and then, if I can show you this, you can either, depending on how confident you are, you can either machine along those, or you can do the next triangles, and then I actually machined all the way round. So I'm going to save time. The next diagonals, the next triangles go in here, and again you want that about 1/2 inch from the centre. And on this one, I'm going to match that line all the way through and just pop a bit of glue there to hold that in position. And I think, you know, when you're starting, you want that centre star of the actual cushion to be as even and as neat as you can, which is why it's worth spending the time and just measuring. So pop that one there. It's all gone quiet.
I know, sorry. I should be saying something, but I'm just,
don't worry.
just fascinated. But it's a bit like origami.
Oh,
isn't
it is.
Really?
It really is.
And it just looks so amazingly effective, and yet
I just
once you get into this rhythm of this, it's actually quite simple.
It is. It is. And as I say,
I
you
mean,
can
the
do it
trick
by,
is, as you say, to glue the little pieces in place. Otherwise, you'd be trying to pin them.
Yes.
And pins, they can slip a little.
Yes.
Can't they? They can move a little.
I mean, I think what I tend to do is leave these to dry a little bit, because I know that if the glue hasn't dried, then it does move a little bit. So just going to move that one over slightly. And you'll get so used to, you know, visualising it, and stand back. And I think, you know, you need to sort of see it from a distance and think, oh yeah, that looks all right. That looks okay. So what we're going to do now is we're going to machine again all the way around there. So again, about 1/8 of an inch. You're not going to be seeing these stitches.
So you're not worried about what thread colour you're using?
No, I mean, I've just got a cream, but you can hear on the machine that it is going through about 8 layers of fabric.
So that's why a good needle is important. Start a new project with a new needle, and I would actually recommend a size 14 or what is it? It's 14 or 90. It's the same needle. One's UK sizing, one's American, but they normally have both sizes on the needle pack. I
mean, the other thing is you could actually have a walking foot.
Yes, you can but I think if you can do it with this without it pushing the fabric, then it's easier to see, isn't it?
Yes.
I think with a regular foot.
Yeah. And also the walking foot, you don't want anything to move the triangles.
We're running show on the time, running out of the time.
Oh,
Shot.
goodness.
But we want to stay with you, Cara, if you don't
Okay.
mind going right up until the
No,
the
that's
hour.
absolutely.
We've got about
I'm
5
fine. I'm
minutes
okay
left.
with that. If everybody else is.
Yes, no, we are, because basically we sold out of the fabric bundles, and we've got a few of the books remaining. So literally less than 20. So if you are interested in buying this book, and remember, this project is surprisingly easy, as we're seeing, but if it still feels a little bit ambitious for you, then there are loads of other projects. There are 25 different projects in this book, and they have different levels and different sort of complexities. So you can start with much easier if you wish. You don't have to start on that one. So it's a fabulous book, beautifully illustrated. And it's got, I know it's a silly thing. I like little things, but it's got the flaps on the front. So it's got like basically a bookmark that you can pull over so you can keep it in place when you shut the book. You haven't got to find it again. I just love that. And it's on the front and the back, so you can come in from the front or the back. So it's really lovely, really good book. Something for yourself to make lots of projects going through the year, or if you've got a friend who is into quilting at all, a really lovely gift as well. And don't forget, we've also still got the H640 Visaline wad. Oh, sorry, just been told we haven't got that at the moment. It's sold out, but I'm sure it'll come back another time.
Oh,
but
I'm
at
sure.
the moment, that's sold
out. Oh my
out.
gosh, yes.
It's one of our I say this like I know all this. It's one of our staples, I think, which will come back again and again and again. So whilst I'm talking, I noticed that Cara's gone on. She's continuing on. She's got the next layer coming on.
So I've got the next layer coming on, and this is where you want your points to be about 1/4 of an inch. Don't worry if they're not exactly.
So this time it's 1/4 of an inch from.
1/4 of an inch from the points of the previous round.
Okay.
But again,
But all this is in the book, so
yes,
it tells you this. You haven't
yeah.
got to remember this.
I've actually done this by eye, and you will get used to sort of laying them out and everything. So again, we're just going to, so we've gone from 8 now to 16.
And then we have 3 rows of 16, don't we?
Yes.
See, I was listening.
So again, on these ones, you want that that line there to go through the line there, and
So you've got 2.5
here.
minutes left.
Oh gosh.
But
I
don't
wanted
panic,
to
Mr.
try
Mellowing.
and get to the 32, but this one will help. This one will
It's-
definitely help.
I mean, to really, the pattern's in the book.
Yep.
You can see it, and you can see the process. It's definitely a case of, you know, sort of looking at it carefully, reading the instructions, and you can see kind of like putting on the key points, like north, south, east, west, and then you add the other ones in between. Is that right?
Yes, and
And we will
then
be bringing the project back at another time, so you know, don't feel this is your one and only chance to see Cara doing this.
Yeah, this will be. This is the 8, and then we've got another 8 to lay on top, and you think, oh gosh, where do they go? So, just popping them there. And again, if I stand back and look at it from a distance,
Doesn't it look
you
amazing?
can see that looks lovely. So with those bits that you had left over,
You could do that, couldn't you?
you could, and then you could actually, some of the patterns actually show triangles at the corner there. So you could have your triangles, and then you can have some biased round there, and you can make little placemats and things like that. There's lots and lots and lots of different things that you can do with it.
We're going to have to go in a minute, so can you please just quickly place the other 8 on so we can just see where they go?
So if I can just show you here. So we've done the first 2 rounds, we're on the 3rd one, and if you can see these ones, hoping that you can see that, these ones are all on the diagonal lines or the horizontal lines. The others are in between. So
you just put them in between, and it sort of
Yeah.
kind of makes sense probably as you do
Yeah.
it, doesn't it?
So what you want to do is place that in between. I'm just going to place them. I'm not going to actually stick them down. And this is definitely a case. Don't stick them until you've placed them.
Yeah, so you've got all 8
Yeah.
in position.
Yeah. you would actually do 4 and 4. So you do
So I would suggest that you don't do this with an open window next to you.
or sneeze.
Or sneeze. Wear your face shield while you're doing it. Can you imagine just blowing them out?
Oh,
in place?
don't. So I just, when I was doing it, because I thought, oh gosh, how am I going to do this? But again, if you stand back from it, you can see that actually follows the shape.
Yeah.
So I'd stick all those down and then I'd machine them in position.
So that's when you are going through quite a lot of layers
Yes.
there, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So definitely increase your stitch length. Use a larger, more robust needle.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I'm afraid we are really out of time, so we can't see the 32, but you're going to do that 3 more times and you can see how it builds up. And if you look at the project here, you can see how glorious it becomes. So whether you've got the bundle or you haven't got the bundle, you can do this with your own fabrics. It tells you how many fabrics you need in the book, so you'll know what to do and when to do it. So I've got to say, Cara, it was so lovely to see you.
Oh,
Thanks so much
hopefully we'll see you
for joining
again.
me on my first time.
Oh no, I was so pleased. So thank you, everybody.
So we are going for a very short break again, and then we'll be back with Kerry from Living in Loveliness. I love that name. It's gorgeous. See you in a bit.
While we're having to spend more time at home again, we're here to keep you busy and entertained. Sewing Street will be live every day from 8 a.m, bringing you plenty of demonstrations with our experts in dressmaking, quilting, bag making, toy making, needle felting, embroidery, and so much more. Our community of fellow sewists on the Sewing Street fans Facebook group are there to chat to you about whatever you're making, sharing photos and advice. Check out the Sewing Street Facebook and Instagram pages for fun competitions and offers.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw, and as a professional sewer, I really know how important it is to use a high quality thread. Well, you think about it. You spend a lot of money on your sewing machine, you'll spend a lot of money on fabric, and you'll spend a lot of time sewing. So why let your thread let you down? I know a lot of our designers and customers prefer to use Aurifil thread. Now, this is a family business. It was established in 1983 and they're based just outside Milan in Italy. They produce superior quality threads for domestic and professional sewers alike, and they've achieved worldwide success with quilters, sewers, embroiderers and textile artists who all appreciate the versatility and the strength of these threads. It's all made from Egyptian cotton, which is grown just at the side of the River Nile, and Aurifil only use the long staple threads, which gives their thread that strength. Each one of these threads goes through 15 steps before it even gets onto a spool and then comes to you to use in your sewing projects. Now at Sewing Street, we've collaborated with Aurifil and we've brought you 2 collections of threads. So we have the Quilters collection, and these are exclusive to Sewing Street. We've done a lot of research with quilters, and these are the colours that you prefer to use. So we've put a whole collection together for you. The second collection is the Essential collection. So this is for the homemakers, for the bag makers, for the craft sewers, for the dressmakers, and again these have been proven to be the most popular colours that you're going to use. So if you want your projects to last longer and your seams to be stronger, invest in some quality thread.
Hello, I'm Kerry from Living in Loveliness, and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
While we're having to spend more time at home again, we're here to keep you busy and entertained. Sewing Street will be live every day from 8 a.m, bringing you plenty of demonstrations with our experts in dressmaking, quilting, bag making, toy making, needle felting, embroidery, and so much more. Our community of fellow sewists on the Sewing Street fans Facebook group are there to chat to you about whatever you're making, sharing photos and advice. Check out the Sewing Street Facebook and Instagram pages for fun competitions and offers.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw, and as a professional sewer, I really know how important it is to use a high quality thread. Well, you think about it. You spend a lot of money on your sewing machine, you'll spend a lot of money on fabric, and you'll spend a lot of time sewing. So why let your thread let you down? I know a lot of our designers and customers prefer to use Aurifil thread. Now, this is a family business. It was established in 1983 and they're based just outside Milan in Italy. They produce superior quality threads for domestic and professional sewers alike, and they've achieved worldwide success with quilters, sewers, embroiderers and textile artists who all appreciate the versatility and the strength of these threads. It's all made from Egyptian cotton, which is grown just at the side of the River Nile, and Aurifil only use the long staple threads, which gives their thread that strength. Each one of these threads goes through 15 steps before it even gets onto a spool and then comes to you to use in your sewing projects. Now at Sewing Street, we've collaborated with Aurifil and we've brought you two collections of threads. So we have the Quilters collection, and these are exclusive to Sewing Street. We've done a lot of research with quilters, and these are the colours that you prefer to use. So we've put a whole collection together for you. The second collection is the Essential collection. So this is for the homemakers, for the bag makers, for the craft sewers, for the dressmakers. And again, these have been proven to be the most popular colours that you're going to use. So if you want your projects to last longer and your seams to be stronger, invest in some quality thread.
Hello, I'm Kerry from Living in Loveliness, and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
While we're having to spend more time at home again, we're here to keep you busy and entertained. Sewing Street will be live every day from 8 a.m, bringing you plenty of demonstrations with our experts in dressmaking, quilting, bag making, toy making, needle felting, embroidery and so much more. Our community of fellow sewists on the Sewing Street fans Facebook group are there to chat to you about whatever you're making, sharing photos and advice. Check out the Sewing Street Facebook and Instagram pages for fun competitions and offers.
Hi, welcome back. This is our last hour and I am joined again by Kerry from Living in Loveliness, which I really love that idea. But they've taken the parcels away from me. I'm not allowed to open them. So I've got the samples, I've got the finished samples, which in a way is better because these are beautiful and I can fiddle around with these to my heart's content. So we have got three different. Are these with scraps again? Are these scraps?
This is from different patterns from Fabulously Fast Fat Quarter Fun.
Fabulously
fast
fat
quarter
fun. That's a hard one to say. And so what we're going to do is we're going to, without too much jibber-jabber, we're going to get on to having a look at the first kit. So shall we start with our first one? Which one are we starting with,
So
Kerry?
let's start with issue 2. I was getting sidetracked there.
Measuring your ribbon.
Playing with pretty ribbons. I'm definitely drawn to yellow this time. So this is from the issue 2, and those little projects that you've got just there are your craft room storage, which is perfect for keeping your fat quarters in. So let's have a little look at the fat quarters in this one. So this is Fabulously Fast Fat Quarter Fun, issue 2, So Useful. So these particular projects were designed, again, to keep your craft collections in, but you could use these as makeup rolls, cosmetic bags, and we decided the other day that the little lotus bag there would be great for a Christmas chocolate orange. So there's a nice little project there.
I love this, actually. I love the idea of this, the way it just kind of opens right up.
Well, it means that you can access everything in there. But
actually, I mean, we've just got wadding stuffed in it, but this is a really good makeup bag because you can like, open it up bag. And really get into that. Sorry, I'm digressing.
No, because it's nice to see them. So this is the first time that I've had. So this is Riley Blake fabric. So these are your Riley Blake fat quarters, and these are from the Jane Austen collection. So you've got your 4 different fat quarters in here. This is the first time that I've had these fabrics in any of the kits. So we've got that first one there that's got that lovely scroll writing on there, and then we've got these beautiful florals in there as well with those beiges and those lovely muted browns in there as well with some gorgeous prints. So this is the first time that we've had these. I normally go for the vibrant, bright colours.
Oh, but they're beautiful. And as you say, from the Jane Austen collection, which obviously are those lovely muted colours.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. And I think with these, so if we have a little look at the project, certainly on that little look, I'd make a really beautiful collection there. And then in this particular one here, it's just a little experiment there with some really simple patchwork. And some really simple quilting as well. This is for the makeup bag. But these patterns have been designed so you're getting the most from your 4 fat quarters, and you're using pretty much all of those in there. It was then from the fat quarters and realising there was a little bit of remnants left behind, which is where the sewn with scraps that we looked at in the earlier show today. So as always, you'll have your step-by-step instructions in there. We've got some great techniques, zip installation, really simple patchwork and quilting, and again you get those full-size templates in there to make those 3 projects as well. So you've got the lovely demos there to have a little look.
I've got the actual, we've looked at the bag, so it's like an oyster bag or lotus bag you called it, didn't you?
It's a lotus bag.
So that's really beautiful, and that opens right up. And this, you could use this for your marking pens and things like that, or you could use it for makeup brushes. Funnily enough, I've designed something very, very similar. Isn't it funny how we all do these things, don't we?
They're just so useful,
aren't they? So you can pop in here. If your makeup brushes, they can go in there, and then the tops are then carefully protected by this. Or as I say, you could like little embroidery scissors, your marking pen, your stitch gauge, all of these different things will slip in, and then roll it up, and then you tie it with your ribbons, with a nice little ribbon. So that's really lovely. Again, great for classes, if you're going away for classes, or if you use it for your cosmetics.
Or even your crocheting, if you enjoy crocheting.
Your crochet hooks, you could put those in there. So there's all sorts of uses, and I'm sure other people sitting at home will think, oh, I could use it for.
Yeah. Now, I'm not very good at crochet or knitting myself, so I tend to put all of the makeup never makes it in there, and I think I intended it to be a makeup roll, but it certainly always ends up with a few pens and things.
And then this is the third one, isn't it? This little here. So again, the zip being in the centre like this means it's nice. It's sort of a nice, easy access to get into. But is this a stitch? Did you do this stitch and flip?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's a really good technique, and I like the fact again you've actually used a decorative looks like it's a triple zigzag stitch that you've used.
Yeah.
That's just added decoration.
It just adds, it keeps it nice and together. And again, I mean, you can use those nice decorative stitches. As I've said, I've not progressed from the zigzag myself.
But this is actually a nice zigzag
but I
stitch,
haven't got there yet. But this particular project, it's using all of those, getting the most out of your fat quarters. Because what I was finding when people were coming to classes, they'd go away and buy all the fat quarters, but they'd not know what to make with them. So it's just ideas of how to use them up and get the most from your bundle.
I know, fat quarters are a wonderful thing because you can buy beautiful fabrics that you may not be able to afford a metre of.
Yes.
That you can buy them, and usually if you get them in bundles, as you've done,
Yeah.
you've chosen colours and patterns that work well together. So
And
you
the
haven't
other
got to
thing-
think about it, have
No,
you?
and I think as well, when we start with fat quarters, we're not actually sure just how much fabric is in there or how many
Yes.
projects are in there. So that's why, you know, I started writing the Fabulously Fast Fat Quarter Fun to show you just how far those fat quarters, and these are just 4-piece bundles, and to use them as well, because I think we look at them when they're pretty on the shelf.
Yes,
But it is to
absolutely.
use most of, you know, to use them all. And there is another option for
Yes, I was going to say, is there another
this one.
colourway?
Do we need that code? Okay, so this is the second one.
Oh.
This is from the Liberty collection, and I have to say I absolutely adore these fabrics with those beautiful mustards and blues in there as well. And probably like you, when you get your fabric, it's hard to decide which is your favourite from the bundle.
It is, when you look at those. Yeah, it will definitely be either the floral blue one or the one at the back.
This
on
one?
those two, yes.
Yeah, with a nice print.
Because it's a lovely print, yeah.
That's it, let's bring
but
those
you
in.
need the sort of all over for contrast, don't you?
And these are great with that little zip purse to break
Yes.
up those colours, to really showcase the. I mean, I think this is my favourite from this collection. And again, it's just getting the most from your fabrics and making those 3 beautiful collections. And, you know, nice, easy techniques in there, you know, how to insert your ribbon, how to insert your zips, and very useful. I like anything that's useful.
Yeah, I think, but also what's nice about this is you've got all of that instruction there for that pattern, but these are techniques you can then carry forward to other projects.
Yeah,
and talking about
absolutely.
fat quarter books, I've written 3.
Have
I
you?
really am into fat quarters. I've written 3 fat quarter books, yes.
Oh, wonderful. You're going to have to do a little bit of homework.
I've actually written 21 books in total.
Have
so,
you?
yes.
Oh, wow, that's amazing. I haven't
prolific.
written any.
I've
got as far as these lovely patterns.
It's a lot of hard work. So
I can well
stick with
imagine.
what you're doing because this
I
is lovely. I just
enjoy
love
doing
the way
these.
you're doing these, and it's so easy for people then to buy the kit. They get the fabric, they get the pattern, they've got full-size templates.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of guesswork out of it. It's really
Absolutely.
good.
And
So
I think
there's the 2 colourways on
there
those.
are 2 colourways, but that's for the option. That's for Fabulously Fast Fat Quarter Fun. Issue 2. Took me a while to get my head around saying it as well. So they're for that particular project. And we've had these on in the past, again with Liberty and Riley Blake fabrics.
Which are these Liberties?
These are Liberty, yeah.
They look like they
Yeah.
are. So this is one you've done before.
These are ones that have been made before, and fabrics that have been available. So it's quite nice to have different options, isn't it? You know, perhaps you've made one for yourself and your friend likes it, and then there's new fabric, so it makes it a little different. So we are going to make the Liberty Lotus bag today. Nice, easy project to make. And then should we have a look? Then we're looking at the kits thereafter.
Yes, I
Yeah.
think so. I think the Lotus bag, I love that. I've never called it that.
What would you call it?
I think I just kind of, I don't know. I think I just sort of knew it as
Plumpy
a
bag. I think
yeah,
I can't remember who called it a
but
plumpy bag.
I've seen this made in velvet. This sort of design. So it's a lovely little evening bag.
Yeah, that'd be
made
great.
in velvet.
And for weddings as well, it'd be a nice little bag.
It is. It's nice.
for
And
bridesmaids.
and you can make a smaller version for your favours.
Yeah.
And it is. Hannah's just said, what about as a toy bag? So again, if you made it bigger.
I've made a few of these for my little boy actually, because I mean my daughter has always has lots of things in a bag, but my youngest son likes to play with smaller toys, so they're great in there. Nice little projects to make up and to gift as well. So, and it's a really simple project to make. So what you're going to need for this, there are some additional items that you'll need to create these projects from each Fabulously Fast Fat Quarter Fun. All are listed on the back on your instructions. But this is really nice and easy. And as Wendy said, you can increase or reduce the size. These are just square pieces of fabric. And then I've used a lightweight interfacing for this particular project, just to give it a little bit more body. So the first thing to do is to have that lightweight interfacing facing up towards you with the fusible side, and then decide. I always think the hardest thing is deciding which is your favourite fabric, isn't it? This is the one that's going to be showcased the most on the exterior of your project. So I'm going to go with this little blue one. I've had a dress made in this. I'm very excited about it.
It's a lovely one. So I always look at fabric of what clothes can I make in it.
Well, it reminds me, this fabric reminds me of my auntie. There we go, it's just caught on the little bag. So yeah, definitely dresses for this is a nice one, isn't it? I tend to wear lots of dresses.
Yes, same here.
So just move, they hide a multitude of sins, that's why. So just move
No,
it.
I'd never say that.
Oh, I would. Totally honest, they hide a multitude of sins for me.
I just find them more comfortable. I find
They're
the
more
dress much
comfortable.
You haven't got restrictions around your waist
Yeah.
and trousers. My length between my waist and crotch depth that's where my extra height is.
Yeah.
So trousers are just uncomfortable. So yeah.
I don't have any extra height. Mine's the other way around. I'm quite short. Elliot was hiding the coffee on the top shelf and I had to ask for help to get to the coffee today. So with the fabric facing up toward you, you've fused your interfacing, placing that interior fabric on top, just aligning all of those raw edges and then just pinning or clipping those into place. Just a few pins is fine for now. And we're simply going to sew around all 4 raw edges, just leaving a 3-inch, and we will do 3-inch this time. A 3-inch
Do you know what I do
gap.
to make sure I leave a proper turning gap? I will double pin
Yeah,
at the end and then start 3 inches from there. Because otherwise, when you go round, you just get a little bit so happy and you keep going.
It's very
beyond it.
true. It's
So
very true.
I double pin where I need to stop.
Well, I'm not quite sure what's happened to our pins today, so I'm
You're
going
just
with
doing clips.
pen and clips today. But yeah, the double pinning's really helpful as well, because we do get really
You
excited.
just get carried away and you realise. I think actually, I'm not sure if it was Jack O'Neill in the mask challenge yesterday. I don't think he did, but he thought that's what he'd done. He'd gone all the way around the mask
And forgot
not
to leave
a
the turning gap.
But I think actually he was okay. He had.
It's just second. I think when you're really excited to see the fabric as well, it's easy to do that, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and you just get carried away with it. You're just stitching around. And I, as we were saying earlier, we don't want to skimp on your turning gap because if you
Well, you'll have a little struggle like I did.
You have a struggle turning it through. Yeah, I did that the other day.
That's it. So just as you arrive at your corner, just leaving your needle inserted and pivoting your fabric. I'm using a 1/4 inch seam allowance on this project.
So to get a 1/4 inch, what I actually like to do is move the needle across with the stitch width button. So you just move your needle across, so you can use the edge of your presser foot as your guide.
Oh, that's
a lot of machines that you move it across to 4.5, but you need to check on your own machine. Or of course you can use your 1/4 inch foot. But moving the needle is a much easier option, I always find. And the right one for using the edge of the foot if you can.
Yes,
keep your seam straight.
I just find it much easier to use the side of the foot. There we go, and just starting with that reverse stitch at the start and finish of your project. So we just don't want to lose the zipper foot, we'll pop that there. So the next thing to do, just so we get a nice point onto these corners for that lotus bag, is to just trim onto the corners. And all I do here is just align the scissors, get those nice and close, and avoid trimming across that stitching. Of course, if you do, you can just pop that onto the machine and go back over that.
Just minimising the seam allowance in the corners.
So what's your favourite thing to sew, Wendy?
Dressmaking.
Dressmaking.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. I mean, I do actually like
Have you
bag
made your dress
making.
today?
Yeah.
It's beautiful fabric.
It is, isn't it? I was saying
Absolutely
earlier
beautiful.
though, when I first cut it out, I cut it out up the other way, and I took it upstairs to my son and said, which way should these flowers go? It was the other way. But fortunately, I always buy 3 metres if I don't know what I'm going to make. So I had plenty and I was able to...
So then have you used that to make something to match accessory?
Well, I used those pieces to make cosmetic bags and things. I made some bags for a charity called Look Good, Feel Better. And I did, funnily enough, I did a brush roll, very similar to this, and a cosmetic bag.
Oh, that's nice.
So I did actually use those pieces.
Oh,
but I
whoever
have
gets that will be
subsequently
very
made a
lucky
face
because that is
mask
really beautiful.
It's beautiful, isn't
Yeah,
it? It really is
nice
beautiful
and
fabric.
vibrant. So I'm just popping this into the corner to get nice points onto there and just giving this another little press just to get a nice finish onto the sides there.
Yeah, I find to make sure that you need to make sure that the seam is right on the very edge.
Yeah.
One way of doing that is you just roll it between your fingers.
Yeah.
And you can roll it onto the edge, because if you don't, if it's sort of folded
Then
in a
you,
bit, you won't
then
get
you
a
see
straight
the
edge.
other side. Yeah.
And if you're having difficulty rolling, I hate to tell you this, but if it's making for yourself, it's okay. But if you wet your fingers, there's a lot, and then roll them, it's
We
easier.
won't do that today.
But if you're making it for somebody else,
Yeah.
use a sponge. Have a damp
Yeah.
sponge by the side, and then you can
That's a
just
nice
roll
tip.
it.
And I would always recommend, especially if you're making it for somebody else, just to slip stitch this gap here. But for today I'm not. And naturally, as you push into here, you're going to get that lovely 1/4 inch seam allowance. And now to top stitch around here again, you can use your straight stitch, but just to give that a nice little finish, so we get a nice finish on those petals when we reverse this in just a moment. I'm just going to zigzag across there.
Are you just using a regular zigzag stitch?
Yeah, just on this machine, yeah. A nice wide zigzag as well, because I think it's really nice to see those stitches.
Yes, yeah, because you're using it as a feature.
Yeah. And I quite like it, because of course it means you haven't got to get that absolutely accurate.
So let's just remember, whilst you're busy, go around that. This is issue 2. And you've got 2 colourways.
We've got 2 colourways. This was option 2.
This is option 2 of the 2 colourways. And you get, how many fat quarters?
4
Well,
fat
4
quarters.
fat quarters,
Yeah,
wasn't
4
it?
fat
So
quarters.
basically it's a metre, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a metre of fabric, in order to create 3 different projects. So the one that we're selling very well, I mean selling all of them, of course, but the one that's sort of really flying out is the one you're working with.
Right, it's really beautiful.
It's beautiful,
this is,
beautiful fabrics there.
I was really excited when I'm always excited when fabric arrives. Actually, I think I've said this before. The delivery man's a little bit scared of me because I gallop to the door, very excited. Apart from when it comes and it's a letter and a bill, of course.
Yeah,
Not to do
not
it
so
on those
excited
days.
about that. So I'm not in, sorry.
Yeah.
That's not me.
Leave it on the doorstep.
Don't really get many bills nowadays, and everything's online,
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah. I know. I must be doing something wrong. I still seem to get many.
So this is so
It's
you're
normally for
just on
things
the-
that my teenagers have ordered.
Oh, yeah. Yes, I don't have that problem anymore.
Yeah, they're very savvy. They're a lot better
So you've
at all
gone
this.
all the way around this
All
time,
the way
haven't you?
around on
Because you've
this
obviously closed your turning gap whilst you're there.
Yeah, but I would still say, especially if you're gifting this, just to
Yes.
give that, just to give that a nice finish, just to give that a little slip stitch. And then on here as well, what we're going to do with the right side, so the exterior fabric that you want to see on the exterior of the bag, we're now simply going to measure, and I'm going to measure 4 inches from each corner and just make myself a little mark. Again, going back to what we said earlier, just make sure, of course, that you can see those marks onto here. And this is just what's going to create those little petals when we reverse this bag in a little while.
The only thing I would say about using friction pen or heat away pen, check it on your fabric, because on some fabrics, when you iron it away, it takes the colour out
Yeah.
of the fabric. So if you've actually used it on an area which is going to be visible, you want to make sure it's not going to do that. Most
I
fabrics
think it's
you're fine, but
checking the brand that you work with as
it
well.
is, yeah.
So I tend to use them quite a little bit. So on those little marks here, which naturally will press away, and they're on the underneath that we're not going to see at this stage, is just to give those a little press. And then you can see on the exterior of the bag where you're going to where you're going to see those lovely petals when we turn this in a little while. And then the other thing you can do on here, of course, is work with those lovely ribbons that you've perhaps got in your remnants, or again we mentioned bells and toggles and things like that. And then on here, based on the size of the ribbon that you're going to work with, I've got 1 metre of ribbon, and I'm simply going to, so you can mark this up if you want to, and it shows you how to in the pattern, but I'm simply going to use the side of the foot and just come 1 inch from the edge and sew around the whole outer edge. And I probably will start here as well to avoid starting on that petal, because of course we'll really see those stitches. And for this section I would recommend just using that straight stitch You can pin these if you want, but once you've given those a nice press with your interfacing in there, that tends to secure those into place. And so this travels around the fabric nice and quickly. I'm simply going to use a straight stitch, and I've set this up to number 5. Each time we arrive at that little petal, we'll simply go into turn, and just make sure you're using the same mark on your machine, and you know, I can see that sliding.
Yeah.
Sliding off the end.
Taking it with you.
Let's make some space first. There we go. And then just drop in that needle at the end of each of those petals. And this is just going to create that channel for your ribbon to run through in just a little while. I think this is a nice project to show those lovely contrasting fabrics that come in that bundle.
I think you're right, and also you can see how quick it is to make.
Nice, easy.
It's lovely, nice and easy and very quick to make.
Most of my projects are nice, easy projects. I've got a very short attention span. So they have to be fast to keep my attention.
Well, it's good if you've got a busy life. It's good if you've got a family and you've got children to look after. You know, having something that you can make in half an hour is amazing.
Absolutely. It really does, because it's a lot of satisfaction then, isn't it? Because you've made that quite quickly. And especially if you enjoy making quilts as well, you know, they can take months. Some of mine are still sitting waiting to be finished off years later. So it is quite nice to have these nice speedy projects.
How many UFOs have you got?
Well, do you know, I think it was 2 years ago, and I've mentioned this before, I watched a programme that says if it doesn't bring you happiness, get rid of it. And I had a box, just a clear container of these, lots of unfinished projects, like little teddy bears with the heads that didn't go on. And I said to my husband, just get rid of them. Yeah. Put them outside. Let's get rid of them. They're not finished. I'm never going to finish them. And then it started raining. And I started pacing up and down. He said, you're going to get the boxing, aren't you? You're going to get the box. I was like, no, absolutely not. As soon as it rained, I ran. I don't run very often, but I got that box back in. I've done nothing with it since. So we've now created that little channel, nice and easy, just using a safety pin. We're simply going to feed that ribbon around the whole of the outer side. And you can use things in here like little toggles, although that's not mentioned in the pattern, but if you've got some nice little toggles, you can pop that onto the end of your ribbon.
A little tassel.
Yeah, tassels.
And if you've got a plain fabric for the inside, which becomes the petals, you could do some hand embroidery on that, or even machine embroidery, couldn't you? So you could really sort of personalise this.
Oh, the thing that's really lovely actually, and as well with the fans group, is when you see what people have made.
Absolutely.
And it's lovely to see the photos, how people adapt the patterns, and add things to them as well. I know we've got a lady who messages in quite regular, and she tends to personalise everything, and they're really lovely to see.
It is lovely to see. Because it just makes it that little bit more special, doesn't it?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. So we've got our first ribbon that goes around the first side, and you can simply, of course, you can use a toggle. If you're using a toggle, you'll only need to thread the ribbon once, but just pop a little knot onto the end of here and tie that off. If you're not using a toggle, then I'd recommend running that ribbon around again. Let's just cut another little bit off and do that quite quickly, because you want this to sit proud and stand straight. Of course it will when you've got your little bits in there.
I just like the fact that you can virtually open it out flat.
Yes.
To get
to everything that you need to.
Yeah, get to things easily.
Well, I tend to do lots. So just to mention here, I've got one knot to the left, if you like, and then I'm starting on the opposite side here to run the next row of ribbon around. But yeah, it is quite nice, because a lot of the projects I make, I've got lots of pockets in. I've started now putting clear pockets in lots of things, because I'm very good at putting them in a pocket and forgetting which pocket they're in.
Yes, we like pockets. I like a pocket in the bag. You've got to have pockets. You have to have a lippy pocket, and you have to have a key pocket and phone pocket.
Yeah, I agree with you there. It makes me feel more organised. I'm not sure whether it's actually true.
Well, actually, there's nothing worse than trying to find keys at the bottom of the bag. I have got a couple of bucket bags. They've got no inside other than they've just, and it is, you're just sort of rooting down in there.
It's definitely, I think if I've got some regular ladies watching me, they'll know it is the story of my life. I waste a lot of time looking for keys. So I made the little key fob really, so I didn't know.
You can actually just hang that on, you can actually attach that to your handle or anything, couldn't you?
I need it on a lanyard, I think, and that's the only way I'd not lose them, to be honest. Maybe we'll do lanyards next. So again, just pop in a little bit of ribbon popping a knot onto the side. There we go, just trim away the excess. And then as we bring this together, you've got that lovely, beautiful bag, really showcasing those beautiful fabrics in there. And then just take a moment to just pop these into place and show those little petals. But again, another nice, easy, fast project. Great to run up. I know there's a lot of people who've been making these for charity. So, you know, when you are doing things like that, it's great to have fast projects that look really effective as well.
It really does. It's very, very pretty and so easy. You've just done that in probably 20 minutes. Really
and had a good old little chat along
and
the way.
And a good chat whilst we're going, yeah. So we've got 2 different bundles for this one.
We have.
We've got the one that you're using.
There we go.
Which is that the Riley? Is that the Riley?
This one is the Liberty. So the one that I've used is the Liberty. And then the other option was that Jane Austen fabric there with the Riley Blake fabrics. That's so lovely.
So that's really good, isn't it? So you've got 2 completely different looks.
I really like this particular bundle in it because I really think that would be, you know, really striking, especially on your.
It is. So that's just one of the projects of the 3.
That's one of the projects of the 3.
And the other 2 are here. So this is, it could be anything, but it's basically a caddy for brushes, pens, whatever you want to put in there, and a nice little flap to hold things neat, and you just roll it up.
Hide everything
away, and then you can tie it. So that's really good when you're travelling as well, or if you're going to a sewing class and put your things in. And the other one is, you've called this a cosmetic bag, but again, it's an anything bag with a zip in the middle. So
it's a great size as well. I really like making sure when I make something like this that the size will fit your rotary cutter in, because I think it's really important. We look after our scissors. We tend to make lots of things for our scissors, but my rotary cutter is probably one of my favourite tools. So I always think it's really nice to really look after
Have a rotary cutter, but also have a spare blade.
Yes.
Because I won't tell you today, but another story about cutting your finger with your blunt blade. But we'll go there another day.
Oh dear. Shall we look at issue 3?
Let's look at issue 3.
So this is for the projects that you've got there, this is your sewing room accessories. So these are projects, that's the one. These are projects that are great for your sewing room. So this is just your boxed makeup bag. And we've got the triangle purse there. And then we've got just a nice little storage basket, which is the perfect size when your fat quarters. They all tend to be folded, very similar. And they come and they slot into there. So again, a nice way to showcase your fat quarters. I've seen people use this to put on the bottom of pots of plants as well. So again, nice, easy projects there. And these are the fabrics. So these fabrics are from Clothworks. This is the first time I've used these fabrics. But again, I think these are really fun and vibrant as well. I think we're starting to think about, you know, reorganising. I tend to find this time of year, certainly in between Christmas and November, I want to reorganise. It's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, that raspberry colour is gorgeous. I love that.
And then we've got one, I do love birds. So this one's got this beautiful little bird print on there. And then we've got that really beautiful navy floral print on there as well, which will break up those fabrics.
And you get enough there to make all 3 of these
all
projects.
3 of those projects. So again, in this issue, there is more than enough fabrics there. You will be left with some fabrics. And on the back of your instructions, it talks you through everything else that you're going to need. You've got all your step-by-step instructions and your templates as well for this project. And just a little welcome letter just to give you a few hints and tips before you get started. And that's the only one of those.
We haven't got another colourway for that.
That's the only one of those. That's very unusual.
It is unusual. You made it simple for me.
That was easy.
But I do love those colours. I mean, it's such a really lovely.
Shall we have a
and
little
again,
look?
I think the fact that you know, you could put them in a different order because they kind of all go together, don't they?
Yeah.
Each one picks out colours from the other.
Absolutely.
So the yellow picks out the yellow in the green.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
They're really lovely, beautiful colours. Great for nice, fresh feeling in your sewing room, or maybe you want to make them as gifts as well, because individually they're nice little projects. I mean, I tend to use the triangle purse for keeping the clips in. It's a great one.
So this is what I learnt this the other day, because I made one of these as a Prezi pocket without a zip, just without a zip. It's a humbug.
Oh.
Do you remember back in the day when your dad or your granddad used to have those black and white striped humbug
Still
sweets.
always have them. Yeah.
You got a humbug
I
bag.
still always have them. I was talking to Elliot just before the show about my granddad. He's loving the Alexa, that it does what you ask him to do. So, but he still loves his humbugs. Can't have a trip away, not that we've had many this year, without bringing back some humbugs. But that's a great idea. And I know Marion as well used these to make table favours and
Yes.
advent calendars.
Yes, so I actually, that's why I made it as a Prezi pocket. And anyway, it's not quite as finished as this. The idea was it was a 10-minute make.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's a lovely shape and it's so easy to do.
They're
Your
really
instructions will tell how to do this and, of course, insert the zip,
Yes.
which is always handy, putting zips in things. Really, you must do that because it just finishes them off nicely. And
Yeah.
this is another
And
one,
it secures
little box
everything,
bag.
doesn't it? And box makeup bags, they're always popular. I always find that when people come to classes, they want to have a go at box makeup bags.
Yes, absolutely. So this is another one that's really nice. I'm not going to say what I can see inside this here.
Is there a sweet? Is there a humbug?
No, there's no sweet or humbug. You just haven't finished that in the scene.
How naughty.
I do that. I do that. You make a sample. I don't bother to finish the inside scene.
we hope people won't look inside.
Yeah, sorry, I've just looked inside. I love this bag. Again, it's a really lovely shape, and it's one that you can open up and you can really
Yeah.
get in. But you can use it for all sorts of things.
Absolutely,
As you
yeah.
say, sewing room is great. Makeup is great. You know, there's all sorts of other things you can use. Nails, if your nail, you know, you can have your nail varnishes.
Yeah,
your
my
emery
daughter's
board,
got- yeah.
etc.
Vicky said when we originally had this particular project on the show that she wouldn't use the fabrics on the inside of the bag. She felt like it was a shame to waste the fabrics on the inside. She'd
true,
use some.
true on this one.
But I really like having the inside of a project look as pretty as the exterior as well.
I do like it, and this one, you definitely have to
Yeah.
have a nice
Yeah.
fabric because you can see both so well. And this is lovely. This
But it's a
little bucket
nice way
bag.
to make your fabrics go further, isn't it? To use up your small pieces.
These aren't the fabrics we're getting. These are ones you've made previously.
They're from
What we're
previous
getting
ones.
are the fabrics
That-
you've
yeah.
got there with the pattern, with the templates, and you get these 3 items.
And
in
it's
that.
those 3 projects that you can make. So if you're thinking about, you want to have a go at zip installation, because I know there's a lot of people put it off, then this is a nice project. This is a nice
yeah.
collection to, you know, to have a little play with zips really, to have a go at popping those in whilst learning how to make 2 very useful little bags.
Lovely.
Lovely, lovely.
Next one.
So the next one, I'll get you to show the pictures actually. This is from the newest, this is new to the show today. This is
This one.
from issue 8. So this is the newest collection to the Fabulously Fast Fat Quarter Fun. It was released earlier in the month and we've got lots of options of kits. So should we look at the kits or the projects first? What do you think?
Do you want to let's sort of
Should we do a bit of both? Should we do a bit of
do a
both?
bit of both? Let's do a bit of both. You get out the fabric. Are the fabrics? Are these the fabrics we've got in
We
there?
have, but we've got quite a few options for this
Ooh.
particular one. So this is the one, this is your Liberty option. So this is the one that you're
This is the
holding
one
in
I've
your
got.
hand. And these are your new collections. So I did mention a little while ago that I really love working with those clear pockets. It means I can see what's on the inside of my project and see, you know, nice and clearly what's in each of those pockets. So in this particular kit, you're going to get 4 of the Liberty fabrics, and also you're getting that clear piece of vinyl as well.
I just have to sort of interrupt very quickly. I think it says Riley Blake, but it's actually Liberty.
Oh, right,
isn't
okay.
it?
Yeah, this is
So it
definitely
is Liberty.
Liberty, yeah.
The graphics, the graphic guy is going to be taken out and shot.
I think that might be my fault actually.
In that case, it's
That's
just an
definitely
error.
my
It's just an
fault.
error,
We
no
can't
problem.
let anybody take the blame
So it's
for
Liberty
my fault. This is
fabric.
definitely Liberty fabrics. Please don't shoot me. Please don't. I have so much fabric to work through.
So these are brilliant. So these are sort of like a step above. They're not quite so simple.
So as we work through the project, so we started at issue 1, which is nice, easy projects. And as we work through the projects then are getting more complicated with different techniques in there, more projects with. So if you followed through on the different Fat Quarter funds throughout the series, or also if you want to have a go at making some new projects, but I've got a few extra techniques in there. So you've got 3 different bags with this. And all of my patterns are named after family members. Most of my patterns have been named after my nieces, and these are actually named after my mum and 2 of my sisters. We had Karen Weinberg earlier, so in this particular collection we've got Michelle, Samantha and Emma as well. And different things that you've got in there is, of course, your zip installation, but we've got piping in this particular project as well.
This one here has
So that's
some
Samantha.
piping. So Samantha's been piped. And adding, I just think adding
Did I sew up the
piping.
inside? I'm questioning myself now on that project, did I?
Yeah, you
Was
did.
I good? Oh, there you go. It's the first
It's
one
all
I
right.
made.
I shouldn't have pointed out the other one. The piping here just adds that touch, doesn't
Yeah.
it? That finishing
Yeah.
touch. And I said earlier that piping, it's actually surprisingly easy.
Really
'Cause
nice,
if you don't get
easy.
it, if you don't stitch as close to the piping cord as you want, just do it again. You
Yeah.
don't have to unpick anything.
And I think what's quite nice is it uses up a little bit of that fabric as well, but it
Yes,
breaks up the two
it just-
different
it
fabrics
does.
that are in
I think
there.
it's gorgeous. So that's a really lovely makeup bag or whatever else you're going to put in
Yeah,
it.
I
As
think
you
these
say,
are
rotary
definitely-
cutter and all that sort
Well,
of thing
I
can go
thought
in
with
there.
this one we might be getting ready to go visiting very soon, hopefully. So this would be a nice travel set, wouldn't it? With those
Do you
little
know, that
different
would make a nice gift too. If you're going to stay with somebody,
Yeah,
wouldn't it be nice to actually take a gift that you've made,
yeah.
something that really useful like this?
Yeah.
So this is lovely. But I like this one too. This
So then
one,
we've got Michelle, which has got a few random accessories left. I've obviously
yes. So again, it's got lots of pockets in. Oh, got little treats in here. I don't know what's in this one.
What's
I can't,
in there?
don't know. I can't get it
Is it a
out.
stitch unpicker?
Yes, I think it's a stitch unpick. Yes. Is it?
I knew.
Yes, it is. It's
Yeah,
an
I knew
unpick.
I was missing one. I thought it had to
And
be
you've got
in
a
the
rubber.
pockets.
But so you can use these for whatever you want.
Yeah,
can't you?
absolutely. So you've got your pockets on the front. You've got that lovely
And on the back.
horizontal pocket on the front, and then you've got that little pocket on the back. So plenty of places. Great for a cosmetic bag with all the little bits that you tend to have. Your
Yeah.
lipsticks, your brushes would look great in this.
And this is where you say you've used the plastic. And I don't know if you can see, know how best to show that. But inside, if I put my hand in, can you see that? No, possibly not. Then my hand's in the way. If I put my glasses in, you can see the pockets transparent. So you've used that plastic.
Yeah.
And actually you've used, it's a really sweet, it's not transparent, it's got glitter. It's like
beautiful.
glittery.
So it's a nice
beautiful.
clear vinyl. And that is something that I know that Sewing Street stock, because I get asked all the time, because obviously it comes in the kits, and then like me, people enjoy working with it just because you can see. So that is something that's available on the website as well. So that's your second project.
And then the third one, the thing I love about this is going to be difficult to show, is it's just a very simple little purse.
Really simple purse.
But then inside you have pockets and pockets. So you've got a pocket and then you've got another little pocket. So it's really cute.
I think there's actually 4 pockets.
Yes,
am I
there's
right?
4,
Yeah, there's 4,
so
you've got
pockets in here.
So I do like a little pocket, makes me feel organised. So that's great for something to keep in your handbag if you wanted to. Although the patterns aren't in there, you could turn that into a wristlet. I've seen people have turned that into a little
Absolutely,
wristlet.
you could do.
But this is just a nice, easy cosmetic bag, all great if you.
And I mean, you've got the fabric, you've got this, and we've got limited stock of this. We're on single figure stock
Okay.
of this one. But you could also, if you made this in a different fabric, a more evening fabric, that becomes a little evening purse.
Nice,
Credit
yeah.
cards go in there, keys are in there, that's all you need. And a
That's
lippy. Lippy, your credit card and your keys.
That's it, and that's
you
all
need to
we
take.
really need, isn't it? And your phone will fit in there as well.
Your phone will fit as well, yeah.
So
Everyone needs to have a
that's the Liberty option.
That's a Liberty option. So we've got 2 colourways of this. No, we've got more.
Let's have a look. So the next
4.
one. We've got 5 of this one.
5 colourways
5
of this
one.
one.
So each time we
Couple of
launch a
us
new
worth
one,
of
we try
water.
and bring you lots of different options of fabrics. Do we need the code, or should we just open it up and see what's in the surprise? Got it? Fab. So this, I absolutely love this
Oh, look
fabric.
at those. That's like country garden.
It's so pretty. So this is Riley Blake. This is your Riley Blake option. These are absolutely beautiful with these. I really do love mince teals and pinks, and this one's great. I absolutely adore birds. So you've got your 2 beautiful, I'm not sure if you can see that there, but you've got your 2 little birds on the pink print there. And then this floral is just gorgeous, isn't it? I always think, when you look at your fabrics, you think which one should be a dress.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think with every fabric I look at.
Well, have a
Which
little,
one can I
keep an
just
extra
make
bit.
with?
When the fabric comes and I'm making up, that's why we need lots of different options, because I'm like, well, I'll just keep a bit back for me and I'll
But
have a
again,
little dress.
you've got the plastic, so you can do the plastic inner
So you've got
pockets.
that, and that has, as you said, I'm not sure whether you can actually see that on the bag, but it has got that glitter on there, because I think it just really gives that.
Yeah, it is really nice.
It's just really beautiful. So you've got that inside your kit, and then again, you've got those 4 beautiful fabrics with your templates and your step-by-step instructions.
And on the back, it tells you what else you need
Everything
to buy,
else
like the
is
zip
listed
and
on the back
wadding,
that you
etc.
need, yeah.
So
So
you can
because
get
we've got That's it, because we've
That's
got
that
so
one.
many. So that's that one. Let's have a look at this one. So again, we've got that beautiful Jane Austen fabric, although slightly different prints from issue 3. Again, you've got the vinyl in there, and then these are the prints for this fabric, and I think this would just look absolutely beautiful. And this one's actually really lovely. If you did a little fussy cutting, let me just open this up on this one. And you've got this beautiful little basket on there as well, which I think is lovely on this fabric.
You could, couldn't you? You could take that out.
To have
if
that
you
on
didn't
the
want to use
centre.
that. Yeah.
I know, sometimes it seems a shame.
Yeah, you could literally take it out and put that
fabrics.
as a nice motif on something.
So that's also your Riley Blake. I think all the rest are Riley Blake as well.
So Riley Blake is, I mean, they've been around forever, haven't they?
Yeah.
But they're sort of quite new to this country, aren't they? Well, maybe not. Maybe the fact that we were having them at Festival of Quilts for the first time makes me think that they were. Because
it's
they
such
are.
a shame that we couldn't do events
I
this
know,
year.
it really is.
I think we're all really missing the events. Right, let's stop
Definitely.
being gentle with these. So I think, no, it's the other
Oh, is
one.
it this? No?
The next one that I've got to show you is in the demo made up. But I couldn't decide between these fabrics, so I thought we had to have all 8 and split them down into 2 options of kits.
They're lovely ones as well.
Absolutely gorgeous. Coral's one of my favourite colours.
We are very limited on stock, which I'm not at all surprised about. Very limited on stock for these. These are amazing, these kits. Sorry, I interrupted. Please go on.
No, it's just it's nice. It's nice to see you excited and stroking the fabric.
I know.
See, when my fabric delivery comes, if I've got a busy day, I have to not open it.
No,
because
God, you
it's
spend
just
all
very
day just looking at your fabric.
Yeah, very
yes.
distracting.
Yeah.
My husband's got very good at hiding the fact when deliveries come. So it's not for you. So this last one here is the fabrics that you've got there in the kit that's made up there. And these are beautiful and vibrant, nice, fresh colours. I particularly love this bundle here. And we've got the ladybirds on there. So the customers that, or the ladies that are sewing in the group with me refer to themselves as living in loveliness ladybirds, because a cluster of ladybirds is a loveliness.
It is, isn't
So I
it?
was
I
very-
heard that the other day.
Did
yes.
you? Oh, well, one day I sort of had, there must have been a post out somewhere and I had lots of messages. So we named the sewing group as well, Living in Loveliness Ladybirds. And when I saw Riley Blake had got ladybirds, it was just really
It was
very
a must-have.
exciting. Absolutely. Absolutely. So this is the last of the
Oh,
bundles.
okay. So Joe's come up with a factoid. These ladybirds are apparently 7 years old. Is it because they got 7 dots on them? So they have... I don't know if that one's true, Hannah. If you put a buttercup underneath your chin,
That's true.
it tells whether you
That's what I tell
like
my
butter.
children. If they're watching, that's what I tell them. The buttercup works.
Right,
I can't see
that's
7
what I
dots on there though. I can only see 6. I must be missing something.
Oh, he's got it right. Oh, he's got it wrong anyway. Apparently, there's 8 dots on there. I think there are different numbers on different ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on that one.
Well, they're not as old as me, so that's, they're still
We've
still
got
babies.
a family of butterflies. They have different numbers of dots on them, if that means their age.
So that is the last of those collections.
On the ladybirds.
We digress.
It was butterflies earlier. So.
Are you ready for a cup of tea now, Wendy?
We're down to the last few minutes here, so let's have a quick look at this
So
one
very
you've got.
quickly, because there probably won't be much time to demo this, we did talk about that piping in there, and what's lovely about the collections is that you can play with those fabrics and decide, and what I usually tend to do with any kits or any projects that I'm making is decide from that bundle which is my favourite and really make sure I get the most from each of those fabrics. Now, the one thing that I need to point out with this particular kit, because it is there's so many different pieces and panels, then you will just get out all 3 of these projects. So what I would recommend doing when you're making the decision on your layout of your fabric is to just pre-cut your templates and just place them all out and make sure you're getting the right amount of pieces from each of your fat quarters.
Because basically you're going to use the whole lot.
You're going to use the whole
Yeah.
lot, and there really is minimal fabric. I mean, you'll have enough to make some covered buttons perhaps. So certainly in the earlier series of this Fabulously Fast Fat Quarter Fun, you'd have lots of fabric behind, but as they get more involved in the projects with more techniques in there and different panels, you know, with your piping and things, then I would definitely recommend cutting all of your templates out and placing them, just to make sure you're getting all pieces out of it, really, because you don't want to end up short. And the other thing with this kit, in the previous patterns that we've looked at today, there is enough for the lining of your fabrics, but on this, although I've used this for the lining today, really just to play with this fabric, but I would, and it does say this on the back of the pattern, you're going to need at least another fat quarter for the lining of the bags as well.
Oh, right, okay.
So just if you have a little look, certainly on the Michelle one that you have in your hand there, you can see that I've used a plain white on white fabric in there.
Well, that's a good idea, though, because you don't necessarily, as we were saying, you don't necessarily want to use one of your really beautiful prints.
Well, I think
when it's tucked away inside.
Absolutely.
When it's like on the this sort of scrap bag or whatever, it's good to use a really nice one, because you can see it. When you're doing something which is tucked away inside, plain is fine, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. And it was really so we can get more from our fat quarters, showcase those fabrics on the outside, and to allow those techniques and things that, and you know, different projects throughout the series that you're learning. So I think as we move from issue 4, which we haven't got today, then it does recommend either a ½ metre or another fat quarter just for your lining of your projects. I'm not sure whether we've got any time to demo this.
Probably have.
Few minutes.
We've got a couple of minutes if we just have a quick look at putting the piping.
So we've got in here, so that you've got your lining fabric, and you'll have your panel for your batting as well. Again, you'll need that little 505. Now, I would always use a piping foot so I can get nice and close to that piping. But if you haven't got a piping foot, you can use your zipper foot as well. And again, the measurements at the thickness of your piping is recommended in here. But just to play with this one, I have chosen an even thicker piping, really to showcase that fabric in the centre. I've already gone ahead and sewn the piping into place, and I always tend to leave a little bit of extra piping onto the side so I can hold onto those and trim those once I've sewn the piping into place. Let's find the panel. There we go. So just placing your piping in between the panels here, and just to get this nice and close, I'm just going to use some clips, using that zipper foot on the machine, making sure the piping's overhanging, and butting the side of the zipper foot or your piping foot nice and close. And each time you sew through your piping, you can get a little closer, because we don't want to see any of those stitches.
I think that's the beauty of it. So your first row of stitching just holds the fabric around the piping cord.
Yeah.
Your second row of stitching is what you're doing now, attaching the piping to one piece of the bag. And then your third row is when you put the bag pieces together.
That's it, and get it nice and close.
Get it even closer, yeah.
There we go. That little clip was coming along for the journey there. And then the second piece, just make sure, and your instructions will let you know which way to place your fabric. Make sure your fabrics are placed in the correct way. And then we're simply bringing that top piece, because we're creating this panel just here, on top, aligning those two raw edges, clipping these together, or pinning, whichever you prefer. And as Wendy says, nice and close now, so we're not exposing any of those stitches. We want to get this, and I do find that the piping foot, you can get much closer to that piping.
All I do with that zip foot is just move the needle across with your stitch width button. Just move it one or two clicks to the left, a little bit closer to the piping.
There we go, that's why.
But if it isn't as close as you'd like it, you just do it again. A little bit closer. So it's not a problem, you don't have to unpick it. And
oh no, I'm not unpicking.
I'm the queen of unpick. I'm the queen of unpick. I've got a very quick way of unpicking.
And me. I'm going to show it today.
You have to learn to unpick when you're going to be crafting. Especially if you're developing projects, actually, because sometimes you'll do it and then you'll think, no, that's not quite right, so I'm going to unpick that and do it a different way.
A lot of time.
That's my excuse anyway.
Yeah. There's a lady that comes when I was doing classes, of course, we're not doing them at the moment, and then one day she's quite frustrated and she shouted across the class, where's my unpicker? We're all looking around for unpicking. She said, I don't mean that, I mean her. She said, what about me? She said, I'm not doing unpicking.
Yeah,
and I got a Christmas card for the unpicker. which made me laugh. There we go. So you've got that nice close piping on there. Just give that a little press and then trim away that extra bit of piping there.
And of course, when you sew the sides, you can stitch through that piping because
I
just
always
cotton,
tend to
so
stick
it's
and
fine.
hold it in place to start
Yeah.
off, because sometimes it slides through.
Yeah.
And then the next thing on here, I've popped this onto the batting, and it does show you this in your step-by-step instructions. If you have a little look at your bag there, I've just done some really nice, easy, again, straight line quilting. I think it gives your bag lots of lovely body on there.
Now we are running out of time, so we've got 4 minutes left on the show. I just want to reiterate. Oh, just realised I can sit up straight, Wendy. I can hear my mum saying, "Don't slouch." You can order any of this after the show. It will be on the website, so you can continue ordering after the show. We've got 5 colourways of this latest collection.
Shall we look at them?
Which is really lovely. Shall we have a quick look at these lovely 5 colourways again?
So the one that Wendy's holding is this one with the ladybirds on there.
With the ladybirds, not butterflies, ladybirds. So this is, and it's got the clear pocketing as well, which you're going to use.
They all come with that vinyl on
You'll
there.
use that in this lovely one here. Which one is this one called?
This is Michelle.
Mrs. Michelle. So Michelle's got clear inside. Lucky Michelle.
That one's named after my mum. She likes a lot of pockets. Not sure if she's got clear insides. I'll have to ask. And then this is the second of the coral Riley Blake
We're going to have to leave it at that, but the other ones are on the website. You will be able to see them, because I just want to say thank you ever so much, Kerry. It's been a blast being with you, and I've enjoyed it, and I'm just sorry I wasn't allowed to open the parcels this time.
Maybe next time.
Maybe next time I can go up to the parcels. But let's talk about
Hopefully
what we've
I'm on
got
with you
tomorrow.
again.
No, I hope I am, because I just love all of this. So what have we got tomorrow? If we look tomorrow, we have got Colour Me in Christmas. I'm going to have to put my glasses on to see this, otherwise I'm struggling. Colour Me in Christmas with Wendy Orlando, and that's at 8 o'clock in the morning. We've then got GBMO winner. Great British Make Off. Right, okay. Oh, that's amazing. So this is somebody who's watched the show and now she's doing something. So winner Dawn Taylor with her tablet rest. I have one of those I've made. I use it for my tablet. If I have a live Zoom call, I put it for my phone. Brilliant, they are brilliant. And then at 10 o'clock, we've got Moda, Apricot and Ash Friendly Neighbour Quilt with Wendy. That's Wendy Orlando again, I'm assuming. Our fabrics, apparently, Hannah's telling me they look beautiful. 11 o'clock, Christmas kits and tools. And 12 o'clock, we have Yarn. Is it Yarn Lane? Yarn Lane. So this is the new channel, isn't it? So we've got Super Chunky Knits with Wendy Orlando again. So that's a lovely day tomorrow. So don't miss that tomorrow. Take these glasses off. Don't miss the shows tomorrow. They're really good fun to watch, and there's lots to buy. Thanks for all your amazing messages, and you're welcome. You've made me feel part of the family. And thanks again to Kerry.